Coletco for tonight's live Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, let me know. So 5:34, I'll remember that time. You know why? Because in 8 hours, we'll be counting it down. There's 7 minutes left. There's 3 minutes left. We're about to run out of time. Are the comments on here, Jake? I don't see the normal comment bubble thingy. They'll pop up? Okay. There it is. Okay. Hope I didn't want that box to go away now. There we go. All right, so good. I'm going to step up front, and y'all should still be able to hear me. Jake has got this set up now where y'all can hear me all throughout the store. Welcome, everybody. You're going to hear me scooping ice out to make the purple juice. I almost thought it's time for blue juice, but then I was like, no, I've done pretty bad already this week with sugar. I had a piece of cake. I don't need a blue juice. But I had almost told Laura we need blue juice, but I was like, no. Let's stick sugar-free tonight at least. But welcome, everybody. I'm talking, I'm walking, I'm in a store, and I'm singing. All righty. Let's see here. Y'all just heard the door chime. I'm back in the building. What a wonderful day for a daydream. Do you believe in magic? What would you do if I sang out of tune? Would you stand up and walk out on me? Lend me your ears and I'll sing you a song. I'll try not to sing out of key. Oh, I get by. Would you believe in love at first sight? I'm right. Laura's delivering auction. Okay. Laura is bringing the action tonight. Now, I could probably rival Ringo singing. You know, he's not known for being like... I've never heard anybody, when they're mentioning greatest vocalist of all time, Freddie Mercury, Chris Cornell, Robert Plant, I've never heard anybody say Ringo Starr. Yeah. I do see people, I don't know if they're... You'll hear people talking about the greatest drummers of all time, and they'll throw his name in there, and I'm like, what? But evidently, I've heard them explain stuff technically, and they're like, listen, this dude, he was pretty dang good. But I'm like, yeah, but what? I mean, I'm a Beatles fan. I don't know about that. I'd have to have somebody really technically proficient in drumming to explain some stuff to me. Like, whew. Well, last night was a slobber knocker. We had Jerry the Lawler King and everybody on the call. I just had some Chick-fil-A again because I hadn't been preparing meals like I'm supposed to. I need everybody to hit the like button on Facebook. I just did it myself. I hit the like button. Please do that. Let's try to get that to 200 as fast as possible. The faster y'all do it, the more people will have watching. Some people might be like, oh, if I hit the like, more people will watch. I'm not hitting the like button then. But come on. Be generous tonight. Hit the like button. You know you want to. Let's copy the link over here. I got the hot pictures up. Now, that's for what Laura sent me last night. We do have 3 crates of Japanese, and somewhere David Johnson just fell out of his recliner. What? And everybody else. Who else wanted to bid on some last night? There was a bunch of other people. I always mention David Johnson, but we have this like cult following for Japanese pressings. And we got to try to knock them out. I try to have everything sold by the end of the week. And just by happenstance, 3 crates showed up yesterday. So I don't know if we're going to keep that tradition alive. Late tonight, we might do Japanese buy it nows on the stuff we get quite often. But I think as more people have bought them, they have realized, oh, this is great stuff. And I need more Japanese pressings in my life. And oh, I already have the Men at Work album. I love it, but I do need a beautiful minty Japanese pressing. Chad, I'll take one. What's the Prince box set there? Jim B's already got those dollar signs in his eyes. Hey, I let Jim B slide on a bunch of stuff yesterday. He bought a bunch of stuff, and I didn't give him the normal runaround. I just said sold to Jim B, and I put it in the crate. I didn't get too dramatic about it. I'm back tonight, Jim. All right. Favorite James Brown song? Favorite James Brown song? Try Me. Get up off of that thing. I feel good. Mm-hmm. Big payback. Actually, last 2 nights ago when I was digging out some stuff, we got to get turntables all throughout the store because certain parts of the store I can't get to a record player, I guess, unless I used the one they use over there to test records. But I was listening to some James Brown. I listened to some James Brown up front. He's got some great stuff, man. The Big Payback. Yeah. Favorite James Brown song, Paul? Or album? Vex Machine? Yeah, there's a lot I'm unfamiliar with. If that's something you're going to sit down and listen to discography, you better have some time. He's got a lot of stuff. Try Me. He's got some more of the soulful stuff and then the funky. All right, I've just shared all the links there. And then one more place. Get up off. Hey, hey, hey. I've been listening to some Metallica Low too. All those demo. Metallica dropped 245 new songs yesterday, unreleased songs. I was like, oh my gosh, it's gonna take me a month to listen to all this. I started with just the album remastered on the vinyl. I opened up a copy and listened to it, and then I don't have a box set, so I haven't got a chance to hear any of the deep cut stuff unless I get to it on iTunes or something. So I got a lot of stuff to listen to over the weekend. There's enough stuff to listen to over the weekend for me. I'll be busy for about 3 years. Paul's in here eating cake. I'm assuming Tanner texted or told something happened. But Laura, Jake, and Paul, the remaining Colletco faithfuls that are here, please eat some of the cake up front, maybe all of it. I might want one small piece. Paul said not happening, as he has whipped cream all over his beard. I'm joking. Okay, so here we go. Let's get started. Let's go through this entire stack of CDs from last night, the ones that didn't sell that I was pretty surprised of. So these are all $6.99. We got Wham! This is music from The Edge of Heaven. Jeff Watson, Lone Ranger. U.S. Crush. The CD case has a little bit of damage. Michael Stanley, Shadowland. Michael Stanley, Live in Tangier. Pieces of a Dream, Ahead to the Past. That's on Blue Note. Marcy Playground, Shapeshifter. Peter Cetera, Solitude Solitaire. This is bizarre. It's a Thin Lizzy CD single. I don't think it came with any artwork. It's a Thin Lizzy CD single. The Boys Are Back in Town and Jailbreak. And then this is a Narada More Than Just Great Music special in-store sampler. So all those CDs are $6.99. That was Wham! Jeff Watson, U.S. Crush, Michael Stanley, Marcy Playground, Peter Cetera, Boys Are Back in Town, and Narada. So those are available. And then here we have Los Gusanos, Tim Wilson, Hillbilly Homeboy, Wilson Phillips, Shadows and Light, The Complete Work, The Civil War, Goldstown Promo, 30 songs, 2 CDs, Billy Squire, Tell of the Tape, John Cicada, Footloose, John Waite, Hole, Celebrity Skin, and Gary Hoey, Animal Instinct. Those are all $6.99. And let's grab these right over here. We got Survivor, Vital Signs, Jimmy Jamison, Survivor, Empires, Hanson, 3 Car Garage, The Indie Recordings, Tina Turner, Simply the Best, Sugar Ray, 1459, Jordan Hill, Hootie and the Blowfish, Cracked Review, Lantic or Fantic, Toto, Past to Present, 77 to 90, Toto Fahrenheit, and Hootie and the Blowfish, Hold My Hand, single, and Survivor, Caught in the Game. So first thing we have is Celebration by El Chicano. Is that a CD I had or is that a request? And then Brandon Jones wants Footloose, Cut Loose, and then Patty Anderson Williams on John. Now John was for John right here. This one here, Patty. If so, that's so to you. And then Brandon, I got you down for Footloose, Cut Loose. And then I got one more handful. And guess what? We went through about almost 3 boxes last night. And this is the only stuff that's left. Which is, if you don't realize, that's pretty dang incredible. We sold almost 80, I would say 80 or 85% of every CD we sold. And that was Tantric. Thank you, Patrick Francis. Tantric. We have El Luzon and Western Arabic. The Middle. Steve Smith and Buddy's Buddies. Survivor, Too Hot to Sleep. Survivor, When Seconds Count. Heart, Desire Walks On. And Heart, The Road Home. All those CDs I just read through are $6.99. These are all $6.99. Okay, and she wanted John Waite. Okay, not John Cicada. She wanted John Waite. That's right here. Okay, I was about to say. So let me put that and Footloose. All right, and then the next is Patrick Francis wants Jimmy Jamison Survivor. Right here. That's so to Patrick Francis. And then he also wants Jeff Watson, which was down here on the bottom. Wrong stack. Right here. That is so to Patrick Francis. Robin Glenn wants both Heart CDs. And then, Patrick, you've got dibs on Survivor. And you can have Caught in the Game, When Seconds Count, Too Hot to Handle. And there was one more earlier, I think, Vital Signs. Okay? Darren Chrisman wants Toto's Greatest Hits, Past to Present. The Rains Down in Africa. Just going through some leftover CDs that we were showing last night between 12:30 and 1:30. Patrick has dibs on the 4 Survivor CDs. If you do not want When Seconds Count, Jeff Halsworth does. All right, and that's everything. That's everything. Y'all obliterated those from last night. That was, let's just say there's a lot more to go through. A lot more coming. Okay. The first auction of the night is a sealed cassette. It's a sealed cassette of the Cowboy Junkies, the Trinity Sessions. It has a hype sticker, includes the single Sweet Jane, As Heard, and Natural Born Killers. Sealed Cowboy Junkies, original with hype sticker, a $10 start. So Patrick says he wants Too Hot, Survivor Too Hot. That's so to Patrick Francis. So Jeff Halsworth, you do get When Seconds Count by Survivor. Okay, so the 2 Survivors left are Vital Signs and Caught in the Game. Nice. More Stanley. There was 2 more Michael Stanleys. Shadowland and Live in Tangier. Yes. Shadowland and Live in Tangier. There's 2 more left. Jim B. All right. And then back here's a stack of CDs that I hadn't gone through that was left in a box, and I figured we'd go through those tonight to tease everybody of what they're missing if they can stay up late on Saturday night. So I've got what was left in that box, which has some great CDs, and I'm going to show them just a little bit later to see if I can convince somebody maybe to stay up till the end of the show, which is 1:30 tonight, and GMB takes these 2. So we've started off tonight selling 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 more CDs. That's what I like to see. Let's get started now with what we normally do and put up some auctions. Okay, Paul? First thing I have is a Circus magazine with Motley Crue's Vince Neil on it. $10 start. Nice. 1984, Ozzy's on there. Van Halen's on there. That's going to go up for a $10 start. The sealed Cowboy Junkies is a $10 start. And we're going to get started with this crate right here. And we're going to get started with this crate as soon as I what? Get a new empty crate. Prince, I don't know where that even came from. Jim, they left that on my table. I guess it will be an auction later. Yeah. Let me see if I can find an empty crate in here. Surely. I emptied 30 last night. I don't see any. Empty crates? Over here? Tubs? Right there? There's one. If I get one, that might get me started. Jace got one here. 2 will help me out. Gah! Paul just tried to take out my ankles. I heard a crate coming at my ankles. Okay, we got 3 empty crates now. We're good to go. Black Sabbath and the Blue Crate. It's available for sale. And you can make Carol Puckett's night by being the first in-cap purchaser. It is sealed on purple and black splatter. It's a purple and black colored vinyl pressing. It's $36.99. All right. $6.99 for the Prince box set. Pass. Nice try, though, but pass. We got sealed George Straits. We got sealed this. We got magazines. I wonder if Stacy Brown's watching. She knew that I had more Motley Crue magazines. Let's get our video posted, or the video that I posted up for view. Pre-order's up for the new Black Keys album. Indie exclusive. That's up for pre-order. I thought they just came out with an album. They must be on a run. All right. So here's some of the stuff I'm looking for. M.O.D., Holy Moses, Godsmack, Dazed and Confused, Mariah Carey, Now Halloween, Blue Murder, Ministry, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Traveling Wilburys, Municipal Waste, Kill Switch Engage, M.O.D., Mariah Carey, House of Pain, Venom, White Line, STP, David Bowie, Nasty Savage, Slave to the Grind, Seven Mary 3, Deftones, STP, Screw, Lil Wayne, Nora Jones, Nasty Savage, Conan, Deftones, Electric Wizard, Screw, and Blue Murder. Wow, that's a lot of stuff sold. So final call on the sealed Cowboy Junkies cassette and original with hop sticker. One bid on that for $10. Patty has the Circus magazine for $10. That is available. And I'm going to go through this stack of CDs in just a second. Okay, but first let's get started because y'all heard I have a lot of stuff to pull out. And we better go ahead and grab that first crate of Japanese because if we don't get started right now with those, it is going to take a while to get through all them. So let me go ahead and grab that crate over here. We'll start with this one on top. Let me take a peek in it. Oh yeah, Clash of the Titans. What? Clash of the Titans. What? Clash of the Titans. What? And I think these are the two Paul crates that are already up here tonight. Boy, we all of a sudden got a lot to go through. Let's get started with one I don't think I've had before right here. This is Greg Allman's Laid Back, a Japanese pressing. I don't think I've ever had this before on Japanese. This is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus. It has the insert with it. It's a gatefold jacket. Greg Allman, Midnight Rider, These Days. $35 start on that. Cowboy Junkies has a new bid for $11, and the magazine has a new bid for $11. First is Jackson C. Frank. It's technically a self-titled album. Blues Run the Game, new and sealed on Jackson C. Frank. Good stuff there. $36.99. I've got Godsmack, and this is the 2 LP self-titled album. One is sold to Mark Morris. Thank you, Mark Morris, on Godsmack. It's 2 LP, essentially the first time ever on vinyl. $39.99 for Godsmack. $39.99 for Godsmack, and I only had that one copy left now because we sold one on the video, and now there's only one copy of Godsmack left. Also over here, I got House of Pain. This is called Fine Malt Lyrics, and that has their big hit song Jump Around on it. Jump, Jump, and this is $33.99. I know we sold at least one, and one of them over here was sold to, I think, Courtney. Let me find out for sure here. $33.99, Fine Malt Lyrics, 30th anniversary too. And this had been both long out of print and just pretty difficult to obtain. And this is sold to Courtney Duncan. Thank you, Courtney Duncan. That is sold to you. Now over here we have a Greg Allman. That has one bid for $35. The magazine's at $13 with Chevy Bailey. That's Circus Magazine, 1984 with Vince Neil, Ozzy, and Van Halen on the cover. And we have Cowboy Junkies. And Cowboy Junkies is a final call for $12. Actually, that's a new bid. So, Brandon, you just got outbid. Does it come with a jump rope? Actually, let's see here. Those are supposed to come with deluxe editions, but I think if you hold the phone, I had a distributor send me a whole case of jump ropes one time because they were forgetting to mail them, and we ordered so many. They just sent me a whole case of them. I just don't know where they're at anymore. Let me see if I can track them down. But yes, literally, I used to have, I don't know where they're at though. You'd have to give me a day to probably figure out if they're in a clear tub, and we have a whole case of jump ropes that are supposed to go with the deluxe edition. They're not supposed to go with this edition. They're supposed to go with the deluxe edition. However, I don't know where those are at. But yes, I truly have some jump ropes. Uh-oh, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. I might have found what Sean was looking for. Oh man, there's all kinds of stuff in here. Black Sabbath t-shirts. Uh-oh. Look at this. There they are. The House of Pain jump ropes. So one purchase of House of Pain gets you one jump rope. There's one left. And we have Traveling Wilburys Volume 3, $36.99 for Traveling Wilburys Volume 3. This one did get sold, and that was my only one. If anybody else wants one, let me know. There is no Volume 2. There's a Volume 1 and a Volume 3, but there it is for $36.99. Let's go ahead and sell the Vince Neil magazine. That is sold to Chevy Bailey for $13. Thank you on that. Cowboy Junkies, Brandon Lack, are you out there? I've got to sell it to Jeff Brindley pretty quick. And Sandy Villa, the only person to bid on Greg Allman, and we're going to go ahead and sell that for $35. Going to be moving through some Japanese stuff pretty fast. Got a lot of vinyl to go through just here in the first 30 minutes, like 5 crates, and then of stuff that's sold and stuff that's left over for this week. We're going to be selling a bunch of it. First thing I have here is Gorillaz. This is Song Machine. This is actually still available. Gorillaz, single LP, $33.99 on that. And I have Poison, Open Up and Say Ah. So this is still available. Poison is $34.99, new and sealed single LP. And I've had some people opening these and say, hey, Chad, that was on colored vinyl. And some of them people's open and said, no, it was on black vinyl. So I really don't know, but they could be on red vinyl. $34.99. Cowboy Junkies cassette is sold. That's sold to Jeff Brindley for $12. Now, what's weird, I hadn't seen a comment in a couple minutes. I think Facebook may be hung up again. I hope not, but if you're out there, thanks for watching. Make sure you message our page if you're a first-time buyer. Make sure you've hit the like button if you're tuned in tonight for the first time. I would like to welcome everybody to Collectco. And here we are with Saturday Night Live. Saturday Night Live, 2 LP. It is Saturday Night Fever, excuse me. Saturday Night Live, that's us right now. It's live and it's Saturday night. There's 1 LP. There's 2 LPs. There's the Japanese insert. There's the gatefold cover. There we are. And that is going to go up for a $35 start. There is that. And then over here, we got Tim Jernigan Gets a Poison. That's sold to Tim Jernigan. And then over here, we have a TV on the radio. TV on the radio is $29.99. TV on the radio, Return to Cookie Mountain. Also, we got Skid Row, Slave to the Grind. Yes, somebody mentioned it. It's right here, and we have sold at least one. Skid Row, Slave to the Grind is $38.99. Vince Lano got one. Thank you, Vince Lano. That is sold to you. Skid Row, Slave to the Grind. Thank you, Vince Lano. One sold to him, and there's 2 more if anybody else wants one. Todd Saul wants a Traveling Wilburys 3. Thank you on that, Todd. Was that my, or did somebody already claim that? Somebody claimed that from the video. So, Todd, that was my only copy. Your comment just popped up. That one was pre-sold. If you do want one, I'll add you to a waiting list. They'll be in next week. Totally up to you, though. Saturday Night Fever is a $35 start. And now our next auction is going to go over right here. And it is another magazine I have over here. And let's do, let's see here. Let's do another Motley Crue one. Guitar Magazine from 1990. Guitar Magazine from 1990. Nikki Sixx and Mick Mars. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Also, Back to the Future soundtrack. That's $34.99. It's the Power of Love, Back to the Future soundtrack. Albert King, Born Under a Bad Sign, all analog. $34.99. Nick Bargeron wants on the Traveling Wilburys 3 waiting list. That's our first waiting list tonight. Nick Bargeron on Traveling Wilburys. Macho Man Randy Savage, Be a Man. Macho Man Randy Savage is $29.99. And Richie Sambora. Richie Sambora. And this is a music on vinyl pressing. $39.99 for Richie Sambora. This is a new sealed music on vinyl pressing. He was, of course, guitarist for Bon Jovi. And I think I've got just this one copy left. $38.99 for Richie Sambora. And it looks like it's still available. It is. So if anybody else wants this, just let me know. It is available. Saturday Night Fever has a bid for $35. The Guitar Magazine there with Motley Crue on the cover is a $10 start. And our first single I'm going to have right now is, let's pull some stuff out from this box. And it is Spotify Singles, Ray LaMontagne. Limited edition, glow-in-the-dark vinyl. Looks like it was $15 when it was new. How about a $7 start? $7 start. And then Nick Bargeron also wants on Cash American Recordings Volume 6 waiting list. We can do that for Nick Bargeron, yes. No problem at all. Well, I thought we've had our first end cap sold. Holbrook, CM. I'm assuming you do not want that Black Sabbath. I thought we had our first one sold. We're down to one Dazed and Confused soundtrack. Randy Jr. Taperin got this one. It's a 2 LP purple vinyl. Thank you, Randy Jr. Taberin. That sold to him for $39.99, and I've got one left there if anybody wants that. We got Stevie Ray Vaughan In Step, a music on vinyl pressing. That sold to Clifford Umstead. Thank you, Clifford Umstead. That's sold to you. MOV, $38.99. I can get more of those if anybody else wants one. And then we sold Godsmack. Here's Godfather. Godfather soundtrack. This has got like a trifold jacket. It is new. It is sealed. It is $38.99 for the Godfather soundtrack. I've got those available if anybody wants one. There's 2 available in there. Saturday Night Fever, $35.36. The magazine has 1 bid for $10, and Saturday Night Fever, $38. Ray LaMontagne's at $7, just FYI. Lil Wayne, The Carter 3. The Carter 3, and this is $39.99. And we sold a Carter 6 to Troy Robinson. The Carter 3 is still available. Here is Queens of the Stone Age. It's available as a 2 LP. It's $39.99. Queens of the Stone Age. $39.99 on that. Just FYI, it is available. Queens of the Stone Age. Also, we got 2 copies of the New Faces, all analog from Rhino. Ooh La La. It is limited edition of 5,000. And this is $39.99. Faces, Ooh La La. $39.99 for Faces. And I think we still got both of these available. John Durden has doubled his offer from last night. Last night he was offering for me to bill him for $1 if I moved the Creed record. Now he's doubling it to $2. I wonder how much I can get out of him to move that Creed record. Let's go ahead and sell this Chevy Bailey. Let's go ahead and sell the magazine to Chevy Bailey. I made that sound like I was selling Chevy Bailey. Margaret Gerhold, you get Ray LaMontagne for $7. And final call on Saturday Night Fever. I'm just waiting for Sandy Villa. I'm waiting for Todd Fisher. Sandy Villa has it for $38. I got Coolio's Greatest Hits. And this is on yellow vinyl, $33.99. Coolio's Greatest Hits. 2 copies of Mariah Carey #1 hits, and I think they're both going to be sold. And then this is Mariah Carey #1 hits, and I think both of these did get sold. They're $46.99. It's on colored vinyl. There's one for Lisa Davidson. There's one for Lisa Davidson, and also Courtney Duncan, and she got a House of Pain earlier too. So if anybody else wants one, let me know. And then I've got 3 copies left of Lil Wayne, The Carter 6. The new Lil Wayne album came out Friday, and this one sold to Troy Robinson. There's 2 left. All right, now, yeah, everybody that wanted a Faces or pre-ordered all got one. Yes. Okay, so now Saturday Night Fever has a new bid. Let's jump back over here to more miscellaneous stuff. We're going to start right off the bat with more magazines. I wonder if any of the KISS people's watching, because I do have more, and we're going to go ahead and try to slip one of those in right now. And the first thing we have is I'm going to do a lot of 3 KISS magazines here. We're going to do this one, and we got a couple right in here too. So let's grab these 2 and this one, okay? So KISS, we got a lot of 3. Here is Circus Magazine with Paul Stanley and Rat on the cover, 1986. Here is another one with Paul Stanley on the cover. And then here's a Hit Parader with a really cool holographic deal with Paul Stanley, The Return of KISS. So 3 vintage KISS magazines there. Those are going to go up for a $20 start. 3 KISS magazines, $20 start on those. Over here we have Tim Jernigan on C. And that was for Coolio, Tim. Is that right? And now Saturday Night Fever is at $40. And Tim, I'm about to show that House of Pain right now. So here's everything that's left in here. First crate of new vinyl recap. 6 a.m. I posted 5 crates of new vinyl. And I am pulling requests from that video live right now. And the reason I do this live and not before the show is because, as you see, we've already sold several things. I can go back through everything from last night, pull what sold. It helps them out, and you can see what's left or go what was sold out and what you can go on a waiting list for. So first is Jackson C. Frank. That's $36.99. Godsmack's a 2 LP, $39.99. First time on vinyl. Here's House of Pain, Fine Malt Lyrics, $33.99. And if you buy it, I will throw in a free promotional jump rope. I need to go ahead and give one to Courtney Duncan. There's one for Courtney. And there's one more, and I have at least two more jump ropes left. Gorilla Song Machine is $33.99. Gorilla Song Machine. Poison, Open Up and Say Ah. That's $34.99. I have TV on the Radio, Return to Cookie Mountain for $29.99. Tim Vigari wants a House of Pain. And Hiram, I'll get one for you, and I will give you that last jump rope next week, if that's okay. I'll go ahead and give you a House of Pain, and I'm going to give him a jump rope. And I'm assuming you can thank Sean Fairweather. Let's make sure Sean didn't want one. He's the one who asked about them. He might have just been joking, but he did remind me about those. So thank you, Sean, for wherever you may be out there. And Hiram, if it's okay, I'll get you one next week, and I'll give you that last one. Maybe more will come in. I don't know. I hope all the Kiss fans are back watching tonight. Not only did we get that first lot, but I didn't get into any of the Kiss memorabilia like all the other random stuff I got. 2 copies of Skid Row left, Slave to the Grind for $38.99. We have Back to the Future, $34.99 on that. Albert King was $34. Born Under a Bad Sign. Macho Man Randy Savage, $29. Richie Sambora, $38. We have Dazed and Confused for $39. Godfather, $38. Lil Wayne, 3. Carter 3, $39. Queens of Stone Age, $39. Faces. Everybody's got one so far. There's 2 left. I might have to keep one. Coolio. And we have Lil Wayne. I Walk Through the Valley of the Shadow of Death. Something like that. All right, Saturday Night Fever is sold to Sandy Villa. Where is David Johnson? He's already missed the first 2 Japanese pressings. He probably would have bid on Greg Allman. That's why I put it up first. And now he's missed on Saturday Night Fever. Oh, man. Missing out. Can't miss a minute, Coletco. Those 3 Kiss magazines have one bid for $20. We're about to sell it. Where's Phil Elliott at? Where's McVeigh? Where's Pat Lucero? Where's Mark? Some of those new buyers and some of the other ones I've seen before. All right, let's get back into the singles over here, and let's grab a random single. I got Rich Robinson, Remember. Rich Robinson from the Black Crowes, that is sealed. It's going to go up for a $7 start, and let's move on to the second crate of vinyl tonight, okay? So that one's done. That was a good one. And let's try to sell, let's go through this half crate here and knock out these. And let's get back to some of our other Japanese auctions. This is a really good crate here. So, Hiram, yes, that song's on there. And I'm going to keep you on the waiting list unless you say otherwise. And Metal, it actually turned into Metal Thursday. And then a little bit of Metal Friday last night going through all this stuff. And then I've got, hold on. Whew. And then I've got a few more things to go through as well. Our next Japanese pressing is Jackson Browne, Running on Empty. I was 69 and I was 21. And this is a $35 start. That's a $35 start. It has the book, Running on Empty. Beautiful copy here, $35. Nice. I have that exact one myself. I have that exact same thing. We have Flotsam and Jetsam, My God, 2 LP limited edition green vinyl, $44.99. Last copy, and they're numbered to 100. So, you know, I have a feeling when those are gone, they're gone. Flesh God Apocalypse, Opera, copper and black marble vinyl. This is $29.99. Flesh God Apocalypse. I don't think anybody claimed this, so it's still available. $29.99 on that Flesh God Apocalypse. Also over here, I have Bootsy Collins. This boot is made for Funkin', and that's $34.99 for Bootsy. I've got 2 copies of Three Doors Down's Greatest Hits, Kryptonite, $34.99. And I've got 2 copies of Mayhem, Live and Ski, $36.99 for Mayhem. Let's go ahead and sell these 3 Kiss magazines to David Tate. Thank you, David Tate. Those are sold to you for $20. And I'm going to put those over here. I'm going to go ahead and take all the sold miscellaneous stuff so far. We already have our first tower built over here. We got jump ropes, cassettes, magazines, and CDs. That's everything I've sold that's not an LP record. So let me go ahead and start a new pile here. We're going to need a lot of room like we had last night, Jake. I'm going to move this iPad, and I'm going to start because by the time we're done tonight, this whole table's going to be full again. Jake is looking at me like I'm a psycho. We filled up a whole table of miscellaneous stuff last night and 8 crates of vinyl. Tanner was like, man, what is going on? I was like, this is what happens when I start drinking a lot of caffeine. We got 3 copies of Kill Switch Engage. Kill Switch Engage. I still got 3 copies, and we got one sold to Matt Shiker. Thank you, Matt Shiker. That's sold to you. There's 2 copies left of Kill Switch Engage, $33.99. $33.99. It looks like I still got 2 left. I do. Can't believe we didn't sell out of those. Sandy's in on Jackson Brown. Let's make the Rich Robinson a buy it now for $7. $7 on that. Rich Robinson is a buy it now. Let's get back over here to the magazines. And what do we have over here with the magazines? I also got some of the sheet music stuff. We sold 1 last night. Let's do 2 of these together. I've got 2 sheet music for Poison. We have Unskinny Bop, and we have Every Rose Has Its Thorn. So we have 2 sheet music here from Poison. Unskinny Bop and Every Rose Has Its Thorn. And those are going to be a $10 start. Pretty cool items there. Great display pieces. Poison, those are a $10 start. First is Tim Vergari on RR. And then RR, Tim Vergari, RR. And that was for, what was that for? RR? Well, that was for, what was RR for? Rich Robinson. Ah, the single. Thank you, Tim. That's sold to you for $7. Now, there was a couple other questions. The first question is, thank you for the bless yous. And then, what year is the Bootsy? It's a new music on vinyl press. So it's probably billed as a 2023. Yeah, 2023. And then I'm curious to know, Mr. Auction Man, since I'm not a new buyer, is there any difference in how you handle the invoice and same? You'll get an invoice for anything you bought this week on Monday. Anything you bought this week, you'll be invoiced on Monday. It will come to your email just like the last one. Just like the last one. Joe Barrios wants a Kill Switch Engage. Thank you on that, Joe Barrios. Appreciate that. There's 1 left. I also have 1 Blue Murder, and we're already going to have a waiting list for this. These are $54.99. We got 1 for Darren Wortman. Thank you, Darren Wortman. There's 1 sold to him. And then let's go ahead and add Mark Trahan on a waiting list. Mark Trahan, you're on a waiting list for Blue Murder, okay? So that was 1 sold. I only had 1 left, and now there's a waiting list. Now, this is the first time it's been released on vinyl. Yeah, in the U.S. at least. Rare, very desirable, 1993, and it's $54.99 on that. I got 2 Iron Maidens left, and this is $33.99. $33.99. This is Power Slave, probably one of my favorite Iron Maiden covers. I love the Egyptian pyramid stuff, and that's just pretty amazing there. $33.99. That's available. And let's go ahead and sell this right here. Jackson Brown is sold to Sandy Villa for $35. We are chipping away at the Japanese stuff. 3 crates tonight. And Sandy Villa's on a roll with them. Sandy likes these Japanese pressings too. She said, forget David Johnson. I'm the new Japanese warlord. I am the Japanese warlord. And we have Poison, and Poison is at $10 with Chevy Bailey, going once, going twice. We got Gruesome, Silent Echoes. Gruesome is $33.99, and we have Black Magic Rituals and Perversions, Electric Wizard, and this is on crystal meth colored vinyl. And yes, she is completely nude. $36.99. I still got the Bullet Boys, and Bullet Boys is $34.99. Now that Electric Wizard might have been sold. Let me go check. I went ahead and showed the next record so I could cover her up so we don't get flagged on Facebook. Electric Wizard, though. Electric Wizard. I think we sold at least 1. Yeah, Ivan R. Thank you, Ivan R. That's sold to you. If anybody else wants one, let me know, okay? Let's grab some new auctions. The Poison sheet music is a final call for $10. Every Rose Has Its Thorn. I guess that's true. Next auction is going to go up right now. It is, in fact, a Japanese pressing of Van Halen's Fair Warning. Van Halen's Fair Warning, a $35 start. No Obi, but it is a beautiful near mint minus Japanese pressing. Can you believe it? A beautiful copy. Mean Street. That's what Eddie Van Halen's guitar sounds like. The corner does have pretty much a crease, but almost a rip right down here. Be careful this corner. It's pretty creased. It's essentially ripped. So the cover is VG minus just because of that. Everything else is nice. And now these two have a bid for $11. Steve Weaver got Gruesome. Thank you, Steve Weaver. That's so to you. Also over here we have Fallujah, Zenithal. That's $29.99. And I've got 2 copies of Lamb of God. And Lamb of God is $39.99. Lamb of God is $39.99. That is on colored vinyl. I still got those available. And Volcano, and this one's called Bloody Vengeance. Volcano is on purple vinyl, $39.99. And then over here, we have Screw, and this is dusted. Screw, the high, there was some claim for this, $38.99 for Screw. It was actually more than I was kind of surprised, because I think we've almost sold out. Tim Floyd on Screw dusted, thank you, that's so do you. And then I think there was one more, yeah, Hiram Aponte. So there's one left, all right? So the 2 Poison is at 11 with Suzanne Drews, and that means Chevy Bailey, you've been outbid, and he's back in at 12. And Suzanne's still trying to bid 11. It's already at 12. I've already said Chevy's at 12, and now Chevy has it for 12, and now Van Halen's a $35 start, and now Suzanne, you're out, and now the next 3 magazines are going to go up right now. Let's grab some more magazines here. Oh boy, what do I have back here? I got some of these that are called tongue magazines. We're probably going to sell all these in one big lot. Tongue magazines. I think most of them are Kiss related though, right? Yeah, I think all these are Kiss related. We got, well, not all of them. Maybe they have a Kiss article or something. Or maybe one of Gene Simmons's girlfriends or something. What are these? I don't know if these are appropriate to be selling here. It's Gene Simmons's magazine. It's Gene Simmons's magazine here. I'll try to put the one on top that's as least appropriate or most appropriate, which is Jack Nicholson. This is a magazine Gene Simmons had. It's called Tongue, Sex, Style, and Rock and Roll. So you can imagine. So there's 1, there's 2 with Snoop Dogg with a bunch of women, and then there's another Tongue magazine, and I think there's one more. There's one more with Hugh Hefner. So as you can imagine, Gene Simmons has a magazine called Tongue. Can you believe it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 there for a $12 start. Tongue magazine, $12 start on that. We have, I think somewhere around here collectively, probably a couple tubs of Playboys. I know there's at least one, so can't sell those on Facebook though. Next thing we have is magazine 12 and now 13. And then we have Poison is at $13. Van Halen, yes, we sold one just a second ago. And then Nasty Savage, this is sold to Tim Floyd. Nasty Savage, these are $59.99. Tim Floyd got one, and there's one left if anybody else wants one, okay? Poison's at $14. Suzanne, just go ahead and bid $25, and we'll wrap this up. Van Halen's at $35, final call, and those Tongue magazines for $12 if anybody wants in on those. Okay, now just trying to chip away at this tub back here behind me. So first thing I have is a quick read through here. We have Flotsam and Jetsam, Flesh God Apocalypse Opera, Bootsy Collins. Also, I got Three Doors Down's Greatest Hits. Over here is Mayhem, Live and Ski for $36. Killswitch Engage was $33. Iron Maiden was $33. Bullet Boys is $34.99. 10 Cent Billionaire, I still have those available. Also, Fallujah's $29. We have Lamb of God for $39. Volcano's $39. And then over here is Screw and Nasty Savage. Final call on Poison for $14. Haven't heard back from Suzanne on that. Over here is Van Halen. It's a bot now. A Japanese pressing of Diver Down. Beautiful. You're going to be amazed at the quality of this. $35 buy now. Van Halen. If anybody wants that, it is a buy now. Just be careful of this corner down here. It's almost like torn. $35 buy now on that. Let's put it back in a sleeve. A beautiful, fantastic, nice Japanese pressing. Let's put that right over there. Can't believe more people hadn't got that. And I still haven't heard back from anybody on Poison. I think the chat's moving laggy tonight, even from my end. I'm like waiting for bids or other questions to come up. And everything's just kind of quietly moving. Let's go ahead and get over here to our next auction. We sold a CD, and now over here we got this. We got Footloose in Shrink and Hype. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. This is Footloose, a $35 start. It has the inserts with it. It's in Shrink with Hype stickers, $35 over there. Now, the next comment was how much was the Flesh God Apocalypse album. That over here was $29.99. And then Sandy V, of course, got Van Halen for $35. Now Poison's at $15. Now Poison's at $15. Rebecca says, I need to throw a flag. Rebecca wants to throw a flag. Okay, and then let's see what that flag is for. And then Footloose 35 and Poison's at 16. Looks like they only made 5 total Tongue magazines, so you have the full run. Really? They made 5 Tongue magazines, and this is all of them? Final call on those for $12. How did I get Spooky Tooth on the vintage clip? I'm the first comment. I will have to go. That would be something I have to ask Tanner. Next thing I have over here is, I think that's it of this crate. I have no idea. I hadn't even looked at that yet. MOD, Holy Moses, Mariah Now, and Ministry, and MOD, and Venom, and White Line, and STP, David Bowie, and Dean Tefford got the other Nasty Savage. So this is also sold to Dean Tefford, okay? So that one is also sold. There was at least one, and now here is the other one, Tim Floyd and Dean Tefford. Yep, I knew the other one sold. I scrolled through there 2 or 3 times. I'm like, where the heck is that last one, okay? So, Tongue Magazine's at $12 of Brandon Jones. Final call. Footloose is at $40. The Poison is at $16 with Chevy Bailey. And now Suzanne bid $15. The high bid is $16 with Chevy Bailey. $16 with Chevy Bailey. $16 with Chevy Bailey. $16 with Chevy Bailey. That's the high bid, Suzanne. $16 with Chevy Bailey. All right. I will figure out when we get to the vintage flip crate, Rebecca, on Spooky Tooth. I'm not for sure. Okay. Let's see what I need to do next. I need to grab one of these other crates right over here. Aha. Now it's at 17. And now Tongue is getting a lot of bids. That's kind of weird. Let's grab this crate right here. All right, so the first thing I have in here is Exciter. Exciter is Violence and Force, $29.99. Exciter, Violence and Force, $29.99. I have 2, and I think both are still available. They are. Exciter is $29.99. Violence and Force. This is Deftones Around the Fur. I believe both of these are still available as well. Deftones Around the Fur. And this is $33.99. Deftones Around the Fur. One is sold to Philip Hope. Thank you, Philip Hope. Now there's one left. And then we got 2 copies of Sacrifice. And Sacrifice is Torment and Fire. Sacrifice, Torment and Fire. $34.99 for Sacrifice. Torment in Fire. $34.99. That is available. Let me scroll through here, and those are still both available. Yes. Now let's update first the Japanese pressing. This is Footloose. And the most beautiful Japanese pressing in shrink Obi. Tim Graham has it for $40. That's a final call. And now we have Tongue Magazine here, what someone said it was the full run, all 5 issues. And Tongue, the last bid was Brandon Jones at $17. And then over here is Poison. Chevy Bailey has this at $18. It's tab or sheet music for Unskinny Bop, and Every Rose has a storm. The high bid right now is $18. I did say if somebody wants to go ahead and bid $25, I'd probably go ahead and wrap it up. We're now at 18. The first thing we have is Holy Moses. This is sold to Danny Thomason for $33.99. It's on mixed colored vinyl. Thank you, Danny Thomason. That's sold to you. John Mincemoyer wants a Sacrifice. Thank you, John. And then I think there might have been one more Holy Moses sale. Let me do a quick scroll. If not, then that's the last copy, and it's still available. And it looks like that copy is still available. Holy Moses, Queen of Siam. I also have Municipal Waste. Now, this one's called Waste 'Em All. It's on Orange Swirl Vinyl, limited to 2,200, and it is $29.99. Now, the first person who claimed this, let's see here. There was somebody who says, I'll take one of each, and that was Matt Shocker. So Matt Shocker gets at least this one. And then I think that's going to leave one more Municipal Waste. It is. One more Municipal Waste on that. Final call on Poison for $18. The Tongue magazines are with Brandon Jones at $17, and those are sold. And then Footloose is sold to Tim Graham. And Tim Graham has that for $40. Thank you, Tim Graham. Let's get that in a new sleeve for him. Thank you, Tim Graham. That's done. Suzanne, Chevy has those poison at 18. Final call. We have Lucero, Tennessee, a 2 LP. Lucero is $33.99. Sandy, your bid on Footloose just came in. Kenny Stanley wants the last municipal waste. I've already sold Footloose to Tim for 40. Here's our next auction. It's going to go up right now. Oh man, this is a good one. The original Top Gun soundtrack. Top Gun soundtrack with Obi, Near Mint Minus, and Pristine, Danger Zone, Cheap Trick, Take My Breath Away, Berlin. $35 start on that. Final call on Poison with Chevy for $18. I've lost Suzanne. Final call. Final call. Deftones is White Pony. White Pony is a 2 LP, $39.99. We got one here sold to Kenny Cates Jr. Thank you, Kenny. There's 2 more left, $39.99 if anybody else wants one. And then John Howard, if you want on a waiting list for municipal waste, I will gladly do that. Waste them all. And Top Gun has a bid for $35. Let's go ahead and add a new single up for auction right quick. And the next single I have for auction right quick is this. Joe Nardone's All-Stars, a Record Store Day single, original recordings. I've got a lot of random ones in here. We'll put that up for a $5 start. And then these 2 Poisons are sold to Chevy for $18. I've lost Suzanne. It's been about 4.5 minutes. Those are sold for $18. So those are sold to Chevy Bailey for $18. The next thing I have here is we're going to put up these 2 magazines here, Metal Edge and Hit Parader with the Scorpions, Klaus, oh, there it is, Klaus Mean, I think is how you say his name, and a Metal Edge magazine. So if you want to bid on these, put mag for magazine, Metal Edge, which has Motley Crue, Paul Stanley, David Lee Roth, Bon Jovi, Metallica on the cover, and then there's a Hit Parader with an Ozzy centerfold. Let's check on that here. Yeah, there he is, Ozzy centerfold. How cool is that? Let's start both of those for a $10 start. Both of those there for a $10 start. Steve Weaver is going to get that last copy of Sacrifice. Thank you, Steve Weaver. That's so to you. And then Top Gun's a final call for $35. Here's the other municipal waste. Now, this is one sold as well. If anybody else wants on the waiting list, let me know. The Art of Partying. Municipal waste, The Art of Partying. That is $38.99. If anybody wants that, it will be a waiting list. It'll be back in next week, hopefully. And then Venom, Storm the Gates. Somebody asked the other night, Chad, can you still get Venom, Storm the Gates? And I forgot who it was, but here it is. If anybody wants one, it's a 2 LP, $33.99, and this one is actually still available. And then we have Raven, the last copy of that, all for one, red and black split. That's $24.99. And MOD, which both of these did sell. Both of these did sell. The first one sold to Danny Thomason. That sold to Danny Thomason for $29.99. And who else got an MOD? There might be at least one more person, Tom Kelly. Tom Kelly. So both of those are sold. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know, okay? I will take care of you. JK wants that last Venom. That's John Ronco over on Facebook. Thank you on that. Nobody been on this single. Joe Nardone's All-Stars. Shake a Hand. Red Vinyl Record Store Day. $5 buy it now on that. Very surprising, but just one bid on Top Gun with Tim Graham. And Tim Graham, that is sold to you for $35. Top Gun. That is sold for $35. Moving right along. Those 2 magazines back there have one bid for $10. And now, what else am I going to do? We're going to go through another crate. And then the one right here next to me, we got to go through as well. But the first thing I'm going to do is grab some more magazines. Probably Kiss related. So let's do 1, 2, 3. Let's do 3 here. And these are Kiss Rocks the World, Kiss Rock Nation. This is 1997, Kiss Alive, Worldwide 96-97 Tour Magazine, and the official Kiss Detroit Rock City Movie Magazine, 1999. So Detroit Rock City Movie Magazine, also over here and also over here. Suzanne is here. I never did hear you say out on those last couple auctions. These 3 are going to go up for a $20 start. There's 3 more Kiss magazines, $20 start on those. And we have Raven, we got Deftones, we have Lucero, we got Holy Moses, Deftones, and Exciter. And those are all still available if anybody wants them, okay? Those are all still available if anybody wants them. Next thing I have is the following. We have a new crate going up right now. Let's see what's in here. First thing, I think this is one of the first things that I had over here. No cassettes tonight. The next time you'll see cassettes will be next week. I'm going to spread out all the ones we just bought, and your head might explode. It's all metal, 90s, grunge, thrash, stuff like that. It just came from that new metal collection. So I have a bazillion 45s and magazines and Japanese pressings we're going to try to chip away at tonight. So let's see what we have here first. The Clash London Calling. 2012 mixed and 2012 instrumental. The Clash, and that is sealed, and that's going to go up for a $7 start. Over here is Hit Parader. Both of these are sold for $10 to Patty, and those 3 Kiss magazines are a $20 start. The Clash is a $7 start, sealed London Calling. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now, and that is Pat Benatar, Crimes of Passion. It is a Japanese pressing. It is near mint minus and pristine with Obi, and it's going to go up for a $35 start. It is near mint minus and pristine. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. $35 start on that. There's the Clash. And then here's what's left in here. Very quickly, a read-through right quick. Let's see what's going on. First, I got Stone Temple Pilots Tiny Music, the new MoFi 2LP 45 RPM. I think we did sell one. Yeah, Jake Perganson. Thank you, Jake. MoFi $59.99. That's sold to Jake Perganson. Thank you, Jake. That's sold to you. There's 2 left. New. We have sold a lot of those. Here is Ministry Dark Side of the Spoon. Ministry Dark Side of the Spoon is $38.99. This is $38.99. Ministry Dark Side of the Spoon. And this is sold to Russell Flynn. Thank you, Russell Flynn. That's sold to you. And then Denise Offendahl says she'll take the Joe Morandes. Joe, I just butchered everything. I butchered Denise's name and his name. How about we sell it to Denise, gets Joe. We won't worry about last names. $5 buy it now to that. What would you expect to get for a sealed CRC press and Nirvana Nevermind cassette? Saw one for $299.99. Well, I actually have seen some of those sealed Nirvana cassettes that are slabbed and graded now start selling for hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. So original grunge cassettes and alternative metal and rock, Tool stuff, Nirvana, Alice in Chains, some of that stuff sealed and high grade is starting to now sell for hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. So some of these sealed cassettes we let slip through here, I'm like, dang, I should have probably had that CGC graded. Might brought $400 or $500 on eBay. So some of them can get very expensive now graded. I mean, a lot of that is like first issue, like the day Nirvana Nevermind came out on cassette, sealed. That's starting to become a highly collectible piece now. Fred Carnell on Ministry. Thank you, Fred Carnell. That's so do you. Those are gone. How about John Williams conducts John Williams? How cool is that? John Williams conducts John Williams. 1,000 on blue vinyl. $46.99 on that. The Clash is at $15. Final Call on Pat Benatar. Nobody bid on the 3 Kiss magazines. They're a buy now for $20 if anybody wants those. Excuse me. Todd Fisher does have a bid on Pat Benatar for $35. So it's actually Clash 7, Clash 7, Clash 8. Pat Benatar, 1 bid, $35. The Clash is a single on vinyl. London Calling. And over here, we got Clash at 10, Clash at 9, and Clash at 15. These 3 Kiss magazines are a buy now for $20 if anybody wants those. Let's keep the streak going. We've almost sold this entire collection. We can't have any left behind. We got White Zombie, Astro Creep 2000, $38.99. The Cure, 17 Seconds. That's $38.99. David Tate keeps the streak going. Thank you, David. 3 Kiss magazines sold to David for $20. And then we have Fred Carnell wants the John Williams conducts John Williams. Thank you, Fred Carnell. And then we've got several white lines here. We got White Line Pride, we got White Line Main Attraction, and White Line Big Game. $38.99 for White Line. And the first person who got a white line over here was Jake Perganson, Pride. And we do have a waiting list going for the new greatest hits. Those are hopefully being tomorrow. But those are sold and sold. And, or this one's sold, and I have one left on that. Pat Benatar has another bid for $35. Todd Fisher actually had already placed a bid. Fred has the Clash for $15. Let's go over here and revisit some more of the magazines I have. Let's do something a little bit different. So let's see what we got. What are these right here? We got okay, those are pretty cool. Sorry, I'm still trying to figure out what all I'll have over here. Let's do Circus. This one's probably worthy if it's by itself. Yeah, let's do this one by itself. Circus 1985 with Vince Neil on the cover. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Pink cover, 1985, March 31st, $10 start on that. The white lines are $39.99. We have white line, and white line. Those are still available. And then the Cosmic 2s, the B-52's Cosmic Thing, that is $34.99. I've got 2 of those. And then Saxon is Unleash the Beast. And this is a limited edition 1500 on red vinyl, $38.99. So new bid on Pat Benatar. The Clash is sold to Fred Cardinale for $15. And the Circus magazine is a $10 start. I got the Hall & Oates Mo-Fi. That is a gatefold, and that is $44.99. Hall & Oates Rock and Soul Part 1. Single LP gatefold, Concrete Blonde, Bloodletting, $34.99. The Offspring Smash was $28. And then still got both of the new orders, Low Life. That was kind of surprising to me. But I have those for $39.99. And Traveling Wilburys Volume 1. Traveling Wilburys Volume 1. These are new, they're sealed, and they're $36.99. New and sealed and $36.99. I have those available, just FYI. Okay, got 3 of them there. He's out on Pat Benatar, so final call to Catherine for $37. Circus magazine, looking for a $10 start. Motley Crue cover. And then let me see what else I have over here to put up. How about Prince? How about, what is this? I did promise a CD box set to Jim B in just a second. I'm trying to figure out what else is over here. Well, there's a lot of cool singles. I'm still going through them for the first time. Let's try this right here. No Gallagher's High Flying Birds Riverman. No Gallagher is on kind of clear sparkle vinyl, and we're going to put that up for a $5 start, okay? And then here's what's left in here. We have Traveling Wilburys, New Order, Offspring, Concrete Blonde, Hall & Oates, Saxon, B-52s, White Line, White Line, White Line. I got 3 different albums. The Cure, White Zombie, John Williams, and STP. Those are still available, and I'm going to do a little bit of crate condensing here and put the stuff from the last crate in this crate, and then the crate that's over here next to me, I'm going to slide it over here next to me, and that's, I think, one of the last ones to do before we get into essentially all new stuff. So we got John crates, we got Laura crate, we got Paul crates, and we're going to be doing Buy It Now Best Offer. We're going to be showing new arrivals, and we got a plethora of Japanese stuff. I'm going to try to finish at least the Kiss magazines, especially if I start selling them in lots like that over and over. And first thing, let's sell Catherine Lutz, the Pat Benatar, for $37. And tonight we'll be doing a CD Blitz too. I think I said at 1:34. So we'll be live tonight until 1, or we started at 5:34. We will be live until 1:34 a.m. tonight. That's when I'll say goodnight. Make sure you take advantage of the $8 in limited shipping, because $8 in limited shipping expires tonight. When I say goodnight, everybody, Paul will be back tomorrow to start a new week. That means you won't hear me again until Monday, but that means that's the last opportunity to buy something, except for maybe some stuff in the group that I post on Sunday morning, which will definitely be happening. I will still post a couple other videos just like I always do. All right, and first thing I'm going to do is make No Gallagher a Buy It Now for $5, and I'm going to make the Motley Crue magazine. How about magazine a Buy It Now for $10? Let's make those Buy It Nows and Buy It Nows. Let's jump back over here to the Kiss stuff, and let's do 1. Let's do 2, and let's throw in a vintage one if I can here. Let's see. I think I have a vintage one here we'll throw in, yeah. Let's throw in these 3 magazines for a $20 start. First thing I have is Kiss, the Cycle Circus Tour magazine. I've got Kiss, the official live farewell poster book. And we have Circus magazine from '85 with Gene Simmons and Vince Neil, Dee Snider, and Blackie Lawless on the cover. So those 3 magazines for a $20 start. Let's put those right over here. And Chevy Bailey takes the Vince Neil magazine, and Sean Holford gets for $10, and Sean Holford gets No Gallagher for $5. All right? And let's go ahead and knock out this crate. But first, let me introduce a new Japanese pressing. And our next Japanese pressing is going to be Nina, 99 red balloons. Nina, in shrink with Obi and insert. Nina is going to go up for a $35 start. There's that. I'll introduce a couple more things in just a second. But first, let's knock some of this stuff out right here. Last crate of new vinyl recap before we get into all new stuff. So we got Taylor Swift Reputation. That's a 2 LP, $54.99. Sean, who did I say? Sean Fairweather got No Gallagher. Jim B was second. Chevy Bailey got the magazine for 10. Taylor Swift, this is only available as a picture disc, $54.99. If you do want the, I think, orange vinyl, the orange vinyl pressing that was Record Store Day is like a $4,000 record. They sell for $2, $3, $4 grand. I think it's orange vinyl. It's very expensive. So you can get this on picture disc. It's $54.99. Her orange vinyl pressing sells for thousands. We've had one before. We may have had two. They're very expensive. Metallica Load, new remaster that came out yesterday. 2 LP, $39.99. Where's Your Crown King? Nothing. $39.99 for that. The Grateful Dead's Greatest Hits. All the Dead's greatest studio hits on light blue vinyl with Truckin', Touch of Grey, Friend of the Devil's a Friend of Mine. Blue vinyl, that is $33.99. Pink Floyd Metal, it's worth it just for Echoes. About what, 23 minutes of just an epic listening experience. Pink Floyd, $33.99. Also, we have Now That's What I Call Halloween. We've actually sold out of these this week. I need to go ahead and stock up because around Halloween we won't be able to get them. This is an orange and purple vinyl. This is $29.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. That's sold to Lisa Davidson. That's sold to Lisa Davidson. Thank you, Lisa. That's sold to you. And then over here we have Clash, London Calling. Clash is $39.99. This is a 2 LP. We just sold the single. Here's the full album remastered as a 2 LP, $39.99 if anybody wants that. I have AC/DC's Razor's Edge. You've Been Thunderstruck, $33.99. Money Talks is on here, $33.99. There's another really good one on here. What is that one called? Either way, $33.99. And then we have Gwar. Still have Scumdogs in the Universe. Gwar is $34.99. And the very best of Evil Woman. No, ELO with Evil Woman. Ooh, Evil Woman. That is available. Next single is Garbage, Blood for Poppies. Garbage is going to go up for a $7 start. Final call to get a bid on those 3 Kiss magazines for $20 or Nina for $35. ELO is $34.99. We got Skid Row, self-titled for $33. Skid Row is $33. And then we have Catonia's newest album, Nightmares as Extensions of the Waking State. That's $33.99. And then the newest album by Eric Church, Evangeline versus the Machine, that is $33. Taylor Swift self-titled, that's just $33.99, a gatefold 2 LP. And we have Live Mental Jewelry, $34.99. Live Mental Jewelry, $34.99. I was looking at some autographs of Taylor Swift. So, like, she don't really sign that many album jackets. And I just seen where a signed album jacket of this album had sold for $7,800, which far surpasses what most of her like signed CD inserts sell for. But it was because she just don't sign a lot of album jackets. And then like signed guitars, not on pick guards, but just like a guitar, 10, 12, 15 grand. Amazing. That is, especially for someone still relatively young and signing autographs. Metallica Load is sold, and that's sold to James Vasquez. JK over on Facebook on Electric Light Orchestra. That is sold to James Vasquez. Of course, you can get like a signed CD or a pick guard or something like that, much relatively cheaper. But everybody, of course, wants what? Signed vinyl. And she just don't sign too many like jackets too often. And if you do see those pop up, or the front of a CD jacket, they get kind of expensive. We got one Conan here, and this is sold to, Conan is sold to Joshua Cross. Thank you, Joshua. That's sold to you. Jim B has Garbage at 5. It was supposed to be 7. Now John Stevens has it for 7. And then, so Garbage is a $7 start. I may have not even said that. The high bid right now is John Stevens at 7. We're going to put Darren Kristen on a wait list for ELO. You got it. And then we have one Conan left, limited edition colored vinyl. Conan is $39.99. And I've got 2 Nora Jones, Feels Like Home. One of these are sold to Troy Robinson. Thank you, Troy Robinson. This is sold to you. These are $36.99. If anybody else wants a Nora Jones, let me know. Nora Jones, $36.99. Where the heck's Troy's comments? Where are you, Troy? Troy, there he is. So Troy got a Norah Jones. There's one Norah Jones left. We have one David Bowie Space Oddity left. One David Bowie Space Oddity left, and it got sold to William Howe. Thank you, William Howe. That's sold to you. All right. So Nina's a buy it now for $35, and the Kiss magazines are a buy it now for $20. So those are sold and sold there. So Kiss, 3 magazines, a buy it now for $20, and Nina is a buy it now for $35. Garbage, I don't know if it came sealed, Jim. That might be one of those that didn't come actually sealed. It's just, I think it might just come loose in a sleeve like that. It's got a sticker that says colored vinyl, so that's about all I can tell you on that one. And then check, can I get toast with self-title and pass the reputation of last night and has the inconvenience? No problem. We'll have to make a note to put back Donna Turner's Reputation, but we will give her right now a self-titled. So wherever her copy of Reputation is, make sure that gets taken off, please. And now the 3 Kiss magazines. Let's keep the streak going. These 3 can be bought. Where's David Tate when I need them? There's 3 Kiss magazines for $20. And let's put up some new auctions. But let me go ahead and finish up the crate. Steel Panther, Feel the Steel is $33.99. And then 10,000 Maniacs, MTV's Unplugged, $39.99. Wow, that's pretty amazing. We have sold, just from that 7-minute video, an entire crate of vinyl, plus what we sold here live. And we had 5 crates of new vinyl left from last night. Now we've got 2.5 crates after I've done some condensing. So amazing. Thanks everybody for that. And we're still selling, and I hadn't recapped this bin yet. Fred Carnell got Norah Jones. Now Garbage is at 15 and 15. Craig's bid 15 and Fred's bid 15. We've got 3 Kiss magazines for $20. We got Nina for $35. That's our only no bids right now. First, let's put up another Japanese pressing. And that next Japanese pressing is going to be, I think I got a jazz album in here somewhere. I do. We got Miles Davis, My Funny Valentine, a beautiful Japanese pressing, no Obi, a $35 start. These Japanese pressings, if they were to get the Obi with them, man, it's just like anything else. They like triple sometimes in price. So Miles Davis, a $35 start. Beautiful vinyl. Perfect listening experience that will be. And then here's what's left in here. We got 10,000 Maniacs, Steel Panther, Conan, Live. Can't believe we still got all those. Taylor Swift, Eric Church, Catatonia, Skid Row, Gwar, AC/DC, The Clash, Pink Floyd, Grateful Dead, and Taylor Swift Reputation. Now, let me make sure I got everybody from the video. We got everybody from the video except Venom. Danny wanted a Venom, Nominus, and Tonus. Now, that's from a previous crate. I'll have to go hunting if we still have it, Danny. I don't know if we do or not. And then we have Bob Panozniak wants a 7 Mary 3. I still got those. I just got to go find it. And then Philip wanted Deftones, and we got to find him an STP4. I still have that. I got to find it. And the only waiting list was Mark Trahan on Blue Murder. Okay? And our first crate of new vinyl here is pretty much full. Garbage is with Craig, and we have not put up any advertised auctions yet. I've been doing Japanese since we got started. No advertised auctions have went up. I was going to start those right at 7, and I was going to try to get through as many magazines, because when we get into that other stuff, it's probably going to be like last night, and time will start flying. So whoever's watching tonight's sale, make sure I have a note to pull an STP4. I know I have that, a 7 Mary 3, and I'm going to see if I can get that Venom for Danny. If not, I'll see him. I'll let him know I'll have to put him on a waiting list. And Jetstream wants Pink Floyd and Norah Jones. Now, Jetstream, I only have Pink Floyd left. Both Norah Jones got sold. And if you want on a waiting list for Norah, let me know. That will be next week, of course. Up to you, just let me know. And then Alonzo Breezy Brensno Jr. wants on a waiting list for Nasty Savage, which is hopefully going to come back in next week. All right, and then let's sell this to Craig. Craig, I don't know if I've got you anything this week or not. As y'all know, I try to help out Craig, unpaid volunteer. He helps with our track listing. Craig, it would be my honor to send this to you for absolutely nothing. I think you got an auction earlier in the week. I try to give them something, if not maybe even a couple records, right? But let's thank Craig, and let's just put that in with his order. I think he might already got a couple things this week. I don't remember. I try to keep up with it. You know, we got to take care of Craig. So Craig, no problem sending you that one. No problem at all. All right, and then over here we got Miles Davis, final call for 35. No waiting list for Jetstream, but Tim Graham does one on White Line. So thank you, Tim Graham, for the wait list. Thank you, Jetstream, for Pink Floyd. No waiting list, though, on Norah Jones for him. Alonzo on Nasty Savage. And Richard Yeager, I'll get LA Woman up on deck pretty soon. And before I do the vintage flip, because I've got to double check something it looks like, we have already filled up our first crate of new vinyl. So there's that, and there's that. And I've learned something else. I've only done it once this week. I've also learned if I post another video at 12 o'clock, we can sell a lot out of there. I posted a 15-minute video, I think on Wednesday, of me flipping through a Paul and a Laura crate that were leftovers. And collectively, that sold almost an entire crate. So I have learned something. As soon as these sales are over, go ahead and make up some crates and post some videos. We now have close to 10,000 people in our private group, and it looks like during the day they are ready to buy some vinyl, which are y'all. You all. So I'll try to do as many of those I can next week. Let me try to find the discount flip crate. I think it's right here. I have once again made a mess. Tomorrow night, I'm going to have to come in and spend my Sunday cleaning all this up like I normally do. And here we go. Let me pull up the vintage flip crate here and see, Tanner, what got tagged here. All right, and let me pull this up. Did somebody else get it? Tanner sent me something. He sent me a message early today. Let's see here. He sent me something about, let me see if I can find it over here, Rebecca. Oh no, I may have to pull this out and look back and see what he said. Because 9 hours ago, Ian Hunter, alarm, 9 hours ago, the alarm strength, alarm, spooky tooth, spooky tooth. Spooky tooth, alarm, spooky tooth, Rebecca. All right, and then over here, it was Scott Corcoran 9 hours ago. They don't give an exact timestamp. Let me see if I can pull that up. So 9 hours ago, the first person, so Scott Corcoran, Spooky Tooth, Elvis, Van Morrison, Tupelo. Okay, and then that was 9 hours ago. And then Rebecca, 9 hours ago, edit history, 3 dots, Ian Hunter, alarm, 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 alarm strength. Spooky Tooth, he broke my jaw. Okay, I think what's confusing Tanner, Rebecca, is the edit history on the comment. And I think that's what he's trying to explain to me. Because I think sometimes, I don't know. I'll have to figure out what his logic on that was. And he sent me something on how we need to start doing this differently. Maybe one comment per line item. Otherwise, it's going to get confusing. So, let me see if I can figure this out. Let me pull up my text from him. Because I think what's happening is sometimes people have changed their mind or changed their comment. And instead of a new comment, it's editing the old comment, which could mean somebody commented it before them. And then he's got to go through edit history and figure out who got what first. So, I can't remember. That might have been actually the day before today. I can't remember. But let me just pull that out, and then I'll double check with him and see what he said. Okay, so Miles Davis, my funny Valentine. Miles Davis in concert. So Miles Davis is a Japanese pressing. I don't have the exact year. It's 18 AP 2062. 18 AP 2062. And this is a $35 start. But I'll double check with him and figure out how to do it. But I think what confused him maybe was some of the comments where they got edited at a certain point. And then at that point, he don't know really who was first or second. So I'll double check on that with him. But anyway, so these are sold. These here that are tagged. And let me see who he actually put that on. He actually has that under Scott Corcoran. Yeah, he actually has that under Scott Corcoran there. So I will double check with him on that and see what happened, okay? So there's that. And then there's these. And I'm going to show everything that's left. And let me put up some new auctions right here. And I think the $6.99 stuff starts right there. That's all that's left right there. And let's go through that. And final call, Miles Davis. And let's go ahead and update the next. Let's put up another auction right quick. And the next auction I have over here is this very cool looking Stevie Wonder. This is a 2 LP compilation, Super Twin. Stevie Wonder is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. It is a 2 LP compilation. I think I've had this before, and it is a fantastic compilation. Superstition, If You Really Love Me, Yesterday, Yester You. This is Blowing in the Wind, Heaven Help Us All, My Girl, My Sherry Moore, For Once in My Life, Signed, Sealed, Delivered, We Can Work It Out. That looks like an amazing compilation with a lyric insert. That's going to go up for a $35 start. Wow. Pretty incredible on that. So here's what's left. $6.99, $9.99, and maybe one $19.99 record. It looks like it. For $6.99 was Spyro Gyra, City Kids. It is $6.99. Bachman Turner Overdrive, 4-wheel drive. It's also $6.99. And then a quad pressing, Colors of the Day, The Best of Judy Collins. It's also $6.99. Billy Joel, The Nylon Curtain. It's $6.99. And then Elton John, Breaking Hearts. It is $6.99. Now we have $9.99 on the flip video. We have Jackson Browne, The Pretender. It's still available for $9.99. And the Alan Parsons Project, I, Robot. That is $9.99. The Alarm Strength. Alarm is still available for $9.99. And then John Cougar, American Fool. That is $9.99. The Ahmad Jamal went to John Dodd. John Dodd got that one for $19.99. That went to John Dodd, it looks like. Now, the way this works is Tanner should be able to lock your comment if you got what you commented. And I think he goes ahead and locks it even if you know, some people use the comment, they'll put 2 or 3 things. So I think he still locks it even if you only got maybe one of them. That lets you know at least you got something there. But I think what messed him up maybe on those were maybe where a comment was made and then edited. And I think it bumps the timestamp from what it shows on our end, especially if he goes to, I think, the Coletco version and can see, like, the master feed. I don't really know. So, well, I guess we're in the group. I guess it depends if he's locking as Coletco or maybe locking as Tanner Hackett. So, either way, also for $14.99 was Uriah Heep and Eric Clapton and Jeff Beck. So those are all still available. Uriah Heep, Eric Clapton, and Jeff Beck. Now, there has been a couple claims, but the first thing I'm going to do is make Miles Davis a buy now for $35. And I hope Tim Vergari wasn't bidding, or maybe he was maybe going to place a bid. It just says MD. But this is a buy now for $35. And if that was a bid, we might have to redo that one. But that's a $35 buy it now. And then Donna has Stevie Wonder at $35. Melissa Bailey gets the Alarm, and that is sold to Melissa Bailey for $9.99. And then JK on APP for $9.99. That is sold to JK for $9.99. And I think there was only one $19.99 record left. Yeah, it was the Who, The Kids Are Alright soundtrack, a 2 LP, $19.99. And then Gianronco on Jeff. And that was for the Jeff Beck, and that was $14.99. And Margaret, I just sold it. So that was all that's left. Make sure if you are in our group, if you're in Facebook at 9 a.m., this video is posted. It's all first come, first serve. It's all first come, first serve. As much as you want to buy, it's available every morning at 9 o'clock, barring some unforeseen accident. Tim Vergari. Tim, thank you. I'm glad you got it. I needed to remind you, though, if you're, make sure you put a numerical if you're actually placing a bid, because I actually scrolled back up and I seen where you put MD, and I was like, uh-oh, that might have been where he was trying to bid on it. So that is sold to Tim Vergara for $35. Thank you on that. And now Stevie Wonder, that amazing 2LP compilation, is moving to a final call. And that is all that's left from the flip video. And I apologize, Rebecca, for any confusion or what happened. I didn't get to tag these, but I'll have to double check and see what his decision was on that. So first thing we have is a Spyro Gyra, 4-wheel drive, Judy Collins, Billy Joe, Elton John. Those are all $6.99. The $9.99 records were Jackson Browne, John Cougar. $14.99 was Uriah Heep and Eric Clapton. And then there's The Who. And that's all that's left from that video. That's all that's ready left from that video right there. If anybody wants those, they are available, okay? Now, first thing I'm going to do is put up another Japanese pressing right quick. And I have, actually, we probably need to go ahead and at least get started on the other stuff I had advertised for tonight. So let's go ahead and put up Kraftwerk Autobahn. And Kraftwerk is a 1974 USOG. It's in VG condition. This is an OG Kraftwerk Autobahn, and it is a $15 start. Kraftwerk Autobahn, a 74 US Terre Haute OG, VG condition, a $15 start on that. $15 start on that. Now, we have final call on Stevie Wonder. Let's go ahead and swap out crates. Let's go ahead and get into probably a, let's see, what should we get into? First, let me put this over here. Let me put these over here with the other leftover flip crates. I now have 2 full crates of leftovers, 2 full leftover flip crates, which has turned out to be a lot. I probably need to do a flip video just with the leftovers of the flip video and maybe even discount them further. I bet that would be popular tomorrow if I were to post that. I might actually do that. So some people might be like, wait, I might have seen these before. Okay. Now, first thing we have is, oh man. Let's see here. There's that. I need to jump over here for this, and let's see what we can find in here. Buy it now, best offer. I think this is going to be a great first crate to go through. Buy it now, best offer. So let's go ahead and do it. Everything in here is available, and it's buy it now, best offer. I do have a David Bowie auction here. I do have this and this. Okay. Here we go. First thing I have is Stevie Wonder, and this is sold to Donna Turner for $35. Thank you, Donna. That's sold to you. Let's get some other stuff up for bid, especially the magazine lots I have over here. Let's sell this to Donna. That looked amazing. And one more time, Kraftwerk is a 1974 USOG Terre Haute pressing. It is VG, around a VG or VG Plus cover, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. That is now up for bid. That is now up for bid. Okay? And we have Julie is her name, Julie London. This is $19.99. This is, everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. This is Julie London. Julie is her name, $19.99. Paul McCartney, Pipes of Peace, has an old retail sticker on the cover. This is an 83 Holland press, $26.99 for Paul McCartney, Pipes of Peace. It's on this Holland German press Odeon label. Does got to do some work to get that sticker off, though. $26.99. William APM on Julie London. Next auction is going to go up right now. It is a Japanese pressing, and it is let's see what else one I have in here. Let's go ahead and try. Let's do this one right here. This is Michael Jackson Thriller. Michael Jackson Thriller. This is a Japanese pressing, and this is a beautiful Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. It is a gatefold cover with obi and insert, and it has the poster booklet with it as well. Very, very cool. And that's going to go up for a $45 start. Michael Jackson, that is now up for bid. And Kraftwerk is a $15 start. And then we'll check on the Spooky Tooth. I really, like I said, I have no idea, but I'm going to ask Tanner later figure that one out. The Great 28 Chuck Berry. This is a 2 LP in shrink wrap, $34.99. The Great 28 Chuck Berry. That is a 2 LP in shrink, $34.99. Kelly has MJ for $45. And then over here is Queen. This is their self-titled debut album, $39.99 for Queen. It's on this Butterfly Electra label, $39.99 for Queen. And then George Harrison. George Harrison is $24.99, Gone Tropo. George Harrison has the original on her sleeve with it, $24.99 for George Harrison, Gone Tropo. And we have George Harrison, Living in the Material World, $24.99. It's a capital reissue on this green label. Does have a barcode on the back, $24.99. Next thing I have right over here is this. And the first thing I have is, oh, let's do this right over here. I have this Prince 1999 CD box set. Let me make sure everything is all in here. First thing is, yeah, very, very nice. This is a Prince 5 CD and DVD box set. This is going to go up for a $35 start. Very nice box. Everything's in here. 5 CD, DVD, and book. Prince is going to go up for a $35 start. What a nice box that is. $35 start on that. Chad, I would sell, let's see here. We have, Chad, would you sell the Kiss poster magazine by itself? I have the other two. Kiss poster magazine. This one right over here. The lot of 3 for $20. This one here. Sure. You throw something out there. I might say yes, sold, or more or less. Next thing is, what is Kraftwerk? Kraftwerk has a bid for $15. Prince has 2 bids for $35. Kraftwerk is a 1974 USOG Terre Haute, OG pressing and VG condition, $15 start. For any new buyers out there, first thing is, these are auctions. You bid in the comments. These are auctions. You bid in the comments. Mark's placed a bid. I bet Fred's about to place a bid. These here are buy it nows. You go ahead and buy these, or you can make an offer. You can go ahead and buy these, or you can make an offer. These are buy it now best offer, including Laugh-In 69. This is $19.99, Laugh-In 69, and All in the Family. All in the Family is $19.99. And we have the Fix Phantoms. The Fix is $24.99, and A Study in Terror. Look at that. Wow, Study in Terror, that's $19.99. That's a soundtrack I've never seen before. And speaking of soundtracks, here is the Pink Panther, $19.99. Here is the Pink Panther. So let's go ahead and sell him this Kiss for $10, Chad Davis. And the other two, Sean, was Kiss, the Psycho Circus Tour magazine, and the Circus magazine from 1985 with Gene, Vince, Dee Snider, and Blackie Lawless on the cover. If you want those or anybody else, $10 buy it now on those. Now, the last thing we had was Kraftwerk had 1 bid for $15, and we were about to sell it. Prince got bids for $35, $35, $40, $42. Chad got the Kiss magazine for $10, and now Prince $45. Robert Lee Bunch on Paul McCartney for $18. Robert, thank you. That's so do you. Prince $45. Debbie Winston wants Pink Panther, and then Prince is at $50. And now Kraftwerk's at $17. Darren Christman gets that for $15, Study in Terror. And now we have John Mayall, The Turning Point. John Mayall's $26.99. The Chuck Berry 2 LP compilation was $34.99. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. I have Styx, Paradise Theater. Styx is $19.99. And the Doobie Brothers, One Step Closer. The Doobie Brothers is $14.99. And Little Feat Dixie Chicken. Little Feat is $26.99. Queen has an offer for $20. I can't do $20 on Queen. I would do Queen for $35. That's very nice there. Those 2 Unsold Kiss magazines, if anybody wants them, for $10. If not, I'm about to put up some other stuff I have over here. Let's see what my other ones I have back here that I have not yet got to. Let's try these 2 here. If you want to bid on these, just put MAG and then your bid. We have Rock Scene magazine from 1973 with Alice Cooper on the cover, and then Metal Edge magazine with Paul Stanley and Vince Neil on the cover. And both of those are going to go up for a $10 start. Magazine lot, $10 start. Prince is now at $60. The Kraftwerk's at $20. And then there's one thing I hadn't said in a while. Kelly Vlodarchek has Michael Jackson for $45. Michael Jackson for $45. And that is a final call on that. Let me see what's going on over here right quick. Give me 1 second, please. A lot of strange activity all of a sudden. Give me 1 second. Okay, next is Print 60, Print 65, Craftwork at 22. Those two magazines, $10 start. The Prince box sets at 65. Focus, Moving Waves. Focus is $19.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. And the Woodstock soundtrack, triple LP, $39.99. The Woodstock soundtrack, that's a triple LP, $39.99 on that. First thing I'm going to do is take a drink of purple juice. I greatly need it. All right, we're good to go. There's Woodstock. That is a triple LP, $39.99 on that. And then the Wild Angels soundtrack, that's in shrink wrap, $19.99. The Wild Angels soundtrack, very cool. Nice copy for $19.99. And the Grease soundtrack, an original, that's a 2LP, just $19.99 on that. Now that is sticker price. That's a great price on that. New copies are like $45, $50. That's an expensive new pressing, and people ask for that all the time. Vloddercheck, specifically Kelly on the the Michael Jackson, $45. Thank you. Now, Samuel has Craftwork at 22. That means Mark Overton says he's out, and the Prince CD box set is now at 70 with Guy Shard. Thank you, Guy, on that. Donna and Jim B and several others are still bidding. Cheap Trick at Budokan with the booklet. It's a gatefold. Cheap Trick is $24.99. Cheap Trick at Budokan. And we have Ernest Hemingway reading the Nobel Peace Prize, the Nobel Prize acceptance speech, second poem to Mary in Harry's Bar in Venice, the fifth column, and more. It's a 65 pressing. I've never seen that before. A spoken word record by Ernest Hemingway, $49.99 on that. Next is Paul McCartney is $26.99. It's in shrink wrap. That's on the MPL label. It's the early 80s pressing on that. Robert Grease is $19.99. And we have Genesis Abacab, and this is a bizarre Bulgarian pressing. Take a look at this. A Bulgarian pressing. Look at that label. How unusual. Made in Bulgaria. Prince is $19.99. Buddy Cordova on Cheap Trick. Buddy Cordova got Cheap Trick. These two magazines can be bought for $10. Metal Edge and Rock Scene with Alice Cooper on the cover. Both of those are a $10 buy it now. And then Steppenwolf. Wow, it's got a promo sticker on the front. Steppenwolf, nice, beautiful, with promo sticker on the front, no promo label, $19.99. And now Craftwork is sold to Samuel Kopich for $22. And then Prince 80, Prince 85, Prince 90, and Chuck Berry is sold for $25. And that is sold to Adam Ross for $25. And then over here, Chevy Bailey said he would take these two magazines for $10. The Prince CD box set's at $100. So Guy is back in on that at $100. Now Jim's at $101. Mark, Craftwork's already sold. Once you say out, you can't bid again, just FYI. Chevy got those for $10. Okay, and then I thought Grease was best offer. As soon as I showed that record, I said there's no discount on Grease because I've had people been asking for OG copies of that. And the new copy that I've sold this week, we've sold two new copies. They are $46.99. We've sold two this week, and maybe there's a waiting list for Monday. So I said that one was $19.99. I highly suggest you buying it. There should already be 2 or 3 claims for it. We have our next magazine. We have David Lee Roth here. That is a $10 start. That is Faces of Rock. That's going to go up for a $10 start. And over here, we got Judas Priest. And then this is Hit Parader, Judas Priest from 1983 with a Def Leppard centerfold. That's our next two magazines over that. All right, so the Prince box is at $115. Samuel Kopich on Wild Angels. Samuel Kopich on Wild Angels for $15. Robert Lee Bunch got Grease. You made a great decision there. I needed to tell John, you know, some of these albums like Saturday Night Fever and Grease, It's one of those albums that they've sold millions and millions of copies. But so has Dark Side of the Moon and The Wall and Led Zeppelin. And then even 50 years later, even though it should be somewhat of a common album, the demand is still so high, they're still demanding great prices, especially in high grade. I've had beat up copies for a lot less. Robert got that, Adam was second, and then the magazine is at 10. Now, Patty, I guess let's do this. Let's call this one in the back David Lee Roth, and then we'll call this one Judas Priest, okay? Roth and Priest back there. Now, the Prince box set's at $125. The next comment, I think I'm caught up, is Elvis Blue Hawaii, a 1964 OG mono pressing, no condition notes. Paul, this is very nice. It's in mono and it's $34.99. I Can't Help Falling in Love. And then we have what was next? Genesis. What was the price on Genesis? $19.99. What condition was Steppenwolf? No condition notes on Steppenwolf. It does have a promo copy. Now David Lee Roth is at $12. The Judas Priest magazine is a $10 start. The Prince box set's $125. Neil Young, Landing on Water, $34.99. Olivia Newton-John, Have You Ever Been Mellow, $9.99. Are these 3 Paul crates? Paul's got 3 Paul crates here. Nice, 3 Paul crates. Nice, nice. The Doors, Allman Brothers, Jimmy Buffett.
Yeah.
We boxed in?
No, I think I need it.
Oh. Yeah, you can't have mine. Yeah, you can't give something and take it away. What are you? He just stole one of my crates. We have Jerry Jeff Walker for $19.99. Roth is at $15. Priest is at $10. So the Roth magazine is at $15 and Priest is at $10. Adam, he had asked about Grease before you. That's why I gave it to him. He asked about it before you. The Prince box set's a final call to Guy Shard for $135. That's a final call to him. We have Genesis Nursery Crime for $19.99. Also, Loverboy, Get Lucky. Everybody's Working for the Weekend. Peter Gabriel is $34.99. The Melt album. Supertramp is $19.99. Famous Last Words. Julie London, nice, $12.99. Julie London. Ricky Skaggs is $9.99. Prince is not sealed. No, it is not. All right, next magazines are going to go up right now. What do I have in magazines? Let's do 3 more Kiss magazines here. As soon as I sneeze, I'm having a little bit of allergy problems tonight. Okay, so we have Rolling Stone magazine from 2014. We got Kiss magazine number 2, the official authorized quarterly, and Hit Parader 1985 with Paul Stanley. 3 Kiss magazines for a $20 start. I've now realized I've got 4 auctions and 3 of them are magazines. But this should be the last time we have more than 1 lot up for the rest of the night, just saying. Now, I'm got to have some clarity. The next bid is William APM on London. That's sold to him, our next claim. Loverboy was $19.99. We've already sold Julie London. Samuel was next. We got the Doobie Brothers. Introducing the Doobie Brothers, that's $12.99. The Judas Priest magazine only got 1 bid. That's sold to Patty for $10. Thank you as always. And now, a final call on the David Lee Roth magazine. Tim Graham has it for $15. And now the Hit Paraders, the 3 Kiss, those are a $20 start. Over here, we got Peter Gabriel Plays Live. That is really cool, $44.99. And Merle Haggard, his best, $14.99 on Merle Haggard. Now, the Prince box set is sold to Guy Shard for $135. Thank you, Guy. That is sold to you. Next thing we have over here is a Japanese pressing. We've sold several tonight, but this one's really cool. Holy moly, look at this one. This is the Clash of Titans soundtrack. Clash of Titans soundtrack. $45 start. Near mint minus and pristine. It has a Japanese insert. It has a cover with Obi. $45 start. Merle Haggard is sold to Robert Lee Bunch for $12. You got it. These 3 Kiss magazines are a buy it now for $20. If anybody wants those, they're a buy it now for $20. And then the Faces of Rock is sold for $15. Clash of Titans is a $45 start. How cool is that? This is a buy it now best offer crate. So many great records still left in here. Holy moly. Ernest Hemingway was $49.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. The next auction I have over here is this, and it's Gary Moore, Victims of the Future. Gary Moore is a 1984 USOG specialty with the company inner sleeve, steel and shrink, VG++ EX. Gary Moore is a $15 start. Debbie Winstead gets these 3 Kiss magazines for $20. Thank you. The last Genesis album was Nursery Crime, 1999. 1999, Genesis Nursery Crime. We're about to go back through this crate again, and guess what? So we're probably going to be doing like new arrivals from Paul, buy it now, best offer crate. But I think a lot of these, John has priced so much lately. Tonight, we're pretty much done with new sealed vinyl for 2 reasons. One, we've shown so much this week. I am behind on showing vintage stuff. And vintage pre-owned records are the backbone of Collectco. So we have like 100 crates I could potentially go through tonight. Just discount, new arrivals, discount, and new arrivals. So we'll be alternating, but pretty much just vintage stuff for the rest of the night. Pre-owned Paul records, Laura records. Now, Laura could have marked like sealed stuff, and so could Paul. There could be new sealed records or modern pressings, but everything tonight is technically pre-owned. It's either going to be new arrivals from Paul and Laura or best offer crates. Our next CD is Kiss, Unholy. I don't really know what this is, but it's some kind of promo single, and it's from Revenge. It's a 4-track, and let's put that up for a $7 start. Clash of the Titans is a $45 start. I got singles to auction, which are new and sealed, and let's keep going. All right, first thing I'm going to do is try to find I got this right next to me. It's hit me hard. I knew I slept really well when I was at the gym last night. This morning, I was like almost like achy. I was like, uh-oh, something's about to happen. You know when it's happening. Let me take a Claritin. I was like, oh no, Chad can't get sick. It's just allergies though. And then the Doobie Brothers again for Robbie Woods. So this is a Pickwick. It's early Doobie Brothers recordings from 1970. $12.99, okay? First, Genesis is sold to Robert Lee Bunch for $15. Kiss is up for auction. Final call to get a bid on Clash of Titans for $45. Gary Moore has 1 bid for $15, final call. First, let me show you 2 things that's no bids, because I need to clean up my station here before I get on a run. These 2 magazines can be bought for $10. Circus and the Kiss Psycho, they're together for $10. And then I have 1 Japanese no bid, Nina. It's $35. I might actually put those down in here tonight. Nina's $35. And let me show y'all this. I think it's time. I showed the Charlie Watts late last night. From the same company, we get the mini guitars. I've got mini drum sets. And I have the Beatles Ringo Starr drum set, $59.99. It's very cool, high articulating, just like the mini guitars, high detail, very high quality. I have Ringo for $59, and we got a waiting list going for Charlie Watts. We sold 1, and I think 1 or 2 people wanted it. So that is $59.99. And since those did well, I'm probably going to try some others. And the other mini guitars will be in next week, okay? Now, buddy, the Kiss CD is at auction. It's up for bid, and the high bid right now is $7 with Chad Davis. Now, we have, Robert says he'll take both Doobie Brothers for $24. Somebody asked for that first. Let me make sure they don't want it, and then we'll do a deal on the other 2. Quick recap here. George Harrison, $24.99. George Harrison, $24.99. We don't get that one as often, and this is an 80s reissue. They're both beautiful. Laugh In 69 was $19. All in the Family was $19.99. It has the original insert with it. That's an original Atlantic record. Also, The Fixed Phantoms was $19.99, and John Mayall's Turning Point. Styx, Paradise Theater. I've got Too Much Time on My Hands. These are always cool. They have a laser etching on them. Very cool. Laser etching on it. $19.99. The Doobie Brothers, one step closer. It's $14.99. Robert Lee Bunch said he would take both of these for $24. Robbie says he's passing. Gary Moore just got one bid for $15. That's surprising, but it's sold to JK for $15. And then Clash of Titans is a buy it now for $45. Clash of Titans, buy it now for $45. What a cool Japanese pressing that is. And then Kiss Unholy just got one bid, and that's sold to Chad Davis for $7. That's done. All right, let me put all this stuff right over here. Now, the next thing I have is, buddy, your bid on Kiss just came in late. Dang it. I didn't think you were bidding. I thought you asked, but I thought you were maybe thinking it was a buy it now. I've already sold it for $7. And now let's put the Clash of Titans in a sleeve, because guess what? It's going to Greg Herman. Chad was already ready to bid against you again. I've already sold it to Chad. Sorry about that. But yeah, make sure the stuff I lay down in the back are auction records. Now that you know that, just FYI, okay? Next auction is going to go up right now. It is a Japanese pressing of, what do I have here? Let's see. What do I want to auction? Let's do another Top Gun. We had one earlier tonight. This one's also really nice. Shrink wrap, hop sticker, Obi, Top Gun soundtrack, Danger Zone. There it is, the original. Rest in peace, Val Kilmer. Oh, man. What a guy. What an actor. $35 start on Top Gun. That's now up for bid. And then we have J45. And J45 was for something. J45 was for something. And Regina wants both of these magazines for 10. All right, those are done. Moving right along. Little Feet Dixie Chicken. Queen was $39.99. $39.99. I've already told somebody I would do $35 on $35. Very clean. There's Dixie Feet, Little Feet. Excuse me, there's Dixie Chicken Little Feet. It was $26. Focus was $19.99. Woodstock, wow, $39.99. Sly and the Family Stone. I was listening to that last night, their Woodstock performance. Ernest Hemingway reads, $49.99. How cool is that? $49.99. Top Gun has a bid for $35. And then McCartney, this is his self-titled album. It's an 80s reissue. This particular pressing is actually pretty collectible. It's on the MPL label. I've had a lot of people ask for that label before. $26.99 on McCartney. Elvis, a nice, beautiful, original OG mono copy for $34.99. Blue Hawaii. That would be one to grab. Genesis Abacab was $19.99. Steppenwolf promo sticker, $19.99. And then there's Neil Young landing on water, $34. Top Gun is near mint minus and pristine. It is near mint minus and pristine. How about Hang On, Sloopy, Hang On? This is an original 1965 Waddell pressing, mono in shrink. Hang On, Sloopy, a $25 start. That's now up for bid. Very quick read through with the last records. Olivia Newton-John, $9.99. Jerry Jeff, $19.99. Loverboy, a nice copy. It's in partial shrink wrap. Everybody's Working for the Weekend, $19.99. And then the Peter Gabriel's, Melt was $34. Another Supertramp, $19.99. Ricky Skaggs was $9.99. And Peter Gabriel Plays Live. That's a double LP. Peter Gabriel, $44.99. All right, let's get back over here to the other magazines I have. And these 3 magazines are going to go up. Let's make it let's go 4. Let's do 4 here. We got 16 magazine with Leif Garrett and Paul Stanley. We got Super Teen magazine with Kiss and Village People and Leif Garrett again, it looks like. Kiss Trivia Collection. What year is this from? It looks vintage. Kiss Trivia Collection magazine. And then we have, this one's cool, Circus Magazine 1975. That might be the winner there. That is a $20 start on those 4. Let's do 4 there. I'm going to slip that in there as well. Those 4 vintage Kiss magazines on that. Now, the next thing we have is Top Gun 35, Condition of Top Gun. Would you take 27 for Nina Japanese? This is sold to Jeff Brinley for 27. And then Scully Mack offered 15 for Loverboy. Sold to Scully Mack. Inserts of Top Gun, yes. And then Peter Condition. No condition notes on either one. And the jackets are nice, both of them. EX Plus are better on these, Jetstream, yes. That one and the Melt album. Top Gun is complete, near mint minus, pristine, OG Japanese pressing with shrink wrap, hop sticker, Obi, insert, near mint minus, original Top Gun soundtrack. Final call for $35. Chuck Haley has Olivia Newton-John. That is sold to Chuck for $7. And we sold most of the Metallica magazines last night. And then Peter Gabriel has an offer for 40. Which magazines haven't sold? We have sold everything that didn't get a bid has now officially sold. This is our only live auction right now. And those 4 are $20 start. This is a really cool one, I think. I love the red and just very nice. Circus did a really good job, I think, with the colors of their magazines. Top Gun's a final call, and we have an offer. I'll see what Jetstream says. If not, I'm ready to go through a new crate over here that Paul has marked. And if anybody's interested in anything else in there, just let me know, okay? Just let me know. First, I got to take some stacks. Oh, boy. I got to take, let's see here. I need to take this and these here. Hope I've put those in the right order. Let me go ahead and take this stuff around the corner here. And somebody wanted to see the Charlie Watts. Let me go grab that. It's right here, actually. Let me show you the Charlie Watts. Hopefully they're still watching. Here's the Charlie Watts drum set. Comes in a box just like this. That's what the Charlie Watts looks like. Gretsch, kind of a wood, flat wood finish. That's a Charlie Watts miniature drum set, $59.99. I also got Ringo's, and I think I can get a John Bonham. And a lot of people's asked about Neil Peart. I obviously would have ordered one of those for sure, especially for me. That would look cool in one of my curio cabinets of all my other small collectibles, but no luck on those, okay? All right, so tour books, yes, I'm about to start slipping those in as well. I wish my nose would dry up. It's hard to talk. It's hard to talk 1,000 words a minute when I can't breathe through my nose. Sean says he's going to pass on the John Bonham drum set. Okay. And I think we've sold most of the Metallica magazines. No Lars and 25 on Gabriel. Now, are you talking about Melt, Jetstream? If you're talking about Melt, just say yes, and that means these two are sold. And then I think we have a first-time buyer on Hemingway, Brett Bisgard, or if you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer. I'm actually going to go ahead and sell that to you, especially since I think it may be your first purchase with us. And let me pull this over here, and we'll make sure we get him registered, okay? So let's get this sold to Brett Bisgard, right? And if you are a first-time buyer, just say yes. Kiss magazines are at $20. And over here, we're about to sell some auctions. Let me get started. These are new arrivals. Sticker price. Sticker price. Sticker price. Okay? We have the Black Crows, a 2015 remaster of Shake Your Moneymaker, $24.99. She Talks to Angels. The Doors, live at the Hollywood Bowl. No condition notes, $29.99. These are now in new arrivals, very nice. Also, Edward Sharpe and the Magnetic Zeros, a 2012 press, $24.99 on that. These three magazines are sold for $20, and those are sold for $20 to Debbie Winstead. Sloopy by the McCoys is a $25 buy now, an original mono pressing, and Top Gun is sold to John Robb for $35. John Robb, this is sold to you for $35. Let's put that in a new sleeve. So we got two pending offers on the Peter Gabriel. Jetstream technically has dibs on both. And yes, Plays Live is a 2LP. Plays Live is a 2LP. Let's put this right here. So here is this. We got Peter Gabriel Plays Live. It's a 2LP original, no condition notes. There's a pending offer on this with Margaret for $40. And then this one is Melt, and it's $34.99. It's also OG, very clean. Next is Woody Bishop on the Black Crows. That's sold to him. And then Chris Bachek on MCC. Is that for McCartney? Is that for McCoy's? I bet that's McCoy's right here. That's sold to Chris Bachek for $25. Ivan R. on Edward Sharpe. Robert, you just missed it. And William next to McCoy's. So welcome first-time buyer, Brett Bisgard. just make sure you message our page. We need your email address and mailing address. Oh, my bad, you're on YouTube. So if you're on YouTube, what I need you to do is fill out our first-time buyer form. The link is in the description of this video, and we will take care of you from there. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. It is a Obelus Miles Davis 4 and more. This is another Miles Davis. It's going to go up for a $35 start, 4 and more. Miles Davis recorded live in concert. It is very nice. There's that. There's this. The cover does have some wear, though. It does have a little bit of creasing down here. There's the back of it, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. So Margaret Gerhold does get the Peter Gabriel Live for $40, and Peter Gabriel Melt. They're all called Peter Gabriel. His first 4 albums were called Peter Gabriel, Peter Gabriel, Peter Gabriel, and Peter Gabriel. He had to make it complicated. They do have, luckily, different covers. If he had to use the same cover, that would have been bad. Years later, we'd be like, okay, we'd have to come up with little ways to distinguish them. Our next auction is going to be, no, I think, yeah, I can, let me grab, is this the sealed stuff Seth left? Yeah, there's some sealed records here, yeah. I've got sealed George Straits. I think I can figure these out, club or OG, yeah. All right, let me go ahead and try one of these, actually. This is a sealed OG George Straits Greatest Hits. Let me make sure, and should be able to tell if it's a Columbia Record Club edition. It's George Strait's Greatest Hits. It is sealed, and it's never been opened. It's a $45 start. And then the Doors at the Hollywood Bowl, this is the only record left so far. It's $29.99. All righty, we got Webb Wilder, Hybrid Vigor. This is a sealed copy. Is it, or is it in shrink? No, it's just really nice shrink with hop sticker. That is $14.99. And hanging out for the Great Muppet Caper. Okay, welcome everybody, if you're a first-time buyer especially. Next is Girls Broken Dreams Club. This is in shrink for $24.99. And Camel Mirage. Camel's a 1981 US, $34.99 for Camel. That is available. Laura just dropped off the rest of the auction. So everything that was posted for tonight's sale is officially over here next to me. I have them all next to me right now. Miles Davis looking for a $35 start. No bid on George Strait. One bid on George Strait, excuse me. And now let's try another one of our Kiss Tour books. And our next Kiss Tour book is Kiss Rock the Nation 2004 World Tour. And that's going to go up for a $15 start. Kiss is now up for bid, $15 start on that. Here is Extra Golden, Hera Manano, and that's a 2007 Afrobeat, $19.99. What is Camel? It's called Mirage. It's an 81 US, $34.99. These are new arrival sticker price that Paul just marked today. We got Laura just dropping off the auctions. I've got crate after crate and essentially auction after auction to do. Sealed George Strait, one bid, $45. Caleb Howe, final call. And now we have Kiss at $15. Tim, if you don't want Camel, it looks like that Samuel does. And George Strait, $47. Kiss has another bid for $15. A certain ratio to each. Soul Jazz Records presents A Certain Ratio to Each. This is a 2004 UK import, and the price is $29.99. Kiss has another bid for $15. So that's three $15 bids now, it looks like. And we have Camel Mirage sold to Tim Graham. Thank you, Tim. That's sold to you. So, Samuel, you're second on that one. Talking Heads 77, a new remaster. Talking Heads is $26.99, a new remaster of that. And we also have Jimmy Buffett, Songs You Know by Heart. Jimmy Buffett's Greatest Hits, a beautiful copy in shrink, $19.99. Miles Davis info. Miles Davis 4 and more, recorded live in concert. This is a Japanese pressing, no condition notes on the vinyl. Covers VG with some wear, and I was just about to sell it for $35 to John Dodd. Hammer is up, and now there's a new bid on George Strait for $47. Catherine just got her bid in, so now, Caleb, you've been outbid, and now, Susie, you have the bid on Kiss. David Tate, you're out. Susie's bid came in first. Jimmy Buffett is sold to Andrew Hawkins. Thank you, Andrew Hawkins. That is sold to you. Todd Fisher was second. And then we have the Greg Allman Band, Just Before the Bullets Fly. Greg Allman Band is $19.99. And Foo Fighters, Saint Cecilia. That is in shrink, $14.99 on that. And The Doors, Strange Days. The Doors is 180 gram pressing. Strange Days Have Found Us, $24.99 on that. We got Jimmy Buffett. We got Kiss at $16. We got Kiss at 18. We got Miles Davis at 38. We got George Strait at 48. And we got Foo Fighters, so to Andrew Hawkins. And then Jetstream wants Talking Heads, 77. That's so to Jetstream. Thank you on that. Next thing I have is M-Phone. U-Phone. U-Phone? U-Phone? Breaking Parlo, Breaking Parole. Boy, I butchered a lot of E's and vowels in here. U-Phone. Breaking Parole, maybe, $24.99. It's a 1997 U.S. abstract post-rock album, $24.99. George Strait, 48. George Strait, 49. Miles Davis is now at 40. Now the Kiss is at 20. And how much was the Doors? Strange Days was a newer reissue, 180 gram. It is $24.99. $24.99. Next is the Black Keys, the Big Come Up EP. That's a 2011 for $26.99. Miles Davis is at 42, and Tommy Call on GAB, and that was Greg Allman Band, right, Tommy? If so, thank you. That's so to you. And now we got Miles Davis at 43. That's all of a sudden still getting bids. Now the Kiss Tour books at 20. David Tate, it goes back to you. And now one more look at George Strait before I sell it. Catherine Lutz has a sealed original George Strait's Greatest Hits at $49. Final call on that. Back here, we got the Honeymoon in Vegas. Elvis Presley, hits performed by Billy Joel, Ricky Van Shelton, Amy Grant, Bono, Travis Tritt, Brian Ferry. Honeymoon in Vegas, a 92 euro import, $19.99 on that. And we have Extra Golden, Thank You Very Quickly, Volume 3. It's another Afrobeat record, $14.99 on that. Miles Davis, 42. Miles Davis, 43. Final call on the Kiss book. Susie has it for 20. Final call, Rock the Nation. Next is Radiohead, Pablo Honey. Radiohead is in shrink wrap. That is $29.99 for Radiohead. And Billy Idol, Vital Idol. Nice. Gold stamp promo, just $19.99 on that. The next comment is Black Keys price. Black Keys is a 2011, $26.99. And then over here we got Robert Barnett. Black Keys of Robert Barnett. Oh, I've just answered that. And Amanda Darby wants the Honeymoon in Vegas. That is so to Amanda Darby. Thank you on that. And now, next thing I'm going to sell is, actually my crate's really full. Before I put those in there, let me go ahead and swap out crates. So welcome everybody to CollectCo Saturday night. I would like to welcome you to CollectCo Saturday night. And we are selling, we are tagging, we are sorting, we are pricing. We got a lot of stuff to do. We got a lot of stuff to sell. But first, let me see if I can sell George Strait as soon as I find a new crate. Paul priced some records, and he's going on some more buying trips, I think, the next couple of days. He left with crates, and he left with cash. So he's going to be out buying some more collections, and I think we got some stuff coming to us. We got a couple of local buys hopefully lined up, like comics and toys and more magazines. All of a sudden, and when I find out we're about to buy a bunch of something we already have, I'm like, okay, well, we better go ahead and start selling what we already have. But George Strait is sold to Catherine for $49. Thank you on that. And then David Tate's out on Kiss. This is sold to Susie Breedlove for $20. That's sold to Susie for $20. And then Miles Davis is sold to Donna. The board is cleared. Donna Turner, you get that for $43. Thank you, Donna. Let's see if I can summon all the Bowie collectors. I can think of two right now. Let's see if they have this one. John had left it over here in a crate, most likely for me to run for auction. So let's see if I can summon the Bowie collectors. And this is David Bowie Rare. That's what it's called, Rare. It's an 82 UK compilation, no condition notes, and it's going to go up for a $35 start. David Bowie Rare, an 82 UK, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. David Bowie Rare, a 1982 UK compilation. It's on this green RCA foreign label here. It's from the UK. Very nice, $35. Let's see if my summon card works and I can make the David Bowie collectors appear. First thing, we have a pass on Black Keys, but Radiohead is sold to Matt Barnhill. There's one Bowie collector with Kelly. There's one more. We'll see that I can think of immediately. We got Suicidal Tendencies. This is on dark blue vinyl, $24.99. Suicidal Tendencies in dark blue vinyl, $24.99 on that. And we have the hardcore Death Before Dishonor. And this is a 91 euro import, only time on vinyl, $14.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. The next auction I have for you at this moment is a original Back to the Future soundtrack. It is a 1985 U.S. Pickneyville OG VG condition, a $15 start. Back to the Future, music from the original motion picture soundtrack, an 85 U.S. Pickneyville original VG condition, $15 start on Back to the Future. Going back to this crate, we have the Pretenders, Learning to Crawl. VG condition, $11.99. And Marvin Gaye, Dream of a Lifetime. Marvin Gaye's a gold stamp promo, VG plus $19.99. And the Power Station, nice. It's in shrink with height. That's Robert Palmer, John Taylor, Tony Thompson, and Andy Taylor. Robert Palmer and members of Duran Duran. That's EX $16.99. Kelly has the Bowie for $50. Final call. I was waiting for Rebecca Howitt to bid. Rebecca must not be watching right now, but it is a final call to Kelly for $50. And then, did I see my claim on Idol? No, I don't know if I ever seen that. Idol? Billy, hold on a second. Oh, I missed some stuff. That was after Honeymoon. Tim Graham got Billy Idol. Bradley Smith, you were second, and J.K. were third. So Tim Graham did get Billy Idol. Tim Graham did get Billy Idol. Sorry, I was wondering what happened there. So that's so to Tim Graham. Bradley Smith was second, and then J.K. was next. We've already pulled Matt Barnhill's Radiohead. David Bowie 50, Back to the Future 15, Back to the Future 15. And then the next comment was Amanda Darby on The Pretenders. And then Kenny Stanley on Death Before Dishonor. That is right here. And then we have Amanda Darby on Power Station, Back to the Future 16. Let's go ahead and put up some more magazines. What are these? Right over here. Let me grab 3 from this box if I can reach them. And we have, let's see here. Let's sell these 2 together. We'll call these 2 just Mag, and it'll be a $10 start. Rip Magazine with GNR, Metallica, Pantera, Pearl Jam. Best new group, Pearl Jam. How cool is that? 1993. Hit Parader with Priest, Megadeth, Scorpions, and Guns N' Roses. So if you want to bet on those, you can put Mag, and those are a $10 start. Here's Leonard Skinner, pronounced Leonard Skinner. It's in VG condition. It is on this later MCA label, but a classic album there. VG condition, $14.99. And Steve Earle and the Dukes and Duchesses, The Low Highway. Steve Earle is a 2013 VG condition, $11.99. And Teacher's soundtrack. Teacher's soundtrack is VG for $9.99. And Izzy Stradlin and the Juju Hounds. Wow, from Guns N' Roses. An original 92 euro import, EX $36.99. Back to the Future 16, now 20. Let's say those 2 mags are a $10 start. And Kelly, you get the Bowie for $50. My summon card worked for Kelly. I have lost Rebecca, though, with the summon card for Bowie. It didn't work that time for both. One will do the job, though. It is sold to Kelly for $50. Thank you as always. Thank you as always. All right, Back to the Future is now at 20. We got Caleb Howe on Leonard Skinner, right? And then Sean, and then Greg Beddinger. And now Easy is sold to Bradley Smith. That's one I don't get to as often. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right now. And let's go ahead, and I think some people's already asked for this. It is an OG Arrested Development. It is Arrested Development, 3 years, 5 months, and the 2 days in the life of Arrested Development. Now, this is a 92 euro original. It is in VG condition, and it's going to go up for a $25 start. It does have a little bit of writing there on the cover. I've never seen the OG of this to my knowledge. I have the music on vinyl pressing sometimes, which they're about $40. This is an OG 92 euro original, VG with the original on her sleeve, and we're going to put that up for a $25 start, Arrested Development. Like I said, I don't think I've ever had an OG of that. All right, we're about to get back into Japanese stuff as well. First of all, these 2 magazines are a buy it now for $10. These 2 magazines can be bought for $10. I'm going to lay them right over there. Let's keep going through this bin here. We got Sturgill Simpson, Metamodern Sounds in Country Music. That's EX for $22.99. And Night Ranger Dawn Patrol. Night Ranger is in EX edition, $16.99. Night Ranger and Aerosmith, VG Plus. No barcode on this one. Dream On, VG Plus, $19.99. Rick Hall on these 2 magazines for $10. Thank you, Rick Hall. Those are sold to you. Back to the Future is sold for $20 to Kristen Barnett, I think. Yeah, Kristen Barnett got that for $20. Thank you, VG copy. That is gone. Now, Arrested Development already has a lot of bids First, I'm going to put up another sealed George Strait record. Does Fort Worth ever cross your mind? Another sealed, this time an original retail copy, an original studio album of Mr. Strait's with hop sticker. A sealed copy. Does have a little bit of a corner bump down here and a little bit of a tear in the shrink there, but it is a sealed original George Strait, a $45 star. That is now up for bid. Next is, what is this? It's a 1998 art rock, space rock punk album, VG Plus, $16.99. Goo Goo Heart, Love Life, Love My Life, Hate My Friends. Goo Goo Heart. I can't read what this says right here. Earhart. Go, 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 Earhart. Or Goo 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 Earhart. Love My Life, Hate My Friends. And it's a 98 alternate art rock, space rock punk album. VG Plus, $16.99. George Strait does have a bid for $45. Our next auction is going to be a Japanese pressing. Let me find it right over here. More magazines are on deck. First, though, our next Japanese pressing. I'm pulling everything I want to out of this first crate that I want to auction. That way we can do maybe some buy it nows later tonight like we did at the end of last week and get a lot of these sold. But here is Duran Duran's debut, self-titled Duran Duran, Planet Earth, Girls on Film, a Japanese pressing with insert, cover, and obi, and that's a $35 start. Kelly Wlodarczyk on Earhart, that's sold to Kelly Wlodarczyk. Arrested Development's at $30, and Foreigner Head Games. Foreigner is in VG condition, $9.99 for Head Games. Now we're 3 wide on auctions going into turn 2. We have Waylon Jennings' Greatest Hits. This is EX $17.99. EX $17.99, and ZZ Top Tres Hombres. VG Plus $29.99 for Tres Hombres. It's on that first blue London label. Bell Sound, very nice looking copy for VG Plus, $29.99. Blue London label there. So Arrested Development is at Arrested Development's at $35. George Strait's at $48. Thank you for the water. I'm very much going to need that tonight. And then there's Duran Duran. It's a $35 start, no bid yet. And then over here we got Travis Woods on Foreigner. That is sold to Travis Woods. Now George Strait's at $50. Arrested Development's at $37. Catherine Lutz on ZZ Top. Great first crate here of stuff Paul has marked. Let's try to sell another 8 full crates of vinyl if we can tonight. That would be amazing. I'm going as fast as I can. Donnie Iris, King Cool. VG Plus, $11.99. We have... Georgia Satellites. Georgia Satellites, yes. Georgia Satellites, VG Plus, $12.99. Georgia Satellites, almost said Brownsville Station. Georgia Satellites, VG Plus, $12.99. Also, Stone Temple Pilots, Purple. This is a reissue, VG $14.99, black vinyl, 180 gram. Marshall Tucker Band's Greatest Hits, Can't You See, Heard in a Love Song, EX $17.99. Oh my gosh, there it is. Wow, the 12-inch single, VG $9.99. You can get it in 4 different versions. Holy moly, there it is. Wow, didn't expect to see that so early tonight. Great job, Paul. Amazing. Paul's always waiting for the right time. There it is. Chad's mixing up his purple juice. Amazing. Now, let's see what's going on. We left off with Arrested Development at $37 with Baycheck. George Strait got a bid for $50. We pulled ZZ Top. Arrested Development $38. Arrested Development $40. Darren Crispin did get Purple, $14.99. Arrested Development $42. And then Rick Astley is So to Amanda Darby, Never Gonna Give You Up, Amanda. And then we have Jim Davis next on Rick Astley. William Meadows on Marshall Tucker. I just got Rickrolled. Arrested Development 43. And then we have Arrested Development 45. We sold the original album last night. It was in a John crate. And now Duran Duran's a no bid. It's a buy it now for $35. A very nice Japanese pressing of their debut album, Duran Duran. Buy it now for $35. Buy it now for $35. Duran Duran, $35 on that. There it is. Duran Duran. Does anybody want a Michael Jordan rookie card? I have an SGC Michael Jordan, $3,000. This has actually been laying over here on the shelf next to me for a month now, probably since the last time I had a coin auction, which has been a month ago. I'll look at it all night. I'm like, one night I'm going to flash this thing and finally somebody's going to buy it. Michael Jordan, 3,000. Okay, next thing I have over here, that was random, right? Rick James Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $14.99. And I have Grand Funk Hits, EX Condition, $16.99. Grand Funk Hits is in shrink, $16.99. I reached over here to get a sleeve for that Japanese pressing, and I was like, man, I need to sell this Michael Jordan card. I've got word that all of a sudden the kind of spot, those are always going to be desirable, but I heard there's been a recent spike in them again. I don't know how true that is, but I've heard there's another spike in those. All right, so George Strait, that last bid was 50 with John Robb, right? And there was no other bid, so John Robb, I think that needs to go to you for $50. That is sold to you for $50. And then over here, we got Arrested Development at 50. And we got Rick James sold to Melissa. JH, you were second. Robbie Woods got Grand Funk. Wow, that was a great crate. Let's try to fly through those again. Not before I put up some other auctions. And I found, actually, you know what I found last night? A whole binder full of Kobe Bryant cards. Unfortunately, there wasn't too many, like, crazy ones. But I did find 2 Michael Jordan rookie cards. 2 Kobe Bryant rookie cards. Here's LA Guns, a 1971 U.S. Terre Haute OG. This is a 71 U.S. Terre Haute OG VG++ EX. Nice. An OG LA Woman, a 71 Terre Haute. This is VG++ EX. And here it is with the original window cover, a true OG pressing. $35 start on that. It's now up for bid. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. The next Japanese pressing I have is a really cool compilation. It is the Beach Boys. Rest in peace, Brian Wilson. I have seen that for 3 days straight now on my timeline. You know somebody's big has passed when you constantly see tributes 2-3 days after they're gone. And I think you'll continue to see tributes. I don't know if we realize the significance of Brian Wilson's passing just yet. That's a big one. The Beach Boys. Incredible. This is an amazing compilation. One of my favorite songs right there, I Can Hear Music. This is the way I always dreamed it would be. That's going to go up for a $35 start. That's a great compilation. All right, let's go over here. And the first thing we have is Arrested Development 51. We sold Grand Funk. Jim B offered $1,800 for the Michael Jackson. That is a very hard pass. I will buy 10 if you have them for that price, Jim B. I'll take them. Just let me know. Arrested Development 52, Arrested Development 54. And then over here, we have the Doors at 35. And then how much for Kobe cards? I don't know. Doors is at 38. And then over here, we have, can you think of any players today that would pull those kind of, oh my gosh, Luka cards are already, Tim, Luka Doncic cards already sell for 6 figures. Oh my gosh, Luka Doncic's, and those sell for, there's some one-of-one patch and LeBron James cards that sell for $1 million plus. There are LeBron James cards right now that will cost you $1 million plus. $1 million plus. And Luka Doncic's cards, $500,000 plus. There are more modern players right now, cards that are more valuable than any past player for sure. Oh my gosh, it's crazy. There's dozens of $1 million plus basketball cards that are in circulation. There's a Honus Wagner, one of the few Honus Wagners that exist are up at Golden Auctions right now. I think the bid's already over $3 million, and they say it could bring 10. I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't bring 7 or 8, but it could hit 10 million. So, yeah, the sports card market's pretty insane right now. But one-of-one patch cards of Luka. Who's some of the other people I'm trying to think of? I know LeBron, Luka, Kobe stuff. Certain dual auto. You can get dual auto Kobe and MJ cards that are $250,000, $400,000, $750,000. It is beyond huge money nowadays. So, yeah. Seth Hackett card, $0. Actually, it costs you money to own it. You have to pay to own it. It's bad. Okay, we have The Doors live at Hollywood Bowl. Quick read through here. The Doors, $29.99. Last bid on Arrested Development. Arrested Development, the last bid that came in, Donna went out. Travis has that for $54. That's a final call. The Doors is at 38 with Todd Hill. That's a final call. Beach Boys 35, Beach Boys 37. More George Straits are on deck, John. Give me 1 second. I'm not ready to reveal them yet. We have Webb Wilder Hybrid Vigor, and that's $14.99. And then we have Girls Broken Dreams Club. That's $24.99. Extra Golden was $19.99. Afro Beat, we have a certain ratio to each. That is $29.99. Euphone Breaking Parole was $24.99. Also, The Doors Strange Days, that's a new reissue for $24.99. We got Extra Golden for $14.99. And The Black Keys is $26.99. Also, Suicidal Tendencies is $24.99. Blue Vinyl. Marvin Gaye is VG Plus $14.99. Steve Earle was VG $11.99. The Teachers was VG $11.99. Sturgill Simpson EX $22.99. Night Ranger EX $16.99. Aerosmith is VG Plus $19.99. Waylon EX $17.99. Greatest Hits Volume 2. Donnie Iris is VG Plus $11.99. And the Georgia Satellites was VG Plus $12.99. Arrested Development then is sold. Let's drop the hammer on that. And that is sold to Travis Woods for $54. That is sold. That is sold. And then over here is The Doors LA Woman. There is a new bid for $40. Todd Hill, thank you for letting me know you're out. That is OG with the window cover, $40 on that. And then the Beach Boys. The Beach Boys, and this is a final call. Make sure Tim Graham's done. James Vasquez has this for $37. James Vasquez has this for $37. Tim, just so you know, you got outbid. Scully Mack's going to take that Teacher soundtrack. That's a good one. And then over here, we have new auctions that need to go up. Let's try another LP auction over here. And I have going up for bid right now is George Strait. If You Ain't Loving, You Ain't Living. This is a little bit more difficult one to get. It is a sealed 1988 original with hop sticker. Beautiful. George Strait's a $55 start. If that one brings 100, I wouldn't be surprised. Sealed George Strait, $55 start. Perfectly sealed with hop sticker. LA Woman has a new bid for $50. We have BB, which is the Beach Boys at $38. Sturgill was not sealed. It is in shrink. It's EX $22.99. Pete Rose cards are pretty common. His rookie's obviously a good card. And, of course, everything's conditioned. Just like with vinyl, everything's conditioned. High-grade Pete Rose rookie cards can get way up there. And then you have some of the most common ones that go into the dollar box. So it's conditions everything. With sports cards, oh, it's crazy. PSA 9s and 10s on vintage stuff can bring insane money. And then you have just a common loose card, and you'll see it for $20. So it's just like vinyl. You know, you can have a Beatles White Album that is beat up, and it's a $20 record. And then you can have an OG UK copy mono near mint, and they're $1,000. So it really just depends on, I don't know, it's hard to narrow down some of that stuff. It's all case by case. All case by case. So, all right. You have missed some Kiss magazines. I'm about to get into more in just a second. I'm about to grab our next crate. Welcome, everybody. Thank you. We are going to be going through vintage pre-owned stuff all night long, just like Lionel Richie. That's what we're going to be doing all night long. And hope everybody's ready. I'm about to start slipping in more magazines. Took a small break from them just for a second to get into some other stuff here. So let's see what we have here. Boom, boom. Okay. I have to move some crates out of my way. And that's the last George Strait. That's it. That's the last sealed George Strait I have. That's it. Let's go through another crate. This time we're going to jump over to Buy It Now Best Offer. I don't have much more jazz. Well, unless there's some tucked in these Japanese crates, I don't think I have much more, just FYI jazz. I think William's been asking. Let me see what else I have over in here. Might do this crate bite now. Best offer. I'm trying to figure out the next best one I want to go through. Let's see what this one looks like. There are so many over here. Oh my gosh. We have so many. We've got to the point I can't show them fast enough. It look almost. Is this check condition? I think there's one. Yeah, there's one check condition crate here I've never gone through. These are going to be sticker price. I've never gone through these before. Yeah. Oh, that's a good one there. Animal House soundtrack. We'll put that up for auction. And yeah, these are new arrival sticker price. These have never been gone through before. They're check condition and they're new arrivals, and then we'll do another Paul crate, okay? So, now, first thing I have over here, let's go up to the top and figure out where I left off. The Doors is at 40, and then LA Guns is at, LA Woman's at 50. The Doors is at 51. Beach Boys 38, Beach Boys 40, Beach Boys 45. John Robb bid 60 on the George Strait. And now we got Michael McCullen on Sturgill Simpson. Let's pull that. Michael McCullen. I'm assuming B Smoker was passing. So that's sold to Michael McCullen. And then Melissa Bailey, Steve Earle, if unclaimed. Steve Earle is sold to Melissa Bailey. That's sold. George Strait 62.65. George Strait 67.70. Okay. Now, yes, I have those. I have those still. Those jazz auctions are still available. Yes, I forgot about those. So the Doors is at 55. The Beach Boys comp is at 45. James is out, and the George Strait is currently at 70. Let's go ahead and slip in one magazine lot. Let me grab from this pile here, which I think is Kiss stuff. We got 1, we got 2, we got 3, and we got 4 here. Let's do these 4. And this is Kiss, the official album and tour magazine for Monster. We have Entertainment Weekly with Kiss, and that has an address label on it. Kiss Live, 74 to 93, a 90s magazine here. And the authorized Kiss Quarterly Magazine, issue number 1, featuring the Girls of Kiss as well. Those 4 magazines are going to go up for a $20 start. And then George Strait's at 75. The Doors is at 55. These are new arrival check condition records. Sticker price. The soundtrack to Patton, VG condition, $9.99. The soundtrack to Patton, VG $9.99. Blues Image open. Ride, Captain, ride upon your mystery ship. That's EX condition, $22.99 on Blues Image. We have the Babies. That's EX condition, $17.99 on the Babies. And The Clown Died in Marvin Gardens, Beacon Street Union. That's VG Plus $14.99. Over here we have Triangle, the Beau Brummels. The Triangle is in VG Plus $14.99, or the Beau Brummels is. Also, Jay Giles Band Sanctuary, VG Plus $14.99 for Jay Giles. And Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Deja Vu, this time a VG Plus copy, $24.99. So the Doors is at 60. Thomas, you're out. George Strait's now at 77. We can go ahead and sell the Beach Boys Japanese pressing, and that was sold to Tim Graham for $45. Final call to get a bid on those Kiss magazines, this time 4 for a $20 start. Going once, going twice. Going once, going twice on those. And we still got some other Kiss tour books as well. Chipping away at those tonight. We've already sold 1. I think I have some more over here. But first, here's Kansas. It's the Point of No Return. EX edition, $17.99. Did I pull Thomas Hujar's Baby? I have not pulled Thomas Hujar's Baby. This is The Baby. So to Thomas Hujar. Thank you on that, Thomas. That's so to you. Next is Blue Cheer, a great album. Unfortunately, Greg Bale wrote his name on the cover. It is EX on the vinyl, but it is OG $34.99. And now, John Robb, you are out on George Strait, just FYI. And Thomas Hujar, you're out on the Doors, just FYI. Next is Eddie Money, Live for the Taking. Eddie is EX $12.99. He's backing on the Doors at 61. And Ronnie Dangerfield, I get no respect. I get no respect. EX Condition, $12.99 on Rodney. Bill Haley Scrapbook, EX $9.99. And Hall & Oates Ecstatic, that's EX $17.99 for Hall & Oates. And Jimi Hendrix Crash Landing. Jimmy is EX $32.99 for Mr. Jimmy. There he is, EX $32.99. And Heart Dreamboat Eddie. Heart is in VG condition, $14.99. And Head East, Get Yourself Up, Head East is EX Condition, $17.99. George Strait is officially sold to Catherine Lutz for $77. John Robb's out. These 4 Kiss magazines can be bought for $20. And now the Doors, they're still bidding. Richard Yeager, you're out. Thomas has it for $61. The next auction I have going up, let's see what else. I'm working on the first of 3 Japanese crates, and I have a couple more I want to try for auction. Then I'm going to get a fresh new crate, and then at that point, there's no telling what could come up. But this is a great compilation. Eric Clapton at his best. It's a 1 LP. It's a 2 LP. It's a gatefold with Obi. Great Eric Clapton compilation with Obi, $35 start. If you slide the Obi over, you can actually see a picture of Eric Clapton there. There he is. So Clapton's going to go up for a $35 start. Wade's going to get those 4 Kiss magazines for $20. Thank you, Wade. Those are sold to you. Next thing we have is what? Next thing I have is what? We got 1, 2, 3 more Kiss magazines here. And let's do a 4th one for another $20 start. Guitar World Magazine. Kiss Guitar World Magazine. Here's a vintage one. Rock Scene from 1978. That is with Paul Stanley on the cover. There's the Faces magazine with Kiss. And there's another Rolling Stone, Kiss Forever. There's a nice vintage one there on top. Those all 4 are going to go up for a $20 start. Next thing I have is Kansas, Song for America. VG Plus $14.99 on Kansas. Grand Funk, we're an American band. VG Condition, $12.99. Black Vinyl, Now the Doors is at $70. Clapton's a $35 start. Those 3 magazines for those 4 magazines for a $20 start. Easy Rider is in VG Condition, $12.99. Easy Rider, VG $12.99. And the Fame soundtrack, VG Plus $14.99 on that. Our next LP auction is going to go up right now, and it's The Amazing Bud Powell. The Amazing Bud Powell is Blue Note 1504, Volume 2. This is a 1955 US Plastilite OG Deep Groove Mono, Rudy Van Gelder mastered, RVG, VG Condition. Bud Powell, just a $25 start. That is now up for bid. The Amazing Bud Powell. Now we're 4 deep in auctions. We got the Doors at 72. Clapton does have a bid. Final call on the Kiss magazines. Billy Joel's EX $12.99, 52nd Street. Jay Giles Love Stinks. That's VG Plus $14.99. And Peter Gabriel, the Scratch album. That one's VG Plus $19.99. If you just joined us, we're doing new arrivals here. Check condition stuff as usual. Great records, great titles. Richard Yeager, it's up to you on the Doors. Thomas has it for 72. Melinda Gerhardt picking up the Fame soundtrack. Thank you, Melinda. That is so to you. Now Bud Powell's at 30. Have Phil Collins and Shrink with Hype. No jacket required. Includes One More Night. Vinyl's EX, not a bad copy, for $19.99. Now the Kiss magazines do have a bid for $20. This one on top from 1978 also has the Rolling Stones on the cover. It's mentioned Steely Dan and Alice Cooper and Meatloaf and Bob Seger. That's pretty cool. And those 4 have a bid for $20. And now Tim Graham on GJ, and that was Jay Giles. Thomas Ujar on PG, and that's Peter Gabriel. Now Bud Powell 32, and now Thomas bid 25. And it's a final call on the Doors and a final call on Clapton. There is a bid on Kiss, so now that someone's locked in a bid, we're about to sell them for sure. Billy Thorpe, Children of the Sun, VG Plus $17.99. So if you want them, now you got to go through Steve McGee, who has them for $20. And then Annie, a new musical. It's a white label promo with promo sticker and a gold stamp promo. Annie is VG Plus $19.99. And then over here is Hall & Oates, bigger than both of us, VG Plus $14.99. So let's go ahead and sell the Clapton. That got one bid, $35. Great compilation there. James Vasquez. Wade Lucas is in on the Kids magazines at 22. So Steve McGee, you've been outbid on those. And now Bud Powell is at $36 with Donna. And now the Doors. I've lost somebody, but I've got to sell it pretty soon. As soon as I finish this crate, we have Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young. It's in VG. $14.99, has a gold record award sticker, 4-digit, not bad. You got to have Sweet Judy Blue Eyes, and the Popeye soundtrack is VG Plus $14.99. Thomas, I'm at the end of the crate, but guess what? Richard Yeager did bid 75 on the Doors. So Thomas, you're back out on the Doors. Let's go over the Bud Powell again. Bud Powell is a 55 USOG Deep Groove Mono. It is in VG condition. VG condition on Bud Powell. Rudy Van Gelder and Dead Wax. There's the cover. Has some old rubber stamp prices on them. Those are probably the original price tags. Can you imagine? You could have walked in a store back in the day and bought this on sale for $2.29, and it was brand new and mint. Now, a lot of these didn't come sealed. Records back in 55, these probably never were sealed and shrink wrapped. That's why the rubber stamp price is literally on the back. That's why you see a lot of original price tags like glued or stapled to covers. A lot of records from that era didn't even come sealed. This was just laying on the shelf, brand new, mint for $2.29. Of course, in 1955, if somebody was to run that through the inflation calculator, 1955, $2.29, or actually, it was on sale. How much was $3.79 in today's dollars in 1955? I can run it. I actually look up stuff all the time in the inflation calculator. You can run that pretty quick. Inflation calculator website. Here's the one I use right here, U.S. inflation calculator. So you can say 1955, if you were to go in a store and buy a record for $3.79, that'd be like spending $32 today. There's been 3,147% inflation since then. So basically, back in 1955, the cost of a new record is roughly the exact same cost today, about $30. About $30 for a single LP. So people see that like, man, I wish new vinyl still cost $3.79. And I'm like, well, what you don't understand, if you were alive in 1955 and you went and spent $3.79 on a Bud Powell album, that'd be like spending about $35 today after tax. So that is pretty amazing. Okay, now these magazines, Steve McGee, did you bid again? He said out. Let's go ahead and sell these to Wade Lucas for $22. These are sold to Wade Lucas, all four of those for $22. Thank you, Wade. And now the Doors. Richard Yeager went out, and that's after, actually, Richard, nobody bid against you. You have this for $75. You have this for $75. Going twice, going three times. $75, going twice, going three times. And now Bud Powell. Bud Powell's in VG condition. It's at $58. Let me make sure I understand this. Unless Thomas bid and it didn't show up, the last bid on Richard with the Doors was Richard Yeager at $75. James Frank did get Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Susie Breedlove got Papa, and Travis Woods was next. Okay? And we're good to go. $7,900 for their house and $1,099 for the pool. Wow, do you know what year that was? We can run that in the calculator and see what happens. But here we go. Our next auction is going to be some more magazines. We're chipping away. Now the KISS stuff is moving exponentially. First, though, I am going to make these three buy it now for $10. Three magazines here for $10. It's called High Times. Ice Cube, Sebastian Bach, and Ozzy on the cover. And they're all smoking weed. No surprise. Those are $10, all three of those. I'm not going to run those for an auction. $10 on those. Bud Powell, $70. Bud Powell, $75. Okay? Now, Thomas Hujar, did you bid more than $75 on the Doors? I guess is my question. Because if you didn't, I'm selling it to Richard Yeager for $75. Darren Christman wants the High Time magazines for $10. Those are sold to Darren. Okay, now back to what was after that in the tub, which are these 1, 2, 3, and let's do 4 more KISS magazines. And these are going to go up for a $20 start, okay? We got KISS magazine number 5, the quarterly deal, the ultimate guide to KISS. Some of these like that I see like in Books A Million or Walgreens. Yeah, how much was this new? $16.99. Life magazine KISS, that was $17.99 new. And then here's KISS 50 Years of Greatest Showmen. So 4 KISS magazines there, another $20 start. Thomas bid $76. Okay. The Doors is sold for $76 to Thomas Hujar. Yeah, that bid didn't pop. That's what confused me. Your bid never did show up. So that's sold to Thomas, The Doors, for $76. Okay. And now over here, we have Bud Powell, the amazing Bud Powell, a 1955 USOG Deep Groove Mono. Deep Groove Mono, original, 1955, yes. And the high bid on this is Thomas Hujar at $75. They're still getting bids on that. They're still getting bids on that. Okay? Now, so, I brought a High Times to school back in the 80s. My teacher took it and threw it away. See, that's the kind of stuff Pink Floyd wrote song's about. Leave those kids alone. What's next? We got that. We got that. Let's check the Japanese box. Let's do Wham! Fantastic. A beautiful copy in shrink with Obi. Wham! Is near mint minus. Very nice copy here. $35 start. There's that. It comes with the Wham! Fantastic book. It's in shrink with Obi. $35 start. Bud Powell. The last bid was $75 with Thomas Hujar. We're about to sell it. I think it's up to David Hoy. 4 Kiss magazines there, $20 start. Let's go through a new crate, some stuff Paul marked earlier today, and we're going to go through those buy it now best offer. I'm just going to read what was left in here. These are all new arrivals, check condition. Hall & Oates, Annie, Billy Thorpe, Phil Collins, Billy Joe, Easy Rider soundtrack with Jimi Hendrix and the Byrds, Grand Funk, Kansas, Head East, Heart, Jimmy, Hall & Oates, Bill Haley, Rodney Dangerfield, Eddie Money, Blue Cheer, Kansas, Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Jay Giles, Bo Brummels, Beacon Street Union, Blues Image with Ride Captain Ride, and the soundtrack to Patton. Bud Powell got a new bid, and now another new bid. The Kiss magazines have a bid with Steve McGee, and now Wham! Is a final call to get a bid in for $35. Let's grab this next crate here that Paul has marked. It's bound to have some good stuff in it, and let's go through it. Last night and a couple nights this week have been dedicated pretty much nothing to new vinyl. Tonight, we've got nothing but pre-owned and vintage, crate after crate after crate, and auction after auction. Magazines, miscellaneous, all kinds of stuff. I have a lot to get to. I'm going to try to sell all this stuff out. And then I'm looking across. I wish I could move my camera. Actually, Jake told me this camera is pretty mobile now if I want to move it around. I just don't know how active. Let's see here. Top cam. He told me this thing. Where's my instructions at? Oh no. Let's see here. I think I got to select one. Okay, there's that. But I think I can literally move this thing around if I wanted to. I've already forgot how to use it. No surprise. We won't play with it too much. But I literally have a camera where I can show y'all like around the store now. I haven't tried to play with it too much because, let's see, can I literally move it from that? Let's see, what does 4 do? Okay, that's a really tight zoom. Oh my gosh. Let's see here. I think I literally have it where though, if I wanted to move it, up, down, I want to be able to rotate it where it can show here in the store. Maybe not. What does that do? Oh, wow. Look at that. There we go. That was wild. Then I think I got to flip it somehow. Oh, wrong thing. Let's see here. Main. Top cam. Hey, there's the top of my head. Wow, look at this. Does this move it any though? Oh, wow. Look, I can show everything. This is what it looks like behind me. There's the top of my head. How much does this move over? These are all the crates behind me. I was going to try to show y'all that room over there, which is blocked by a bookcase. Look at all this stuff behind me I have. What's over here? Oh my gosh. Look at all this stuff. How far does this thing go over? Wow. I am surrounded by merchandise, as you can see. Look at all these crates. Amazing, right? There I am. Y'all got a quick glance at me. Okay, let's go over here to main camera. You do not want to see what this looks like around me because it is crazy. OCD, oh my gosh. Yeah, it is like, I have, since I've been back here, I moved back here in January to the back part of the store. Since then, this place was empty. My cousin moved out, his comics. We cleaned out all these booths. It's empty. It took 6 months, and you literally cannot walk in here now. So that's how crazy it is. Okay, so over here, let's figure out where we left off. Bud Powell and Bud Powell 76, and then Bud Powell 78, Bud Powell 79, Bud Powell 80, and then over here we have Bud Powell 83, And Steve McGee got these 4 Kiss magazines for $20. Thank you, Steve McGee. Wham's a buy it now for $35. Wham is a buy it now for $35. And yeah, this camera is pretty wicked. I have that so I can be like, look at all this stuff here around me. And I could probably zoom in. This thing has like 100 zoom on it. So some of that stuff like back here behind me, y'all could probably zoom in and buy CDs. So this is going to go up for a $35 buy it now. And Bud Powell, he's out. So that's the final call to Thomas for $83. All right, let me... Something on my eye here. Whew. Okay. New arrivals from Paul. And here we go. First thing we have is a new LP auction. And that is going to be, let's not put up Kiss magazines right now. Let's put up an OG Kiss record. How about a 1974 OG copy of Hotter Than Hell? And it's nice. No condition notes. Casablanca, of course. OG clean. EX++, near mint minus. There's the LP. Hotter Than Hell. $35 start on that. Bud Powell is officially sold to Thomas Hujar for $83. Thank you, Thomas. That's sold. We still got some other jazz stuff to run, but that's gone. Let's go ahead and get started with this new Paul Arrivals crate right off the bat, folks. Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion 1, $29.99. U2 Pop, that is a remastered 2LP, $34.99. We have The Week That Was, remastered clear vinyl 15th anniversary edition, unopened for $29.99. And Future Birds and Carl Brommel, Bloomin', that is on orange vinyl, $22.99. Kiss is a $35 start. Our next auction is going to be this here. Holy moly, it's time. An 86 U.S. original pressing of the Beastie Boys. Here it is, License to Ill, an OG copy, an 86 U.S. OG with company inner sleeve. Beastie Boys is a $55 start. That's now up for bid, $55 start. Next thing is 2 more magazines. This time, since we have a Kiss auction, I've got 2 Metallica. We have Guitar Player from 1989, Guitar Player magazine from 1989, and Guitar magazine from, it looks like, early 2003. And those 2 Metallica are going to go up for a $10 start, okay? And then how much is U2 Pop? How much is Guns N' Roses? U2 Pop is $34.99. It's a new sealed open remaster. And GNR is $29.99. No bid on Kiss, looking for a $35 start. No bid on Beastie Boys, looking for a $55 start. Yes, Kiss is OG first pressing. That's on the dark blue Casablanca label. It is an OG first pressing, yes. Beastie Boys. Beastie Boys is an 86 U.S. Pitman. That's another OG first pressing on Def Jam Recordings. It's a $55 start. We're going through a new arrivals Paul crate. Beastie Boys OG, and it's nice EX. Kiss is really nice. And then we got 2 Metallica magazines for a $10 start. Next thing we have here, Kiss 40, Kiss this. I need more of Chad's hand that I see of the record he's showing. And then over here, we have when are the guys going to get their stickers for their crates. And then over here, we have Peter Gabriel, Loving Walk Home, music from Rabbit Proof Fence. Peter Gabriel is a soundtrack, a 2017 numbered 45 RPM. The only time it was pressed to vinyl, $29.99. I don't think I could ever convince Paul and John to draw stickers, but they could possibly one day. Chevy Bailey has Metallica at 10. Thank you, Chevy Bailey. Final call. James has written on his guitar, Kill Bon Jovi. That's what James Hatfield has written on his guitar head, Kill Bon Jovi. Those are now at $10. Kiss just has 1 bid for $40. We're about to sell it. And the Beastie Boys, I repeat, let me make sure I can make myself as clear as possible. This OG pressing of Beastie Boys, License to Ill, does not have a bid for $55. It's moving to a final call. It's moving to a final call. Patrick Johnson, I've already sold Gary Moore. Yes. Kiss is at $45. And what is the Beastie Boys on? It is on Def Jam Recordings. It's a 1986 U.S. OG pressing with the original company or sleeve, $55 start. Now Kiss is at $45. Next is Poco, 7. Poco's a Japanese pressing, $14.99. And then over here, Kristen Barnett on GNR. I've already pulled that, right? No, I haven't. This is sold to Kristen Barnett. Next is Nat Biddles. presents the art of Nat Riddles, maybe. How about Nat Riddles? Nat Riddles is a 1985 US blues album, rare, $274.99. Nat Riddles is $274.99. Nat Riddles is $274.99, an 85 US album, blues, rare, $274.99. No Gallagher's High Flying Birds. This is sealed on turquoise or green vinyl, one of the two, $19.99, either turquoise or green. Dr. John solo piano live in New Orleans, a 2023 purple blue marble, $39.99. Poco does not have an Obi. No Obi on Poco. Sean Fairweather on No Gallagher. These two Metallica magazines are sold for $10, and those are sold to Chevy Bailey for $10. Next is now Kiss. Kiss had bids for $40, and then $45, and then $47, and then $41. The high bid on Kiss is $47 with Denise. Denise Offdahl has it for $47. The Beastie Boys has one bid for $55. This is on Def Jam. I figured it would bring well over 100. It's about to get one bid for Nick Bargeron for $55. Final call on that. Here we have Use Your Illusion 2 in shrink, another remaster, 2LP, $29.99. There's Use Your Illusion 2, discovered and covered, $19.99. Looks like some kind of compilation. I do see the Lumineers on here, I see the Lone Below on here. This is Houndmouth, $19.99. Now Kiss is at $51. Also, the Three Pieces, Vibes of Truth. The Three Pieces is a 1995 UK reissue, a 75 jazz funk album, $34.99 on that. And Wilco is on pink vinyl. It is $29.99. What is this one called? Shimlaco. And now Kiss is at 51. Now Kiss is at 52. Now the Beastie Boys is at 65. And now the next magazines I'm going to put up for auction are the following. We have this, we have this, we have this, and we have this, okay? I've got 3 vintage magazines, all Led Zeppelin related. We got Hit Parader from 1976. There it is, Jimmy Page. Guitar Player magazine from 1977. There he is, Jimmy Page. And the complete Led Zeppelin history, Led Zeppelin and Current Metal Kings. There's another one. We got 3 Zeppelin magazines, 2 vintage originals here for sure. Hit Parader and Guitar Player with Jimmy Page on the cover. Those 3 for a $20 start. Nice. Now Kiss is at $55. Now Beastie Boys is at $66. Now Tim Colino on Wilco. That's so to Tim Colino. Thank you on that. Over here, we have a lot of nudity because Paul's used a lot of sticky notes. This is an 84 UK power pop indie. This is just a complete nude cover. There is nude people all over it. $19.99. Over here is a 2010 folk EP, $24.99, called Dark, 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 Bright, Bright, Bright. They couldn't make up their mind. $24.99. Now Led Zeppelin, Susie's in at $20. She's got a big crush on Robert Plant. $20 with Susie Breelove. The last bid on Beastie Boys is $66. That's an OG Beastie Boys. And now Kiss. The last bid here on Kiss was Brent Robley at $55. This is an OG 1974 Casablanca first press. It is OG. And the high bid on that's $55. Now Led Zeppelin 20. Now Led Zeppelin 25. Catherine also has a crush on Robert Plant. We got Wade Lucas. He's wanting the nude for $19.99. So do Wade. Over here, we have Drive-By Truckers, Brighter Than Creation's Dark. Drive-By Truckers is sealed, $39.99. Sealed, $39.99. Now Led Zeppelin's at $27. Now the Beastie Boys are at $68. How about Ray Davies' Quiet Life? Ray Davies is $9.99. Ray Davies. Let's see what I can pull out over here for auction. I'm pulling out a random. I've got a bunch of 10-inch EPs to sell tonight as well. This one's sealed. The Black Angels, Cedar Lake Forest. It's sealed. It's never been opened. And it's going to go up for a $10 start. Is Beastie Boys a gatefold? Yes. It's a 1986 USOG with company inner sleeve, EX edition. It is a gatefold jacket. There they are. There's the back, has the original on her sleeve. EX. I think at one time it may have had something right here that got peeled off, and right here. And there's this. And now this is $68. Then somebody asked, what is the Kiss? And then somebody else just asked, what is the Kiss and the condition? This is a 1974 U.S. OG pressing of Kiss Hotter Than Hell, the blue Casablanca label. It is a final call to Brent Robley. He's had it for 55. He's had it for 3 minutes. Hammers up. The hammer of justice is about to fall. Black Angels is a $10 start. Now Beastie Boys at 68. Now Black Angels 10. Now Black Angels 10. These three Kiss magazines are, or excuse me, 3 Led Zeppelins are with Susie at 27. 27. Catherine, it is up to you. I think she bid 29. Is that right, Catherine? Black Angels 10, Black Angels 10. Discovered and covered price. Discovered and covered price here, Robert Barnett, was $19.99. 2 $10 bids on Black Angels. And then info on the covers album again. Give me 1 second. Black Angels has another bid for 10. And now Susie's at 30 on the 3 Zeppelin magazine. How about Pete Yorn Sings the Classics? Pete Yorn is $19.99. Over here is Violation, $14.99 on Violation by Stars. And then over here, we have David Diggs, Out on a Limb. David Diggs, a 76 Jazz Funk album, $19.99 on that. So 3 people bid 10 on the Black Angels. Thomas Hujar was first. Everybody else is out. And now Kiss is sold to Brent Robley for $55. Brent, I thought there any second somebody was going to bid. There was 3 questions while Brent had the final bid. Nobody bid. It's sold to Brent for $55. Now, Robert asked first about discovered and covered. That's exactly how I like my hash browns at the Waffle House. I'll take them discovered and covered. That is sold. I'm going to tell them that tonight when I'm ordering. I'll say hash browns with my sandwich, and then they'll say, how would you like those? I'm like, I want them discovered and covered. And now, over here, we have Led Zeppelin Out, Catherine bid 32. What was the Pete Yorn? Pete Yorn is called Sings the Classics. It's a 2021 record store day, $19.99. Over here, Susie's out on Led Zeppelin. Now Black Angels is at 13. And then over here, Amanda, you were next on Discovered and Covered. And then we have No Gallagher's High Flying Birds. That is sealed for $29.99. And then the Led Zeppelins are sold to Catherine for $32. Thank you, Catherine. Those are sold to you. Moving right along. Now back to the Kiss stuff. The next Kiss item I have is a tour book. This is, if I don't destroy the camera in the meantime, Kiss Alive 35, official, original, glossy, nice near mint tour book. That is going to be a $15 start on that. Also, Earth, Wind, and Fire, the best of, Volume 1, $19.99. $19.99. Alan Jackson's Don't Rock the Jukebox, a 2024 pressing, $22.99. Are we done on the Beastie Boys? I hadn't set a bid in a long time. It's a final call to JK for $68. It's been a while. It's at 68 with JK, and now the Black Angels is at 13, 14, 15. How about Hiroshima, Adori? That's in shrink with hop sticker, $9.99. And the Resurrection Band, the best of Rez, EX edition on that for $12.99. The Kiss Tour book is a $15 start, Alive 35. I don't like selling these too much because that means this is going to have to go into a bigger box than normal, and we're going to have to probably pay extra postage. So it's up for bid for $15. And that is, let's say that's the only thing you bought this whole week and we shipped it for $8. It's going to cost a lot more than $8 just to ship that. The size of the box and the packaging it's going to take, just FYI. I don't like selling stuff that doesn't fit too easily inside of a record box or the boxes we have built and made to ship records. Otherwise, it's going to have to go into an oversized box and it's going to cost a lot more postage. But it's there. We do $8 in limited shipping. And now it's probably going to cost, I can tell you right now, labor including supplies, a lot more than $8 just to ship that. Kiss Alive 35. That has one bid for $17. We do $8 in limited shipping, though. Black Angel, 17, now 18. And then over here, we have Dwayne on Rez, and then Alan Jackson. Now, this, of course, the original pressings are like 100 plus. These recently came back into print. It's a 2024 for just $22.99. And then No Gallagher. What is this one called? Holy Mountain Instrumental, Dead in the Water, live at RTE 2FM Studios, Berlin. 3-track. Sealed, $29.99. Over here is Beastie Boys, And Beastie Boys is sold to JK for $68. Time for new stuff. Let me take one more look at this first crate of Japanese before I move in to a fresh new crate. There's Kiss, just one bid for $17. I am about to sell it. Let me see what I've got left over here in this crate before I decide what I am going to grab in the next crate. You know what? I've got at least one or two more in here that I'm going to run for auction, including a Miles Davis. This is from the Japanese pressing batch. We've already had one tonight. Here's another one. My Funny Valentine. It is a Japanese pressing. This is another 28 AP 2836. 28 AP 2836. Has a little bit of discoloration on the back. Has a SD or SJ seal of approval sticker. A little bit of a seam split down here on the bottom. Vinyl's beautiful. Front of the cover, everything else looks nice. $35 start on that. No Gallagher is so to Sean Fairweather. Tim Jernigan got Alan Jackson. Black Angels 20, now 21. And now Kiss is sold to Wade Lucas for $17. Thank you, Wade. That's sold to you for $17. Great price on that. Next thing I have going up right now is some more magazines. We have Rock Mania from 1979, mostly featuring Kiss there on the cover. Here is another one featuring Kiss. A 16 magazine, and a People magazine from 1980. Let's do those three there, and let's throw in a fourth one. That is one there from, I don't know when, but a little bit more modern one. But that is going to be for $20 start. So 3 vintage magazines there, all 4 Kiss related in some way. Kiss, the Complete Kiss, People magazine featuring Kiss, 1980. 16 magazine with, I think, Leif Garrett and Kiss over here featured on the side, and then Rock Mania with Frampton and Kiss and Ted Nugent, Meatloaf, Freddie Mercury. Those 4 magazines, a $20 start. And these loose ones, we will put them in a board and bag, just so you know, okay? Sorry, terribly distracted. How much for Pete Yorn? Pete Yorn sings the classics. That is a 2021 Record Store Day, $19.99 on that. Miles Davis, no bid, looking for a $35 start. They're still bidding on the sealed Black Angels. J. Giles Bloodshot, EX condition, $17.99. We are going through a new arrivals crate here from Paul. Really cool stuff in here, just FYI. Next is Tom Petty, live, Pack Up the Plantation, VG, a great live 2LP Tom Petty. $14.99 on that. Brent's in on Miles Davis at $35. That's a final call, one bid. And Journey captured. VG $11.99 for Journey captured. And now over here, our next auction is going to go up. I'm going to start back over here with the tab that says $50 and up. Here is a Neil Young that I found in a tub when I was digging out all these magazines and miscellaneous items. I had never seen this before, and I don't think it's one of those Neil Young albums that have never been reissued. And here it is. It's a 2010. It is a 2010 with insert. This album's sealed. It's called Le Noise. And some of these sealed have sold for as much as $367. Neil Young's a 2010 OG. Nice, near mint with insert. Or actually, it's EX. EX on the vinyl. Nice jacket. And it's going to go up for a $125 start. This one's out of print. I didn't even know it existed. We were talking about Neil Young the other night. I was giving a relatively new listener some tracks to go check out. And I told him, I said, well, I've not even listened to all of Neil Young, and I consider me a fan of his early work. Probably past 1975, I've listened to 20% of his music. There is so much. Like, I didn't even know this album existed till I found this. $125 start. I know it's not in print. I hadn't seen it in a long time. $125 on that. Black Angels is at $25. Now Kiss has bids for $20 with Pat Lucero, and then we had a bid for $22, now $25. No, $22. The Black Angels is at $25. So let me clarify that. Over here we got Neil Young, $125. That just got a bid. The Black Angels is at $25. And Wade Lucas, you're tied with Hendry on the Kiss magazine. Hendry came in first at $22. That means that Wade and Pat Lucero's out. Brent was the only bidder on Miles Davis. Let's go ahead and sleeve that and sell that to Brent for $35. Thank you, Mr. Brent. Robley, that is sold. That's done. That's a tough Neil Young to get. One bid, $125. Okay, now let's move the magazines back here. Black Angels is definitely final call. Looks like it's only between 2 people. 1 have went out. And then we got some claims. We do have some claims. The first claim was Ed Hickey. Thank you, Ed, on the Tom Petty. David Johnson wants to Pete Yorn. Thank you, David Johnson. And then we have Kiss at 24. Next thing I have over here is I'm going to move my anti-fatigue mat. Shout out to the Vlotter Checks a while back sending me an anti-fatigue mat. And sometimes I'll have 1 foot on it and I'll have 1 foot off of it. And I think that's why I get unbalanced and my legs start hurting. If I stand flat and level for 8 hours, I'm fine. Next thing is the sex symbol of the South, Elmer Fuddpucker. Wow. The sex symbol of the South. There he is, folks. It's Elmer Fuddpucker. And that's in VG condition, 1999. I better be careful reading that too fast. I will say something that doesn't sound right at all. We got Gray Sleek Dreams. Gray Sleek is EX 1299, and Jan Hammers, Miami Vice theme, EX 999. Final call, Neil Young for $1.25, and now the Black Angels is sold to Tim Colino for $25. Our next Japanese pressing, and let me flip through this crate one more time. Boy, we've sold a lot out of here already. Here's one I've just never had before, so let's try it. There's 2 more in this crate I'm going to auction, and then I'm going to get into our second of 3 crates. I've just never had this before, and this is the best of the 4 tops, Excel 1. Like, reach out and I'll be there, and Baby, I Need Your Lovin'. I've never had a 4 tops on Japanese before. It is a compilation. It does have this in the insert. This is Now If You Feel That You Can't Go On, Reach Out, I'll Be There. Baby, I Need Your Lovin'. There they are. They're golfing on the back. Nice. $35 start. I don't know if anybody follows golf. I don't really haven't got to watch much of the U.S. Open this week, but it looks like it got really tough conditions again today. How did they finish up? I've been watching Scheffler. I'm like, man, Scheffler, he's back, but you got to watch him. Well, he's T11, but he's 8 shots back. Wow. So he's T11, but he's 8 shots back. I don't know. So Kiss is at 28. There is a new bid on Neil Young. First thing we have here is, wow, that's wild looking. Tail Gunner, Jimmy McGriff. Never seen that before. How cool of a cover. Jimmy McGriff is a 77 US white label promo, VG 999. So the Kiss magazines are at 28. The Neil Young, Thomas Sujar, there's a new bid for 135 with Christopher Dean. And the 4 tops is a $35 start. Japanese pressing, no bid yet. Cheap Trick, Lap of Luxury. Cheap Trick is VG $9.99. Stuck in Paradise, Sweet Marie. OG 72 US, a rare rock album is the note from Paul. VG $9.99. And Buddy Montgomery, this rather than that. Buddy Montgomery is an OG 1970 US pressing. VG $11.99. VG $11.99. So Neil Young 136, Ivan R on JM for Jimmy McGriff. Thomas has Neil Young at 136, and the Kiss magazines. Pat, I'm assuming you're done. Hendry has them for 28. It's a final call. Hammer's up on those. Hammer is up. Stick, new golf show on Apple TV. I'm not familiar with that. I'll look into that. And then 4 tops. Debbie, 4 tops is a $35 start. $35 start on the 4 tops. Okay, so we still got more vintage pre-owned crates. Hold on while I'm stretching. Oh, my gosh. Let me stretch and let's change out crates. Let me open this up over here. Okay, we're good to go. So these Kiss magazines are sold to Hendry for $28. I lost Pat Lucero there for a while. But those are sold to Hendry for $28. Four Tops is a final call, and now Neil Young's getting bids. Melissa wants Cheap Trick. I am going to read through these one more time. My apologies. I did not do that. But first, let me grab what's next over here in the magazine box. Let me grab some of this stuff here and see what I got. Wow, these look interesting here. I bet these are pretty tough to get. This one here, Japan 77 Revisited. That looks like that's probably pretty good. Hopefully the KISS fans are watching. This is Japan 77 Revisited, limited edition fan edition photo book. That looks pretty cool, and I'm going to put with it a Cam magazine with Ace Frehley on the cover. So those two there for a $20 start. Those two there for a $20 start. That's up for bid. And then here's what's left in here. If you need a price, let me know. YouTube Pop. We had The Week That Was. Also, Future Birds and Carl Brommel. William Meadows. The Four Tops already has a bid for $35. And Thomas Hujar, You're Out on Neil Young. Christopher Dean does have it for $140 over on YouTube. Also, this was Peter Gabriel, Long Walk Home, which is a soundtrack, white vinyl. No, it's a 45 RPM only time on vinyl, $29.99. Neil Young is not sealed. No, Neil Young is in EX condition. Neil Young is EX. Neil Young is in EX condition on that. The KISS magazine's at $20. I do not have a Dynasty book to my knowledge. Now Neil Young's at $142. I'll make sure William doesn't want to get a bid again on the Four Tops before I sell it. Nat Riddles is $274.99. I'm going to go ahead and take this out of the crate. Records like this that we straight price, it's on Spivey. No wonder it's on Spivey Records. If no one's interested tonight, I'm going to set it off to the side. We'll probably go ahead and get it on Discogs. But that's $274.99. And then over here, we have Dr. John Solo Piano. Dr. John's a 2023 purple and blue marble vinyl. That was $39.99. Now we have a new bid on the Four Tops at $36. The KISS magazines are at $20, including Japan 77 Revisited, and that is with Chad Davis. We have Poco 7, a Japanese pressing. Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion 2 is still available. That is $29.99. That has Knocking on Heaven's Door on it. Knocking on Heaven, their cover of that is on that. Also, we have the three pieces, Vibes of Truth. Don't forget about Bright, 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 Dark, Dark, Dark. And then Drive-By Truckers is still available. Pressed at RTI, sealed for $39.99. Ivan R. is going to pick up the Dr. John. The U2 was $34.99. Final call on the KISS magazines. Debbie Winston's back in on Four Tops. Christopher Dean's out on Neil Young. That is a final call then to Thomas Hujar for $142. Next is Ray Davies, Quiet Life. Ray Davies is an 86 UK, and that's a single from that movie Absolute Beginners that David Bowie was featured in. $9.99 on Ray Davies. Stars Violation, $14.99. And David Diggs, Out on a Limb. David Diggs is $19.99. Let me take a drink of purple juice right over here. All righty. Williams back in on the Four Tops at $38. Lots of killer auctions still to come up. This is $19.99, the best of Earth, Wind, and Fire. That has Shining Star on it, September. Four Tops is at $38. Hiroshima's $9.99, Adori. Jay Giles is on red vinyl, EX $17.99. We also had Journey Captured, VG $11.99, a 2LP. Sex Symbol of the South, Elmer Fudd Pucker Sr. Gray Slick, Jan Hammer, Stuck in Paradise, Sweet Marie, and Buddy Montgomery, This Rather Than That. The two KISS magazines, which is Japan Revisited 77, and the Cam magazine, Volume 1, Number 2 with Ace Frehley. Those just got a new bid for $21. Four Tops, $39. And Neil Young is sold to Thomas Hujar for $142. And some of those sealed had sold for as much as $300 and something. How much? Some of those sealed have sold for as much as $367. Wow. Seems like that was a great price on that. And now we're down to two KISS magazines. Chad, you just got outbid. And now the Four Tops is at $39. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Holy moly, what do we have here? I've never seen anything like this. A Tribe Called Quest scenario. Never seen this before. I know it's nothing that's in print unless it's been repackaged or something. A Tribe Called Quest scenario. It's a 1992 USOG in VG condition. $20 start on that. 4 tops $39, 4 tops $40, and now Kiss is at $22. Anybody else? I'm going to condense this over here with some other stuff for tonight, and we're going to go into probably another crate. It's about time to do a Buy It Now Best Offer crate. So let me see what I can find over here. It's probably going to be new stuff from John. There's just so much, and I've got a lot of it so mixed up, I'm going to go ahead and just take offers on them. So next time you see some of these crates here from Paul that we just went through, they probably will be best offer. First thing I'm going to do is do a little cleanup because I'm really running out of space over here. So let me take this crate over here. Oh my gosh, here's like 5 boxes of cassettes and 8 tracks over here. Just so much stuff. And we keep buying. You should see how much stuff we've bought already this week that just came in the door and how much we're about to buy. We just bought like 10 tubs, it seems like, of Hot Wheels. I mean, Tanner was up there showing me. I was like, where did these come from? He's like, Paul bought them in with a record collection. There's like thousands of Hot Wheels. I was like, oh my gosh. They're all the new kind in the package. I was like, oh my gosh. There's another 5 years of selling. We're just going to keep pushing on, though. We can get a lot done 8 hours a night. I'm getting better every day selling stuff faster. All right. Let's see here. I'm going to move these Japanese pressings. I got one more in this crate. I've already pulled it out. Those I might auction later, or they'll make great buy it nows. I'm going to go ahead and take this and grab this. I'm condensing and cleaning up already because we've already been through, counting those 5 crates of new vinyl. Man, we've already been through a lot tonight, and I feel like we're just getting started. Let's see. I think that was new stuff from last night. Is this new vinyl? That's new vinyl. Let me turn those that way. I got a system here. I turn crates different directions. That way I know I've gone through them before. All right, let me walk back over here right quick and update these auctions. So 4 tops was at 40. Davey Winstead, you're out. Davey Winstead bid 41. Davey Winstead bid 41. Tribe Called Quest is at 30 with Andrew Hawkins. 30 with Andrew Hawkins. And then these 2 magazines, Wade went out. Chad Davis has both of those for 22. That's a final call. So we've been through this crate. Let me move these over here. Whoa. Almost crashed into Laura. Don't want to do that. There'd be records all over the ground. I'd fall down. I'd break a leg. Laura would get up and kick me. Let's see here. All right, we're going to go through this crate here. Buy It Now Best Offer. And then I'm going to go get this Japanese brand. All right. Has everybody hit the like button? Oh, no. Laura's sneaking in more food. Laura is sneaking in more food. I knew it. I heard the door chime. Laura is sneaking in more food on me. Holy moly. Oh, no. There goes the rest of the show. Golly. Look at all these Japanese pressings. Gosh. I'm in David Johnson Wonderland right now. A whole crate like it's full. I'm setting it down right now. It's full of Japanese obies. And we're going to start by me flipping through them and seeing what's in here. Okay. Oh, interesting. Nice. Got a few I've never had. I've got a few essentials. And we'll start right here with this one. Especially since I know there's some Kiss fans watching. But first, we have a Tribe Called Quest. Nobody else bid. This is sold to Andrew Hawkins for $30. The 4 tops is at $43. William Meadows, you're out. And Tim Colino just bid $31 on Tribe. Dang, I've already sold to Andrew. He's had it for he had it for 6 minutes, Tim. Sorry. That's already sold to him. I just said sold. And then these are 2 Kiss magazines. I was going to sell them, but guess what? Phil Elliott just asked what they are. It's Cam, Volume 1, Number 2, and Japan 77 Revisited. These are a final call to Chad Davis for $22. He got very lucky getting that in. Final call. Phil, if you're going to bid, the clock is on. Now, next auction is going to go up right now. It's a Japanese pressing of Angel, On Earth as It Is in Heaven. Angel. If you flip it upside down, it still says Angel. It is a Japanese promo copy. White label with Japanese promo symbols. The vinyl is nice. It is a gatefold with Obi, and it's going to go up with insert as well, a $35 start. The vinyl on this one, it's actually really nice. It's a little dirty around the running groove. It looks like the running groove needs to be cleaned, which we can do that. I'll make a note for them to clean the running grooves. It's really dirty around that. Okay, there's that, and there's that, and there's Angel. Okay, 35. So these 2 were sold to Chad Davis for 22. You've missed, for those who's just getting on, you've missed some Japanese magazines, but there's still some left, or some Kiss magazines. The 4 Tops is still getting bids. Debbie, you're back out bid again. Here is stack number 3 we've sold tonight. We have sold a bunch of Kiss stuff. That's stack number 3. I'm going to go ahead and put it over here so we can start another new stack. Let me go do that right now. I'm going to take them right in here, especially before we start a new crate and start getting them new auctions. So there's those. That's the 3rd stack tonight. All right, Angel has a bid for 35 and Hammer's up on 4 Tops. Next thing we're going to do is let's do these right here. Let's just call this magazine lot, and we have 3, and we're going to make these a $10 start. And the first one is another copy, just like we sold, of Cam with Ace Frehley. And then here's Circus with Motley Crue feature, and then Cream with Alice Cooper. So mag, you can put that, and then $10 start. Those are up for bid. Final call on Angel, and I've lost Debbie on 4 Tops, but I've got to sell it very quickly. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. We have Fleetwood Mac live, a 2 LP, $36.99. Now, to my knowledge, these probably have not been shown before, and now they're buy it now or best offer. Fleetwood Mac is $36.99. Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks, just $24.99. No condition notes, original on her sleeve. Tangled Up in Blue. That's a nice copy. Nice record so far. John Lennon Imagine. The Streak Continues. It's on the Purple Capitol label. $29.99 on John Lennon Imagine. Over here, Pat Benatar, Get Nervous. $14.99. And Styx, Paradise Theater, $19.99. All right, so 4 Tops is sold to William Meadows for $44. Thank you, William. That's sold to you. Final call on Angel for $35, and the 3 Circus magazines, or I should just say 3 magazines. It's actually Cam, Cream, and Circus. CCC. 4 Tops is sold. Stacy's in on mags for 10. That's going once, going twice, going 3 times. New stuff here, buy it now, best offer, including Elvis Presley Country. Elvis Presley's on, excuse me. Elvis is on the Orange RCA label. Charlie Daniels Band, Million Mile Reflections. The Devil Went Down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. $24.99 on Charlie. Chicago 17 is $14.99. And Foreigner has the original die-cut cover. It's a gatefold. It's in VG Plus condition. $19.99. It's called Records. Well, it's essentially a hits compilation. $19.99. Romelu, I will sell you Fleetwood Mac for $30 if you want to do that. And we have Jackson Brown for $14.99. Tom Kelly, you get Angel for $35. Thank you, Tom Kelly. That is sold to you. Let's get back over here to our other advertised auctions as well. Let's not forget about those. Tom Kelly, that's sold to you for $35. These 3 magazines are sold for $10 to Stacy Brown. Thank you, Stacy. Those are sold to you. And then Mary Miles on Chicago. Mary Miles on Chicago. That's sold to Mary. Thank you on that. Next auction is going to go up right now, and it's Funkadelic. And this is a late 70s, early 80s U.S. Winchester reissue based on this label. It's in VG Plus condition, Warner Brothers reissue label. Not bad though. VG Plus, a $20 start on that. And then over here we got Amanda on Foreigner for $15. Let's go ahead and sell that to Amanda Darby for $15. Thank you, that's so to you. Over here we got Linda Ronstadt, a retrospective. Linda, great compilation, 2LP, $24.99. And John Lee Hooker, $19.99. That's a compilation on the Everest Records archive of folk and jazz. Next thing I have going up right now is 3 more magazines here. Hit Parader Annual. Hit Parader Annual is pretty cool. It's got Freddie Mercury, Mick Jagger, Robert Plant, and Gene Simmons on the cover. A little bit of wear, some writing up here. And then another Hit Parader Annual. Once again, all kinds of stuff on here. Meatloaf, Gene, Freddie, Bee Gees, Paul Stanley, and then a Guitar World magazine. It looks like it's not Japanese, but it kind of looks like it is, if that makes sense. So those 3 there. Those 3 magazines for a $20 start. Those 3 magazines there for a $20 start. Okay, 3 more Kiss magazines. Now, over here, we had an offer on Fleetwood Mac. It was at $35. He offered $25. I said $30. We sold Chicago. We sold Foreigner. How much is Elvis? Elvis Country was $19.99. And then we have Sean Fairweather on John Lee Hooker. Funkadelic has a bid for $20. There's that auction. Our next thing we have is Rocky 3, a Japanese pressing. This is going to go up for a $35 start. Rocky 3, the vinyl, of course, is near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert with it. Does have a little bit of discoloration. Eye of the Tiger, rising up, back on the street. It is a $35 start. There it is. Okay. And then over here, Black Sabbath. This is a new sealed copy. It's a purple and black splatter. It is $36.99. Funkadelic has another bid for $25. And then Jackson Browne, price and condition. Jackson Browne has no condition notes. It is EX++ or better. $14.99. Elvis Presley, His Hand in Mine, that's in shrink, $14.99 for Elvis. Quarter Flash is $14.99. That's a self-titled album. Hank Wilson's Back, that is Leon Russell, $19.99. Chad, I will sell you Elvis, which was Elvis Country, for $15 if you want that. Next is the Marshall Tucker Band 10th, VG Plus $9.99. And Andy Griffin, Just for a Laugh. Andy Griffin's in VG condition, $12.99. John Fogerty, it's got promo stickers on the cover, or a promo sticker on the cover, VG Plus, and it is a white label, not for sale promo. That's VG Plus, $14.99. Mary Miles offer $12 for Jackson Browne. That is sold to Mary Miles. Thank you on that. Over here, we got Willie Nelson, Face of a Fighter. Willie's VG Plus, $14.99. And Seals and Croft, 1 and 2. That is a 2LP, no condition note, $16.99. These 3 magazines are a $20 buy it now. Hit Parader, and then the other Kiss magazines, those are available. Funkadelics at $25, and that means that the first bidder, Robert Barnett, you've been outbid, just FYI. Edmund Estrada on Fogerty for $11. That's sold to Edmund Estrada for $11. Chad Davis on Marshall Tucker Band, that's sold to him. And then final call to get a bid on Rocky 3 for $35 if anybody wants in on that. Next thing is Ricky Skaggs, Waiting for the Sun to Shine, $9.99 on Ricky Skaggs. And Madonna Music, Richard Humpty Vision, unreleased mixes. What the heck is this? It's a 2000 promo from Madonna, $39.99. Charlie Daniels for $15. That is sold to D-Kong 52. Thank you. That's sold to you for $15. Fogerty Have Fortune Son. That would be on a Creedence Clearwater Revival album. That would be on a CCR album, not a Fogerty solo, unless he re-recorded it for a solo career. And what that is possible. Phil Elliott gets these 3 unsold magazines for $20. Those are sold to Phil Elliott. And now we're going to make me show 2 more records. Honeycomb, Sweet Replies. Honeycomb is $14.99. And Seals and Croft, Diamond Girl, $9.99 on that. Funkadelic has a new bid for $26, and now Rocky is a buy it now for $35. Rocky 3 soundtrack can be bought at this moment for $35. We got an offer on Madonna for $35. I was about to say, I don't think Madonna stay around for too long, and she is sold for $35 to Greg Herman. Now Funkadelic, $26. And now we have some more. I said I had some sealed 10-inch releases over here I was going to throw up. So how about this one right here? It is Garbage. That's always popular. With Brian Aubert, The Chemicals. Garbage is a Seal 10-inch record store day for a $10 start. 10-inch for a $10 start. Funkadelic has a new bid for $30. Next is the Eagles' Greatest Hits. The Eagles' Greatest Hits is in EX condition, $32.99 on that. Also, we have, from the Sugar Hill label, Super Wolf. Super Wolf can do it. Anybody can do it. Super Wolf can do it. It's a 1980 Sugar Hill single, $19.99 on that. And Sweet Tooth testing. Sweet Tooth is a 1996. That's on red vinyl, $59.99. Sweet Tooth. It's numbered 6 of 400. You grabbed the wrong album, Chad. I grabbed Honeycomb, didn't I? That is because I thought the sleeve opening was at the top, and I meant to grab Madonna. We got it now. Thank you. Thank you for catching that. Also, Bob Welch French Kiss. This has Sentimental Lady on it. $9.99 on that. Garbage has a bid for $10. And now the next magazine lot I have over here. Let's see what I've got in the Kiss tub. And here is some of the stuff I have left. Let's see here. We got a, let's see here. Boom, 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 boom. All right, let's do these three. Okay. And yeah. All right, let's do these three. I have Teen Star with Paul Stanley. I've got Teen Star, special issue Kiss. And I have Kiss Alive 3 poster special with a nude-looking woman and Gene Simmons about to do something probably he shouldn't be to her, unless you were to ask his opinion. And then those three are going to go up for a $20 start. Those are up for bid. Garbage is at $10, Funkadelic at $27, Robert's out. So Funkadelic is at $30 right now with JH over on YouTube. $30. We're going through a buy it now best offer bin. Danny Thomason wants Rocky 3 for $35. Thank you, Danny. That's so do you. Now, over here, we have the Brave Bulls La Fiesta Brava. That's $19.99. Bullfighting music. You listen to that, and you'll want to go out and fight bulls. Okay? We have Ricky Van Shelton, Love and Proof, $14.99 on Ricky Van Shelton. Ricky Van Shelton, Wide Eyed Dream, $14.99. And the Beach Boys, $69. That is $19.99. The Kiss magazines have bids for $20 and $20. Final Call and Garbage for $10, and Final Call and Funkadelic for $30. Now Garbage has a bid for $12 with John Stevens. Country Music, Elvis Presley Time Life Collection, $14.99. Blue Moon of Kentucky, Your Cheating Heart. Suspicious Minds is on here. U.S. Mail, that is $14.99. Elvis, also REO Speedwagon, High Infidelity, Keep On Loving You, Take It On the Run. EX, $14.99 for REO Speedwagon. And Elvis in Concert, a 2LP, $19.99. So the original bidder of Garbage, Greg Herman, you've been outbid, and I think we're done on Funkadelic now. The Kiss magazines, Phil Elliott, you're out. Chad Davis bid first at $20. So now Phil's back in at $22. Now Greg's back in on Garbage at $15. We got Loverboy, Keep It Up, VG Plus, $14.99. Travis Woods wants some REO Speedwagon. That's so to Travis Woods. And then Twisted Sister, We're Not Gonna Take It. The kids are back. You Can't Stop and Roll, and We're Gonna Make It. A 4-track 12-inch VG condition. Twisted Sister is $9.99. $9.99 on that. The Beatles, Abbey Road, a 1976 orange Capitol label, $39.99. One Sweet Dream came true today. Regina Tabor on Elvis. That's so to Regina. If I were to guess, I bet Regina has 5,000 Elvis records. I've probably sold her 4,900 of them. Counting singles and albums, I bet she's got 4,900 that I've sold her. Next thing over here is Fleetwood Mac. This is $24.99. Fleetwood Mac is $24.99. And then we have Elvis Aaron Presley box set from 1980. It is an 8 LP set for $59.99. That seems like a good deal. Twisted Sister is definitely going to be $9.99. I should have put this up for a $10 start. But Greg Herman, if you want it, it's $9.99. You offered $7, Amanda offered $7, and then Kenny Stanley said he'll take it for $10. So Greg, it's yours if you want it. Next thing over here is what? We have Kiss at $24. Twisted Sister, Twisted Sister. Kiss magazines at $25, Garbage $17, and Funkadelic is sold for $30, and Funkadelic is sold for $30 to JH. He has had it for about 5 minutes, and somebody just bid 22, and this is already at 30. I've got to sell it to him. Okay, so that's sold, and now Kiss is at $26 with Phil Elliott, and Greg Herman said he will take the Twisted Sister at sticker price of $9.99. Looks like we need another new auction, eh? And the next new auction, is going to go up for bid right now, all right? And that one is this right here. This is a 2010 U.S. Palace pressing of Nirvana Nevermind. So this is like the edition to have of this record. When we were getting these in print, I opened one up and I was like, holy moly. It made me reappreciate the entire album. I think I stashed away a couple sealed copies for my personal collection. I was like, while I can get these, I better hang on to them. We ordered them. We would sell out. We'd sell another 20. We'd sell another 30. And then they stopped making them over in Palace, Germany, it seems like. I think they're pressed. There's still pretty good versions out there, but not like this one. This is the 180-gram audiophile wax Palace 2010, $125 start. It will blow your socks off. $125 on Nirvana Nevermind. That is the edition to have of that album. There is a MoFi pressing of Nirvana Nevermind. It is, what, $1,000 or something? It's very expensive. Okay, Kiss is at $26, and then how much is the Elvis box? Elvis box is $59.99. Seems like a great price. It's a 25th anniversary of Elvis. It's got 8 LPs with it. It's $59.99. Nirvana's $125. The last bid on Garbage was $17 with John Stevens. The bidder before John Stevens was Greg Herman. Greg, just so you know, you're out on that. And Funkadelic, Thomas Bullard, your feed is behind. Thomas, whenever you hear this, you'll realize what happened. And we have Funkadelic. Let's see what happened. Okay, so Thomas, what was I saying? Whenever you hear this, I think your feed's behind. Do we have any Bob Dylan? Hundreds, thousands, hundreds. Every night, 8 hours a night. And then Debbie Winston does want the Elvis box. That's sold. Okay. Nirvana. It is. Okay, and then over here is Garbage. And then Garbage is, he's out, so this is sold. And I'm going to make this the last record in the box, okay? So John Stevens gets this for $17. I'm going to put that right behind the Elvis box, just for whoever's tagging. Let's not try to. These small 10-inch LPs I put in the crate sometimes can get hidden. So there's that. Now, the first thing I've got to say is this. Nirvana, one more time, Nirvana is a 2010 U.S. Palace. This album originally came out in what, 91? This is a 2010. This is the definite edition. The definite edition. It's great. 125 is the starting bid. Kiss is at $28. Robbie L over on YouTube is at $28 on these 3 magazines. Phil Elliott was at $26, so we're not done on those. Okay? Now, there is no STP up for bid or in the crates, Brian, unless you've seen something I don't see. The first thing I'm going to do is change out crates because we have filled up another one here. That is great. This crate is really full now. So that's done. And now let me grab this one. And we are working on filling up our 4th crate right now. Fantastic. So over here, yeah, Bob Dylan. There's even a Bob Dylan in the crate. There's an OG Blood on the Tracks right here for $24.99. You'll see a Bob Dylan album about every few moments, probably. Joan Baez, Diamonds in the Rust, 1980. This is a Nautilus half-speed master, $74.99. Lionel Richie, Dancing on the Ceiling, $9.99. We have Brewer and Shipley, Shake Off the Demon. That was $14.99. This is $14.99 for Headstone. Headstone's $14.99. Robbie L., you're out on the Kiss magazines. Phil has it for $29. We have Relaxing Body and Mind, the relaxation record. This is $14.99. You put that on and you'll start relaxing. We have Steve Kuhn, Nonfiction. Steve Kuhn is $19.99. We have Encore, Jose Feliciano's Finest Recordings, $9.99. And then Elvis Moody Blue, $34.99. And Steppenwolf, Born to Be Wild, is $29.99. There it is. Okay, final call to get a bid on Nirvana for $1.25. $1.25. And I'm waiting for Abiel on the Kiss magazines, but I'm about to sell them. Let's go ahead and put up another single right quick from this box I got over here. Y'all hadn't seen any of these. And let's do this one right here. It is Buddy Guy. Oh, no, I've squatted down, and I don't know if I can get back up. Oh, gosh. Okay, here we go. You ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, this is Buddy Guy. This is Sick With Love, and She Got It Together. Buddy Guy is sealed, and it's going to go up for a $10 start. First thing is Robin offered $7 on Lionel Richie, and then somebody offered full price. Robin, that's yours for $9.99. If not, it is Billy Butler's. And now Coon has an offer for $13 with Matt Barnhill. Now there's a new bid on the Kiss magazines. Robbie L has bid $30. And now Buddy Guy's a $10 start, and now Nirvana's a $125 buy it now. $125 on that. Buddy Guy 10, Buddy Guy 10. Kiss magazines are at $30. Next thing I have going up right now is another auction, if you can believe that. And the next thing I have is going to be Talking Heads, Stop Making Sense. This is the 2023 limited edition, the complete set on vinyl for the very first time. Amazing. Remastered 2LP, a $55 start. And now, so Robin does get Lionel Richie, and that is sold to Robin for $9.99. All right, here's what's left in here. I've got a new Arrivals crate over here from Paul, just FYI. I can tell the Kiss collectors are on now because we've went into extended bidding. There for a while, all these magazines were just getting one or no bids, and now we have the the Kiss collectors are on, and everything has went into extended bidding. I can tell it for sure. So here's what's happened on Nirvana. Nirvana did not get a bid. Nirvana did not get a bid, and then for $125, and then Christopher said $130, and then Travis said buy it now. So it's actually sold to Christopher, if that's what he wanted, for just $125. $125 on that. So that is sold. And that is sold. Mother Love Bone sold last night. And Christopher Nirvana's this $125. And right now there's only 2 unsold auctions. Duran Duran and Wham Fantastic. Duran Duran and Wham Fantastic. That's the only 2 unsold auctions. $35 each on those. Okay? Now, we have Talking Heads. Talking Heads is a $55 start. It's sealed. This is Buddy Guy. 2 all-new songs. It's a 10-inch release for Record Store Day. The last bid was Donna Turner at $15. Phil Elliott gets these 3 Kiss magazines for $31. Now, we need a new Japanese pressing, which is going to go up right now. And the next Japanese pressing I have is Toto 4. Nice. Africa. Toto 4 is going to go up for a $35 start. Near Mint minus vinyl. It has the insert, a $35 start. That's now up for bid. I'm just going to read what was left in here, and then we're going to go through a new Arrivals crate, okay? So here's what was left in here. Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks. John Lennon, Imagine. Pat Benatar, Get Nervous. Styx, Fleetwood Mac Live. Linda Ronstadt, Elvis, Quarter Flash. Also, Leon Russell, Elvis Presley, Andy Griffin, Willie Nelson, Seals and Croft, Ricky Skaggs. We got Seals and Croft. We have Super Wolf from Sugar Hill. Eagles' Greatest Hits. We also got Sweet Tooth. Don't forget about Honeycomb and Bob Welch and the Brave Bulls and Ricky Van Shelton and the Beach Boys and Elvis and Loverboy and the Beatles and Fleetwood Mac and Joan Baez and Brewer and Shipley and Headstone and Relaxing and Jose Feliciano and Elvis and Steppenwolf. Wow. Okay, so Buddy Guy sold to Donna for $15. That's sold. Nobody bid on Talking Heads. It's a $55 buy it now. Final call to bid on Toto for $35. Next thing that's going to go up right now is some more Kiss items. We have Kiss First Worldwide Convention. I also have this Kiss Attack of the Phantoms. It looks like a lobby card, but I think it's just a print of it. So I'm going to add this to it, Kiss Magazine, and then Faces of Rock. Okay? So that is the next Kiss lot. I think that was a total that time of 4 items. The first thing here is Faces Rocks, Kiss. Gene Simmons on the cover, also Night Ranger and Scorpions. Then Kiss Magazine number 3. Then, like I said, here's this photo from Kiss and Attack of the Phantoms, one of their movies. And then here is the Kiss First Worldwide Convention, 95 to 96. How cool is that? Wow, I wonder who has that comic book artwork. That's any comic book artwork right now is hot. I forgot about the Kiss comics. I wonder who has that stuff. Look at all this amazing stuff here from the Kiss convention. So those 3 items for a $20 start. Those 3 items for a $20 start. I can't believe no one bought Talking Heads. This is an incredible live concert. And this is the complete first time on vinyl, a double LP, 55 on that. Now, we have over here, we have Margaret Gerhardt on JL. That was for John Lennon. That was right back here, sold to Margaret for $29.99. Chad, can you explain why someone said buy it now Nirvana, and did I get it for $125 or $130? Toto 35 and Brian Mallard put Gene. Okay, so what happened on, we need a review on what happened on Nirvana. Nirvana was up for bid for the longest for a $125 start. Nobody bid on it. Now, Christopher, when your bid came in of $130, I had already said no bids, it's a buy it now. Okay? Then your bid, what I'm assuming you probably thought you were bidding. By the time that showed up, it had already been laying over here for probably at least a minute or 2. So that's how far behind, I guess, your bid came in. So it popped up, Christopher Dean, 135, and then Travis Wade said, Nirvana, buy it now. Travis was trying to buy it for $125 because it did not get a bid. He was trying to grab it for the buy it now price. But your bid came in before him. So by the time that happened, I went ahead and said it's just sold to you for $125. So you actually got it cheaper than what you bid because no one bid on it. And by the time your bid came in, somebody had already claimed it. And you were trying to bid more than what the minimum bid was. The minimum bid was $125. You bid $130. Before that showed up, it had already been ended for like 2 minutes probably. Then somebody tried to buy it, but finally your bid came in first. Hope that makes sense. Hope that makes sense. So, I think you were just behind on the bidding there. And by the time your bid showed up, somebody was trying to buy it for less. So that means you got it for less because you were bidding more than what the minimum bid was. That means you got Nirvana $5 cheaper. And Christopher might have been willing to pay $190, but nobody else bid, so he got it for a great price. Toto's the final call for $35. Brian Mallard put Gene. Now, Brian Mallard, if that's a bid, Brian Mallard, then I need you to put Kiss 20. These are an auction. All 4 are being sold together, and it's a $20 start. And right now, 0 people have bid. We're ready for a new crate. Let's do it. A minimum bid can be $125 and somebody can bid $150 because they might be like, I'm putting in $150 because I may not lose the chat and that's my bid. And then sometimes I'll take that as a bid, but if it's a buy it now and then somebody else, bid came in late and somebody else was going to buy it for that price, I'll go ahead and do the buy it now price. So what's $5? It's actually a lot when you sell 1,000 records a night or 2,000 or 5,000 in a week or whatever. But we try to keep it fair and simple here. Kiss is at 22, 20, 20, 23. There we go. All right, so now everybody's got those. Billy Butler, let's start new auctions before we go through this. and it was over here, and he said, no, you asked who had the Kiss comic art print. Oh, okay. Now, if I were to bet, it's probably John 5 or a very serious comic book collector. I don't know. We have this sold to Billy Butler for $35. Next thing is Kiss at $26, and we have more auctions going up right now. And the next auction we have going up right now is a Gil Scott-Heron box set of some sort. Look at this. This is Gil Scott-Heron and Jamie XX. It's a 2011 UK limited edition box on pink and green vinyl with CDs and inserts. It's Gil Scott-Heron teams up with electronic musician Jamie XX from the XX. How interesting. Art prints, colored vinyl, 2011. It is a buy it now for $65, or excuse me, a starting bid for $65, Gil Scott-Heron. So we got some Kiss magazines up. There's that. Let me see what I've got over here in the Japanese box right quick. And in the Japanese crate, we have the following. We have Journey, Raised on Radio, a Steve Perry album. It's in shrink with Obi and Hop sticker. And I was about to say it. Sometimes it comes with this little backstage pass thing. That's really cool. So this is complete. It's a $35 start. Vinyl's near mint, mine's pristine. There is the insert. There is the booklet. It's in shrink, Raised on Radio. That's now up for bid, a $35 start. So there's our 3 auctions for right now. We're going through new arrivals here. These are from Paul. They're sticker price new arrivals. Okay. Here we go. Meet you at the Jazz Corner of the World. Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers. Nice. $24.99. 2019. Art Blakey's $24.99. Over here, we got Strive, Seek, and Find. Almost said Search and Seek and Destroy. But it's Strive, Seek, Find. Burton and Kuniko. Isn't that one of the 5 families on The Godfather? Kuno. 1971 folk rock. $9.99 on that. Brian Cadd, White on White. It's a 1976 U.S. rock album, sealed for $9.99. And Jimi Hendrix, Axis, Bold as Love. This is a remaster, $24.99. Jimi Hendrix, Axis, Bold as Love. These are new arrivals, sticker price. All right, so Kiss, I left off by saying was at $27. Gil Scott-Heron got a bid for $65. Muppet on deck. Sean first on Art Blakey, then Donna, then Thomas. And somebody asked a second ago about the CDs. We will be doing CDs in about 2 hours, 2.5 hours. We're about 2 hours, 2.5 hours away from doing CDs. And it will be nonstop. Some people won't be able to stay awake, but it is Saturday night. Hopefully you've had your coffee. Nice. Is this the Intervention Records? Impex. This is a great audiophile Sinatra. Sing and Dance with Frank Sinatra. It's a 2020 numbered mono remaster from Impex Records. $39.99. $39.99. Traveling Wilburys. I'll also get that on deck. Subdivisions in the high school halls. 180-gram remastered copy of Rush Signals. We got 2 of them. In the high school hall, Subdivisions. We got Bloody Nonsense, The Jazz Butcher, a 1986 U.S. alternate rock indie album, $19.99. All righty, I said Debbie had the Kiss magazines for $27. She's had them for 4 minutes. Nobody else bid. All 4 Kiss items are sold to Debbie Winstead for $27. That is sold. Nobody bid on Journey, a Japanese pressing of Raised on Radio. And guess what? That is a buy it now for $35. Girl can't help it. $35 on Journey, Raised on Radio. That is a buy it now. Beautiful copy. Has that like backstage pass in it as well. So there's that. I can't believe no one snatched up the Talking Heads yet. Remastered the full concert. That is a $55 buy now on that. Now, Gil Scott-Heron got a bid for $65 and then $70. And first on Frank Sinatra was Ron Burns. Chad, can you get another Art Blakey? I can check to see if we get new ones. I can check on that. I can check on new ones. Let's start a waiting list if anybody wants me to check. I'm sure a lot of these jazz albums, though, there's 2 or 3 versions. You can get like a wax time sometimes reissue, which are very cheap. But sometimes you can get all the way up to like Blue Note Tone Poets and Verve by Request. And some of those can get $35, $40 new. But if you want me to check, I can. You can buy some Miles Davis albums for $20 new. Some can cost you about $50, depends on the pressing. Christopher Dean, you were second on Frank Sinatra. John Stevens got Jazz Butcher. Gil Scott-Heron, 75. Both Rush are sealed reissues, yes. These are, by the way, the Rush catalog, I can promise you from my listening experience, these are amazing sounding records. They will blow your socks off. All the Rush remasters, most of them are pressed at QRP. They're direct metal mastering, $34.99. $34. William Meadows picks up The Journey for a buy now of $35. Thank you, William Meadows. That's sold you for $35. Rush is $34. Gil Scott-Heron's at $80. Gil Scott-Heron, $90. And then over here, we got Neil Young. Everybody knows this is Nowhere. A 2009 remaster. Down by the River. Cowgirl in the Sand. One of my favorites there. That's a 180-gram remaster, $34. Boy, I've got a bad habit of smacking the camera tonight. That is $34.99. Let's add some new auctions. Let's get back into, folks, the Kiss Tub. Not all the magazines, but the Kiss Tub's almost done. Let me check on this right quick. I think this might be a pretty good item. Let me check on this. And before I say anything else about it, it's a signed book. It's not signed by any member of Kiss, but I bet it's something that's out of print. Yeah. So the last 2 on eBay sold for $125 and $130. The last 2 on eBay sold for $125 and $130, and there's none for sale. And there's none for sale. This is Sealed with Kiss by Lydia Criss. Sealed with a Kiss by Lydia Criss. And it looks like the guy we bought it from, his name was Doug. It looks like she signed it and kissed it. Love Kisses and Beth Wishes, Lydia Criss. So the last 2 on eBay sold for $129, $125. It looks like a very well-made book. $75 start. $75 start. Very cool looking. I don't know a lot about this. I'm assuming that was Peter Criss's wife at one point. I watched something where he was like on Geraldo or something. Was he on Geraldo? And like this woman came forward and said, I forgot what happened, but it was wild to watch. It popped up one day on my Facebook, something like he was on like a talk show and this woman was trying to say she had a kid bomb or something. It was wild. $75 start on that. Gil Scott-Heron, $100 bid on that. Lydia Criss book is a $75 start. All right, moving right along. We have, this is Bull, and Bull is a 1970 U.S. blues rock psych album, $14.99. Now, my take is I was on Peter Criss's side because it looked like he was like, what the heck's going on? Or maybe they tried to say he was dead or something. She was, I don't know, she was selling his stuff. I forgot. I'm sure somebody knows what I'm talking about, but it was wild to watch. We have Steve Morse Band, Stand Up, $14.99 for Steve Morse. These are new arrival sticker price. Next thing I have is the Mystics 16 Golden Classics and $12.99. A guy was impersonating Pete. He had both on a show. Okay, maybe that was it. Okay. Yeah, maybe I'm thinking about somebody else as far as having a child or something. But yeah, that's it exactly. It was the guy that was trying to say he was Peter Criss. Yeah, it had nothing to do with a wife maybe. So I apologize to Peter Criss. Yeah, that was it. That was it. Yeah, it was somebody that was impersonating him. We have Danny Wilson, Bebop Oxmock Pop. That's an 89 US, $14.99. And then Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers, First Flight to Tokyo, the Lost 61 recordings. 2021 mono. This is Despite Jack and Stay in Stereo. It is a mono pressing, the first time ever released. First time ever released. It actually is in mono, $34.99 on Art Blakey. So Gil Scott Heron's at $110. The Lydia Peter Criss book is a $75 start. None for sale right now on eBay. Looked like the last two sold for $125 and $130. So if that's something you're looking for, great price. Art Blakey being snatched up as usual. Sean, then Romelu, then Donna. I think I need to sit down and order some new Art Blakey records, it looks like. Here is the next thing in the Paul crate here. It's a 1976 Pop Art, $9.99. Dancer, that's $9.99. And we have Valentine. Valentine's a 78 US rock album, $14.99 on that. Next thing I have over here is going to be another from this pile of 10-inch releases. And the next thing we have is At the Drive-In. It's another sealed 10-inch, a record store day release for a $10 start. This is At the Drive-In, Diamante, something like that. Gil Scott Heron is at 110 with John Dodd. John Dodd, you're at 110, just FYI. And Rob Fordham, you've been outbid. Next is Grin, $14.99 for Grin. Also over here, we have Rick Danko. You may know him from the band. That is $19.99. The Lydia Criss book has a bid for $75. Laura Bryant, that was fast, Laura. Laura has a bid in. Laura, bidding from the back, has a bid in on At the Drive-In for $10. Another Rick Danko. Once again, you may know him from the band. VG Plus $14.99. Our very own Laura is bidding on At the Drive-In. She has it for $10. Two Guns, Balls Out, a 79 US Southern Rock. That's $19.99. Final call on the book, and we're definitely about to sell that box set now. The Gil Scott and Jamie XX. John Dodd has that for $110. It's Valentine with Bon Scott. Don't see him on there. No, this is 78. It's got Frank Stallone on it. I don't think that's anybody I'm thinking of, though. No, Bon Scott, did he make it to, what year did he die? Let's see here. It was around that time. And then how much was Bull? Bull, B-U-L-L. Bull. This is Bull. Bull is a 1970 US blues rock psych album, $14.99. And then we have Donovan, Slow Down World. Donovan's a white label promo, EX $12.99. And then Donny Hathaway in Performance, VG Plus $19.99. Laura's probably like, what are y'all doing slipping these records by me? And then we have 1980. Not 1080, 1980. All right, Peter Criss book is sold to Michael Wood for $75. Seems like a great price on that, Michael. $75. Figured that would get bid up over 100 at least, but sold for a very fair price. Gil Scott Heron, the last bid. Did it get another bid? Who had it? Oh, that's John Dodd. My bad. It's John Dodd and David Hoy. Now, John Dodd 110. David Hoy's the other bidder, and he's back in. And now At the Drive-In's at 20 with Brett Thies. That's at 20 with Brett Thies. And then Jesse Rome on Bull. And the Bill Evans Trio Waltz for Debbie on Purple Vinyl. The Paul order for me shows in Mass and Blues Sound 10 LP. There we go. Perfect. We can get more of those, I'm sure. Cream, Wheels of Fire in the White Room with black curtains in the station. Also has that ripping live version of Crossroads. That is VG $14.99. Now, Gil Scott Heron's at $125. At the Drive-In, it's between Mark Stanley and Brett Thies. Brett Thies has it for $20. And we have Doris Troy. Doris Troy is a 1970 US. It features George Harrison, Clapton, and Billy Preston. Wow, on Apple. Just when I thought I've seen every Apple record in existence, Doris Troy is VG Plus $29.99. At the Drive-In, 21, 22, 25, and 40. Now we have a bidding war. I think I have this notion, Laura, that now everybody's like, okay, we're going to try to buy this for Laura, and now we have about 6 people bidding against each other. This could get crazy. Or it might be somebody that actually truly wants it. Who knows? It may be somebody trying to buy it, a gift of consideration, or it could be somebody that actually wanted. But now we've got about 6 people bidding against each other. I can hear Laura in the back right now. She is sharpening her axe. She is mad. Or her sword, whichever thing Mike sent her. I think it's some kind of like saber. We have The Look of Love, Dusty Springfield. Wow, look at this. It is a 67 US stereo white label promo with alternate cover, very rare. This is a Look of Love. I have never seen this before. It is a real Phillips white label promo, Dusty Springfield. Tape on cover, tape on cover. This is a 67 US stereo with an alternate cover. It has promo markings on the back. VG $29.99. How bizarre is that? Bob Reiger said, Chad, that Sabbath next to you is bugging me. Sell it to me, brother. Bob, this is sold to you. The end cap strikes back. Thank you. That is sold to Bob Reiger. And then at the drive-in, this box set got a bid for $125. At the drive-in, got a bid with Christopher Dean for $40. Christopher Dean's at $40. The Gil Scott-Heron box set's at $130. And then we have Chris Bachek on DS for Dusty Springfield, and Ron Burns was second. And Wade says, my bid of $40 was for Laura. There we have it. So Christopher Dean technically has it for $40, going once, going twice. All right, next thing I have. So I have over here 2 Kiss comic books, and I'm going to add a third magazine to it. No, I'm going to put that in the next lot. Let's just do 2 Kiss comics, okay? I've got Rock and Roll Comics, Kiss, and Kiss, I think that's technically AK, Legends Never Die. We had one of these about a month ago that was signed by Paul and Gene. So 2 Kiss comics. 2 Kiss comics here for a $10 start. 2 Kiss comics, all right? They're still bidding on Gil Scott-Heron, but John Dodd says he's out. Okay, and that has a high bid of $130. And the 4K, thank you, 4K. And then at the drive-ins, a final call to Christopher Dean. And we have Eddie Kendricks, I've Got My Eyes on You. An 83 US EX 1799. Ursa Major. That is a 72 US, a hard rock album. The top seam is split. VG Plus $29.99. I can tell we're in a Paul crate. We've had some very cool stuff. Now, I forgot to share what I was going to say about this on this Doris Troy. Apple is a very collectible label just because it's Beatles related. And I've never seen Doris Troy on Apple. And Clapton, George Harrison, and Billy Preston all play on here. VG Plus $39.99. Kiss Revenge is a new sealed 2014 remaster, $36.99. The 2 Kiss comics are a $10 start. Joe Cocker, with a little help from my friends. VG Plus, $14.99. I Get By. And we have Gene Vincent's Greatest. And this is a UK import for $12.99. And Earth, Wind & Fire, I Am. Earth, Wind & Fire is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. So at the drive-in, it's sold to Christopher Dean for $40. I think we know where that's going. Let's thank you, Christopher Dean. I'm sure Laura's going to thank you as well. We'll make sure to leave that on her desk. And then Gil Scott-Heron is sold, and this is sold to David Hoy. David, thank you. That's sold to you for $130. As usual, a lot of gift giving going on. I've seen 2 other people already in the chat tonight ask other people, did you get the box I sent you? I think people sending each other records, people's buying each other records. All that's pretty cool. Next thing we have going up for auction right now is this right here. We got Jazz Moods, Illinois Jacquet and his orchestra. This is a 56 US repress in mono. However, it is in VG minus condition. 56 US repress mono, VG minus condition, but we're going to start it for just $5. Next thing I have is Groundhogs. Groundhogs is a 76 US EX 2299, and the Kiss comics are a buy it now for $10. Both Kiss comics are a buy it now for $10 if anybody wants those. BIN. Next is Hamilton, Joe, Frank, and Reynolds. You Don't Pull Your Love Out. What's their big hit song? Is that it? VG Plus $9.99. Kiss Revenge is sold to Chad Davis. I've got more if anybody else wants one, I think. And then I'm assuming Tony Kepler, you did not want it. We'll go ahead and sell that to Chad Davis. And now Christopher Dean says, please bill me. Thank you, guys. And thank you, Christopher Dean. Now, the next auction is going to go over here from the Japanese bin. And the Japanese bin is going to have the following auction. It's going to go up right now. And it is a Santana compilation. Nice. New gold disc. New gold disc. This is Santana, which is a compilation. It is going to go up for a $35 start. Black Magic Woman, Gypsy Queen, Evil Ways, Oyo Como Va, Soul Sacrifice, $35 start. There's the Japanese book, and there is the cover, a $35 start on that. Next thing we have over here, Illinois, $5, and we have HJR. That's sold to Robin Glenn. That's sold to Robin Glenn. Jazz has a bid for $5, and no problem, Craig. I saw that, and I was like, Craig is about the first person and possibly the only person I know that would want this, and I know that means a lot to you, so thank you, and I'm glad you enjoy it. And then Jazz is at 8, and Chad says, I'm done for the night. Thanks, Chad. Thank you, Chad. My name's Chad. Thank you, Chad. And now we also have Roll It Tight Roadmap, a 78 country rock, southern rock album, VG plus $9.99. Illinois has a bid for 10. Great Santana, $35 start. Brent Ursa Major is still available. It is. Thank you, Brent. That's so to you. Now, the last Kiss lot, which was 2 comics, did not sell. And here is the next thing I have. I'm going to bundle all this together then. We're going to do this Rock Classic magazine. It looks like it has a Kiss CD with it. An MP Kiss special. This is some kind of like poster deal. It's got quite a bit of wear on the back though. Looks very interesting. Definitely something vintage. Looks like it folds out to like a giant poster. And then we have a Kiss Collectibles book. That's pretty cool. First edition. Kiss Collectibles book. There's the dolls, the guitars, the radios, the shirts, the posters. And what we're going to do is I'm going to put those 2 Kiss comics back in here. So now we got 5 Kiss items for a $20 start. So now we have 5 Kiss items. I'm adding those 3 and now the comics back in there. And Kenny Stanley said he bid on the comics. Really? That didn't come through. Kenny Stanley, I claimed the comics. Let me go back up to the top. And Kenny Stanley, I don't think that ever came in, Kenny. It didn't. Okay, never mind. So let me just sell these 2 to Kenny then for $10. So Wade, I've got to back out those comics. Kenny claimed them. That never did come through. Sorry about that. So let's just say a $15 start on these if you want to redo your bid. But we'll do a $15 start on those, okay? There's 3 more Kiss items. We'll say a $15 start. If you're still in for $25, that's fine too. There's that. And then over here is the next. All right, so hold on a minute. All right, so we sold Chad Davis, Kiss Revenge. Thank you, Chad. And then Robin Glenn got Hamilton Joe Frank Reynolds. I hadn't pulled that yet, have I? Or have I? I have. Robin got Hamilton Joe Frank Reynolds. Brent got Ursa Major. Jazz 8, Jazz 10, Jazz 12. That's Illinois Jacoy, Jazz Moods. That's why everybody. Not only is it a jazz record, but it's also called Jazz Moods. Mike Bartlett got Cream Wheels of Fire. Thank you, Mike Bartlett. That's so do you. Appreciate that. My Coletco box weighed around 50 pounds today. I believe it. Okay? I claim the comics. And Jazz out, Kiss 25. And then he has him for 15. Okay, now Phil's at 15. Now Wade's at 20. So over here is Santana. Did a bid come in? No, somebody just asked what it was. It was David. Okay, so Illinois, and now Kiss is at 20. And now Santana's called New Gold Disc. It's a great compilation. Nice, near mint minus, a $35 start. Okay, then there's those, and then there's Illinois Jaquette. Let's keep showing some new arrivals here. We got Mother Hen, a 71 Country Rock promo, VG plus $11.99. A perfect match, the Art Van Dam Quintet with Johnny Smith on guitar. A 63 mono, white label promo, VG plus $9.99. So Phil Elliott, you're out on the Kiss items. Stone the Crows, Teenage Licks, VG minus $9.99. Kiss is now at 22 with Phil Elliott. Final call on Santana. And Minnie Riperton, Adventures in Paradise. An OG 75 Terre-Haute, OG Minnie Riperton. It is in G plus condition. G plus condition. So it's less than VG minus. $9.99 on that. Our next single is going to go up for bid right now. It's from the 10-inch pile. It's Father John Misty. It is I Love You Honey Bear. I've Never Been a Woman. Red lathe cut heart-shaped picture disc. I shouldn't say picture disc. I should say vinyl. It probably is vinyl. It's going to go up for a $10 start. Okay? Now, we have Chris Riddings on Stone the Crow. That's so to him. Danny, this is a new arrivals crate from Paul, so these are sticker price. Some other hen would be $11.99. Inside Bugsby, 69 US, VG plus $11.99. Inside Bugsby. We got Locked In 3, Locked Into Surf Rock and Roll Instrumentals. That looks cool. It's a 96 Surf Garage compilation, EX $16.99. Earth, Wind, and Fire, EX $22.99. And the Mighty Groundhogs is a 72 US with a comic book fold-out gatefold. That's cool. EX $27.99. Michael Rudolph wants Perfect Match, and that is right here. Nobody else bid on Illinois Jaquette, right? Illinois Jaquette. And that was, Robert went out. I think Matt went out, so that is sold to Donna for $12. Donna, that's sold to you for $12. The Father John Misty, heart-shaped, is a $10 start. The Kiss comics, or I should say the Kiss items, are now at 25 of Wade Lucas. Phil Elliott, you're out. And then Talking Heads is still available, Paul. And now Santana's a buy it now for $35. New gold disc. Santana. When he was playing at Woodstock, he has said he was so messed up on acid, his guitar neck, the guitar neck he was playing, he thought it was a snake and he was wrestling it. And then I go back and watch that footage. I'm like, well, he was playing the heck out of that guitar. It's amazing what he can do on drugs. He probably sounds worse if he was sober. But that was Carlos's quote. He said the guitar looked like a snake he was wrestling. He's playing that Soul Sacrifice solo. It's amazing. That solo, one of my favorite Woodstock performances. That whole instrumental. It is a buy now for $55. Yes, it is a buy now for $55. All right, Kiss is at 26. Wade, it goes back to you. And then Kelly wants to put in the request for Alexander album. This would be a great time to do that. I got a lot of great stuff still over here to auction. Let me figure out what that is. There's the Flaming Lips, Alexander. Here it is. The new album by Alexander of Edwin Sharp and the Magnetic Zeros. This is a 2011 US original. Still in shrink, EX, a $30 start. That is Alexander, $30 start on that. Kiss items are at $30. The Father John Misty, which is the heart, they're saying, that's at $12 with Robert Barnett. Vaughn, you're out. And then the Talking Heads is sold to Paul for $55. Home is where I want to be. This Must Be the Place. Is that the one I like? Home is where I want to be. Such a good song. I think that's it. All right. And then what do we got going on now? Alexander, Hart. We're good to go. How about I just read the titles in here before we go through another BINBO crate? How does that sound? As soon as I touch my toes, get a great stretch in right now. Oh, fantastic. Oh, fantastic. And William says he claims Santana. Man, I'm missing stuff. Either I'm getting glitched or stuff's not coming through. Or I'm missing stuff. William Meadows got Santana. Man, I'm glad y'all were reminding me. I've lost about $500 in misclaims tonight if y'all hadn't said something else again. That's so to William Meadows. Okay. Kiss stuff is still getting bids. Now it's at 30. Father John Misty's at 15 with Brett Thies. He bid first. Alexander has one bid for 30 with Kelly. Final call. Next is Strive, Seek, and Find, Burton and Cunico, or Cunico. Brian Cad, White on White. Jimi Hendrix, Axis Boat is Love. New remaster, $24.99. It is open. We got 2 copies of Rush Signals. Those are new and unopened for $34.99. Neil Young, everybody knows This Is Nowhere. Steve Morse Band, Stand Up. The Mystic 16 Golden Classics. Derek Clark said, no British blues fans on tonight. Both of those groundhogs are up for grab. 70s Blues, Psych, both great albums. I know. This is the first time I think we've put out groundhogs and it hadn't sold. There's Danny Wilson. There's Dancer. There's Grin, Niles Lofgren. 2 Rick Dankos from the band. 2 Guns, Balls Out. Valentine. Donovan, Slow Down World. Donny Hathaway. Eddie Kendricks. Doris Troy still available. Joe Cocker. This is With a Little Help from My Friends. Nice. Jimmy Page. Steve Winwood. Incredible album. I'm Feeling All Right. Changing Louise is a great one. That's my best Joe Cocker. Amazing. Just look at the jacket. You got to have that. You'll be like, wow. George Jones on both groundhogs. Groundhog 1 sold. Groundhog 2 sold. Thank you on that. Now, we have Kiss 32, Father John Misty 20. George Jones got both those employed last Monday. So, as in 6 days ago, I don't know where they're at, Michael Hamburger. I think they're still 7 days out. So, you'll probably get that shipped on Monday. The last time I checked, they were 7 days out. Okay? So, I don't know. I hadn't got an update in a while. I probably could text Ed and Tanner and find out. I know on Monday we were 7 days out, and they had some extra help come in. So let me see what I can. I just sent a text. I bet I can get an answer before they go to bed. Greg Lee and Janny, this is VG Plus, $14.99. All right, and then we got let's go through the Kiss stuff again. This is the Confident Collector Kiss Collectibles. We have MP Spec Kiss Special, which looks like it's something foreign. It's got some wear and tear on the bottom. Looks like it folds out into some kind of poster deal. Right there, you can see a little bit of wear. Folds out into that right there. How cool is that? It's got some wear and tear, though. A little bit of tears and rips in it, just FYI. And then we have this Classic Rock magazine with a CD attached here. Gods of Thunder. All right? So those are there. And then over here is the following. And Greg Lee said he will take this. What about Father John Misty? Also, we need to go ahead and sell Alexander. Alexander is sold for $30 to Kelly Vlodarchek. These Kiss items are sold to Phil Elliott for $32. Thank you, Phil Elliott. Those are sold to you. And then Father John Misty. The last bit on this, Father John Misty is at $20 with Brett Thies. Okay, $20. That's a final call. Now, there's one thing that make sure you're checking your tracking, because I've had some people say, like Adam, there's one thing that, unfortunately, we have no control over, and that's when those media mail packages hit places like Memphis, and when they hit Memphis, sometimes they get held up for like a week for no reason. So I also have some people like, Chad, I haven't got a order, and I've gotten tracking. And I'm like, well, if you check it, it's probably held up in a sorting facility. And Craig, I don't think yours has shipped because it was such an old order where it was from a long time ago. I think Ed has, that didn't get put up into the new surfaced stuff. That's probably why you hadn't shipped. Is that one of the ones that you hadn't paid yet? So that's probably why. VG Plus, $39.99. A 1970 US George Harrison, Clapton, Billy Preston. This is on Apple. VG Plus, $39.99. Doris Troy, VG Plus, $39.99. It is about a VG cover on that as well. Okay? So we have Gene Vincent's Greatest. EX $12.99, UK import. Also Earth, Wind & Fire, I Am. And then Roll It Tight Roadmap, Minnie Riperton, Mother Hen, Inside Bugsby, Locked in 3, and Earth, Wind & Fire. And then Father John Misty is sold to Brett Thies for $20. All right. Muppets on Reminder. Yes, right here. The Great Muppet Caper is a 1981 U.S. Specialty OG. It has the original on her sleeve. It's in VG condition. It's a $10 start. $10 start. Now, my answer to most shipping is this. At most, we're going to be about a week out. If you buy from us every week, they'll get to it. Now, if they have a regular system week to week, if you have an invoice that for some reason you didn't pay for a long time and you convinced Ed not to cancel it and then you pay it, you could expect a serious delay because we're getting out all the new stuff first. These older orders that may have went almost where they were almost canceled and then they finally get paid at the last second, those are going to be probably near the bottom of the rotation because we're trying to get all the stuff that people paid the day they, like 10 minutes after they got their invoice. So all that's got to go out first. And then they try to get to the stuff that maybe we held on to for a month. And luckily you convinced Ed not to cancel it. So just so the stuff that gets paid right away, boom, we try to get it out of the door. Like they got paid. Some people get their invoice and we can pull it up. They open their invoice 60 seconds after they get it and pay for it. We obviously try to take care of those people immediately. But if we are a week behind, it could take a week before we get to them. But those definitely will go out first. Muppets 10, Muppets 15, Muppets 20. And then we have Roll It Tight genre. Joe Cocker's long gone. There was 3 claims on Joe Cocker. And then I'm assuming you did not want Mother Hen, Danny. It was marked $11.99. You said 10. It's still available. And then Roll It Tight. Roll It Tight was a country rock, southern rock album. VG Plus, $9.99. But I've always told them for sure they will, if you order from us every week, you'll get a package every week. Unless UPS holds it up. If it gets into one of those sorting facilities, oh man, you're at the mercy of the post office. You just got to wait for them to start moving it. We've had stuff sitting in a warehouse before for a month, and then finally they scan it back in and it gets put back on a truck. So that's where it can get complicated. Duran Duran is one of the Japanese buy it nows for $35, and Wham is the other one. Fantastic. It is near mint. Both of those are near mint. Their Japanese pressing's $35. Okay? And Donny Hathaway, and we're about to get into a new crate. Sorry for that. I hadn't paused much this week to tell about shipping. I know we got a lot of new people, but when you get used to the system, you'll start getting an order about every week. Okay? So Donny Hathaway, is it still in here? It is. Donna, this is VG Plus, $19.99. Danny, these are all new arrivals, no discount. Final Call on the Muppets for $21. Brent has the Muppets for $21. And then over here, these are both sold to Patrick Food for $60. All right, thank you on that. Next thing I have over here is we have the Kiss Worldwide Alive Tour Book from 1997. This is going to go up for a $20 start. has a little bit of a crease there in the jacket, that is a $20 start. $20 start. That is now up for bid. Kiss tour book, $20 start on that. Now up for bid. All right, let's go through a new crate. And Danny says he wants Just Roll It Tight. All right, Muppets at 23. Get run inspections, measurements, minimum. Yeah, that's probably what happened. See, the media mail, now there's a bid for 22, now 23. Media mail is a cheaper way to ship LPs and media. However, a lot of people abuse the system and try to ship stuff in there that's not media. So a lot of it does get open for inspection. Also, I think they just receive so much. Media mail is a no guaranteed service. So they basically say there's no guarantee when you're going to get your order. If you ship it media mail, there's no guarantee when you're going to get it. They usually say 7 to 10 days, but there's no guarantee. That means if they get behind in these warehouses, if they have a lot of priority mail and first class and express mail coming through, all the media mail stuff gets shelved until they can get caught up. I think that has a lot to do with it. So it is all kind of just back shelved until they can get the other stuff out. So now I have a note here. The note I have from Tanner and Ed, let me read you what they've both sent me. We're halfway through Monday's paid orders. And if you were here, if you paid on this Monday, we're halfway through that. So that means we're approximately 5 or 6 days out. I think that means we're approximately 5 or 6 days out if they're halfway through Monday's orders. Okay? And media mail is 7 to 10 days. And it's just not a guaranteed service, though. I always tell people, if we had to ship priority, you can say, hey, I want my stuff shipped priority and I'll pay the postage. Well, we would weigh your package and it would be like an extra. If we ship priority, those packages we ship for like $12 and $18 would cost like $36 and $38. And I've had some people say, hey, I want my stuff shipped FedEx and I want to pay the postage to get it here FedEx. And I'm like, okay. And then Ed invoices, and instead of $8, it's about $47. But just saying. All right, we're about to go through some buy it now best offer. Here we go. Back to selling records. Back to selling records. Muppets is a final call to Robert Barnett. Thank you, Brent Biscard, for letting me know you're out. That's a $25 final call. And nobody bid on Kiss. It is a $20 buy it now. Nobody bid on Kiss. It's a $20 buy it now. And then also, yes, we had April come in this week and help. And Seth came back for the first time this week and help. I think he was here all day, all morning. So Tanner says because of that, we're going to have a lot more help with shipping this week. So just FYI. We've been down several people, just FYI. Okay, next thing we have over here is our next auctions. And this is Beat the Devil's Tattoo. This is Black Rebel Motorcycle Club. It's a 2010 USOG limited edition gray marble vinyl, still in shrink. $55 start. $55 start. Beat the Devil's Tattoo, Black Rebel Motorcycle Club. $55 start. $55 start. Deliver in person. And for the right price, I will get on a plane and deliver your records. Airfare. Let's see. I will deliver your records anywhere. My time for missing a sale, eating expenses, lodging, $15,000, and I'll deliver them in person. So you got shipping options from $8 all the way up to $15,000. We have the James Brown Show. Live in shrink wrap, $39.99. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. And this is $39.99. Best offer may not be accepted. That's true. If you make an offer, that doesn't mean I'm actually going to say yes. That means I'm going to say no, or I'm going to counter offer. We have Everlasting Love, Carl Carlton, $19.99. Everlasting Love, Carl Carlton. We have Patches, Clarence Carter, 1970 CTH pressing, Clarence Carter, $29.99. The Great Muppet Caper is sold, and that is sold for $25 to Robert Barnett. Final call on Black Rebel Motorcycle Club, Beat the Devil. That is a $55 start. Next thing over here, or that has one bid for $55, final call. Next auction is David Bowie, Diamond Dogs. A 1980 U.S. reissue, David Bowie. That was from that Hatchet Ed crate last night. Do y'all remember? That is a $25 start. $25 start. Also, we have Every Good Boy Deserves Favor, the Moody Blues, $24.99. The James Brown Show was $39.99. These are all buy it now, best offer. Buy it now, best offer. How about I'm putting down? I can't listen. My family can't even get me away from this place. It would take something serious to get me to miss a night of streaming. They're trying to get me to go to Disney World and all this and all that. And I'm like, listen, I've got some obligations to take care of. Vacations can come when I'm dead. They don't like that answer, though. Here's our next KISS magazine, or next KISS tour program. This is KISS Alive, or I should just say another KISS tour program. That one's going to go up for a $25 start, okay? And now over here, KISS No Bid. I stepped away. Thanks, 25 on David Bowie. This is the Buy It Now KISS Worldwide Tour Book, 1997. That's a $20 Buy It Now. This one just got put up for a $25 start. Next is Gap Gold, The Best of Gap, $14.99. As in the Gap band? Yeah. You dropped a bomb on me, baby. You dropped a bomb on me. $14.99. That is, yes, the Gap Band Gold, $14.99. Okay, there's this. And we have Aretha, 10 Years of Gold, $19.99. Aretha Franklin, 10 Years of Gold, $19.99. All right, so the first thing we have is Gap Band. That is $14.99. That should have been $24.99. Donna, if you want it, it's $14. If not, it's sold to William Meadows. And then over here, we have this KISS is at $25 of Wade Lucas, final call. And then those two auctions in the back are about to sell. Next thing, Donna, Gap Band's yours if you want it. We have How Great Thou Art, $19.99 on Elvis Presley. This happens to be in shrink wrap with that price tag on the RCA Victor. That looks very nice for $19.99. Air Supply is $9.99. Donna, on the Gap Band, You Dropped a Bomb on Me. And then over here is the Amazing Rhythm Aces. That's $12.99. And Alive and Kicking. Oh, man, that's got a great song on it. Tighter and Tighter, $14.99. $14.99 on that. So this one is sold to Wade Lucas for $25. Thank you, Wade. That's sold to you. Black Rebel Motorcycle Club is sold for $55 to Thomas Hujar. And David Bowie had one bid. Robert, this already has a bid for $25, and this is an 80 U.S. reissue. Brett Thies gets James Brown for $30. Did I already say that? I already said that, right? No, I didn't. Brett Thies got James Brown for $30. This is a Buy It Now Best Offer crate. Also, Elvis Golden Records, Hound Dog, All Shook Up, Heartbreak Hotel, $19.99. And then over here is Sting, The Dream of the Blue Turtles. That's $24.99. Brett, I saw your offer. I got you pulled for that now. Now, what about, so this one sold for $25. This one sold for $25 to Wade Lucas. Now, Adam, if you want this one, it's still available for $20. Those were tour books. Just so everybody knows, those last two things I just had were tour books. No vinyl, no tour books on any of those. That one's already sold to Wade. This one's still available for $20 if Adam wants it. It has one crease right here. That's it on those. Now, I have Poco, A Good Feeling to Know. Poco was $9.99. David Bowie is The Hammer's Up. We're about to sell it. Next auction is Soundgarden, a 2012 US. And this is with book, a $25 start. Soundgarden, King Animal, right? Yeah, Soundgarden's a $25 start. Next thing over here is Supertramp, Breakfast in America. Nice. $19.99. $19.99. A classic album. Todd Saw wants Amazing Rhythm Aces. Adam says, I wanted Alive and something. Oh, you're talking about Alive and Kicking. Alive and Kicking, Adam Bernardi. Yeah, with Tighter and Tighter. Adam and then B. Y'all might have been bidding on that record on that. So there's that and there's that. Over here, we have Amazing Rhythm Aces is at 8, and that is sold to Todd Saw for 8. And now David Bowie is sold for $25, and that was for our new bidder, and that was Britt Bisgard. Thank you, Britt. That sold to you for $25. And wow, as soon as I said that, there's bids for 26 and 26. Oh my goodness. Wow. I thought we were done. Sorry, Britt asked, and then Robert asked about that, but Britt had it for almost 5 minutes. I thought we were done. And then Chris Bryant says he'll take Supertramp. That's sold to him. Dang it. Well, Brett, thank you. There were some people about to give you a challenge, but they missed out on that. Here's another tour book. Now, this one is called Alive Worldwide, 96.97. That's a $25 start. Alive Worldwide, 96.97, $25 start on that. Next is Rush, Fly By Night. 2015, 200 gram, $59.99. Now, let me set this aside, because I wonder if John, boy, this does feel like 200 gram, though. These can be very confusing. I bet John doesn't realize these are also been reissued in 180. If you scan this, it can come up. Oh, man. If it is 200 gram, that wouldn't be bad. The 200 grams are very desirable. I tell you what, it feels like it. I've literally had to go weigh some of these before. It's really hard to tell. It does feel extra heavy. I'm going to leave it in here for right now. It is best offer. If it is 200 gram, probably not a bad price on that one. Soundgarden has a bid for 25. And then over here, we're going to put up a third auction, and we need to throw something up from the Japanese crate. And from the Japanese crate, I have a Japanese pressing of what over here? I have Journey's Escape. Don't Stop Believing. This is with Obi, with Shrink, and it's going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. That is Journey's Escape. $35 start on that. So this is Near Mint Minus and Pristine with Insert and Obi. $35 start on that. The Rush remasters were originally pressed at QRP on 200 gram, and that's before they were really in big circulation. And the first runs they did were 200 gram. So that is the difference on those. Just saying. And then over here is BB King live at the Regal. BB King is a 2015 press, $39.99. BB King, $39.99 on that. And 10 years after, A Space and Time. A 2012 European press, and this is $69.99 with DVD. Trying to figure out what edition this is. John's threw me some curveballs here. Looks like he's got into some like newer audiophile stuff here. On top, the 4 tops, and this is $19.99. Todd Saw gets Rush for $50. That is sold to Todd Saw. Okay, and then Chris, it's in print on 180 gram new for $36.99 if you want one. This Kiss Tour book is a buy it now for $25. And now we have Soundgarden has a new bid for $30. Cyclone Doug bid $30 on this, Shane Deaver, so you've been outbid. And now Journey Escape is a $35 start, final call. Donna got the 4 tops on top. That's so to Donna. Over here we have Moody Blues Out of This World, $9.99 on Moody Blues. And Jimi Hendrix, Band of Gypsies, 2008 red vinyl, $49.99. 2008 red vinyl, $49.99. How much was the Sting? Dream of the Blue Turtles, right? Woody Bishop, $24.99. I don't think I have a Rush in stock. No, I don't think I do. And then these 2 Kiss books, I've already auctioned one tonight. If anybody wants these, I'll also do them for $20 a piece. A Live 35 and a Live 35. I got 2 more. Way I think, oh, one of them's a German edition. Wow, I spoke too soon. I'll still sell it for $20 if anybody wants it. One of them's a German edition. And we've already sold a third one. I bet it was different too. Man, these tour books, what would these cost at the concert? $55? That's what I see most of them at concerts now, $35 or $55. A lot of T-shirts, $35, $45, but there's 2 more. So the only thing I've shown so far Kiss that hadn't sold is that one for 20, that one 25, and these two at 20. And Brent says he wants this one here with the alternate S's. Sell that to him for $20. And then there's the 3 Kiss tour books. So those are 20, 25, and 20 if anybody wants one. Wade, you bought one earlier tonight. I just don't know what it looked like. It looked like that for $17, I think. Soundgarden's at $35 and Journey's at $35. All right, back to this crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. How about the 4 Tops on Broadway? That's $19.99. And then here we've got Roberta Flack, I'm the One, $19.99. Roberta Flack then. No, these here are pretty modern. This Kiss book here, when is this from? This one, this isn't all that old, I don't think. This one is Alive 35. This is pretty recent, I think. Not for sure. What year is that? Okay, there's that. And then I think somebody told me on the New Kiss tour they were $55, the most recent one they ended. Okay, and then we have Roberta Flack. That sold to Donna for $15. And as soon as I said that, Adam said he would have took it. I spoke too soon. Okay, and then Wade, I can go back and look. Let me see if I can find the one you bought tonight. It should be right around this corner. The one you bought tonight, looks just like the others. It is a standard USS. It looks like the standard USS, which is in fact a German S. The lightning bolt Nazi looking S. So now that means I still got another one that looks very much like the one you just bought. However, they could be European, you know. Somebody pointed out last night, if you open it a couple pages, one of them was showing what country they were made in. Maybe on the back or something. You know, could be like it could be a UK. I'm not for sure. All right, so there's that and there's that. The first thing I have over here, we sold Roberta Flack for $15. Right after that, somebody offered $20. And then Buddy Cordova said he wants one for $20. I'll make sure that Wade's already got one like this, so I'm sure he's passing. That's sold to Buddy for $20, okay? What year was the Rush I just bought? That was a 2015 200 gram. Out on Soundgarden, and then Donna got the 4 Tops for $15. That also means Soundgarden is sold to Shane Devers. Thank you, Shane. That sold to you for $35. And now the Journey is sold for $35, and that was sold to James Vasquez. Now, I'm trying to show as many records as fast as possible. Still got to put more stuff up for auction because that already had been up for a while. And I'm getting into our second tub of new miscellaneous stuff for tonight. So there's that. Let me put this away. And now let me go ahead and show a few more records. Like Pure Prairie League firing up. There they are. $14.99. And then John Fitzgerald Kennedy, the presidential years, $14.99. Mike Bartlett on Moody Blues for $7. Mike, thank you. That's sold to you for $7. Next is Rustics Bedlam with the die-cut cover from Rare Earth, $29.99. And the Rolling Stones, Through the Past Darkly, the Rolling Stones is $34.99. Our next auction is an OG VG copy of Animal House. And this is a $10 start. Animal House soundtrack. It's in VG condition. And it's a $10 start. National Lampoons. It is in VG condition, a little bit of wear on the cover. There it is, Belushi, $10 start. And JFK has made a night back-to-back. They've made nightly appearances. And then here is Vinegar Joe, 6-star General. Vinegar Joe is a 73 UK, $34.99. Animal House, a $10 start. That is our next auction. And then over here, let's see what else I've got. This is... let's do some more, let's see here. Let's do 2 more Poison items. This is Something to Believe In. Something to Believe In. And the Look What the Cat Dragged In tab book. Poison, Look What the Cat Dragged In tab book. And then some sheet music for Something to Believe In. And both of those are going to go up for a $10 start. Poison, $10 start. And then over here from the Seal 10-inch pile, I have a Magpie Salute, which is Rich Robinson's band, a Record Store Day sealed for a $10 start. This is a Buy It Now Best Offer bin. Yes, Animal House 10, Animal House 12. Jean-Luc Ponty, A Taste for Passion. That is $9.99. A Man and a Woman, original motion picture soundtrack, $19.99 on that. Johnny Rivers, More Live. Johnny Rivers, that looks like it's a UK edition. $9.99 on Johnny Rivers. Poison has a bid for $10 with Phil Elliott. And we have the Osmonds, Around the World, live in concert. There you go, Robin. $14.99 on the Osmonds. And then Crosby, Stills, and Nash is $34.99. That is a 5-digit gatefold. That is $34.99. Animal House 13, Animal House 14, Animal House 15. That is the high bid on that. Poison, 2 items, does have a bid for 10. Woody Bishop, I'm going to sell you Sting for $18. This is a buy it now best offer, Ben. You are absolutely correct. Over here, we have Slade, and this is $26.99. The Magpie Salute, usually 10 inches or singles or EPs. This has got Coming Home and Glad and Sorry. The Poison items are now at 22. So Phil Elliott 10, Wade Lucas 22. And then what is the condition on Alive? Now, before I get confused, if you're talking about Alive and Kicking, it is long gone. We've already sold it. If you're talking about any of the Kiss Alive stuff, those are already, or those are, how many do we have left? No, we still got 2 left. 2 Kiss tour books left. The next comment is how, price on Vinegar Joe again, please, and does it have poster? We'll have to check for poster. John didn't make a note. Vinegar Joe is a 71 UK. It looks like it's a Unipack design. No, it is a gatefold. Vinegar Joe has an original inner sleeve with it. Vinegar Joe, I'm not seeing a poster with Vinegar Joe, but it is a 71 UK with an original inner sleeve, and it is $34.99 is what I'm showing here. So there's that. Now, the next thing I have is you got to get those numbers for OG Animal House Belushi. Animal House 17, Animal House 20, Animal House 16, Animal House 21. How much was Johnny Rivers? Johnny Rivers, More Live Johnny Rivers was $9.99. Robbie Woods on JLP. JLP was Jean-Luc Ponty for Robbie Woods. And Derek Clark says Vinegar Joe is killer female vocals from Elkie Brooks and Robert Palmer. This would be the last band before releasing Sneakin' Sally Through the Alley. Great R&B blues. That is pre-Robert Palmer solo career. Rich Robinson has a bid for 10. Animal Joe 25. Animal House 25. Animal House 26. Johnny Rivers is sold to Adam Bernardi for 7. The Magpie Salute, Rich Robinson has 1 bid for $10. And now the Poison items are at 22. I haven't heard back from Phil Elliott, but I'm about to sell them to Wade Lucas for $22. Something to believe in, and look what the cat dragged in tab book. Final call on those. Next item is Early Faces, the Small Faces. $24.99 for Early Faces, the Small Faces. Sincerely yours, Robert Goulet. That is $9.99. Robert Goulet. Folks, there he is. $9.99. And Bob Welch French Kiss. Bob Welch is $9.99. Now the Poison items have a bid for $24 with Phil Elliott. Phil is in. Wade, it goes back to you. Animal House is at $26 with Adam Ross. That is the high bid right now. It's an OG VG soundtrack. Next thing I have is Peter, Paul, and Mary. Peter, Paul, and Mary is $9.99. And Spalding presents the Record Breakers, live sounds of the greatest moments in sports history, narrated by Phil Rizzuto, $19.99. That's the guy that George Costanza had his head on a keychain. If you remember that episode, then he got stuck in a pothole. All right, so Magpie Salute is sold to Cyclone Doug for $10. Thank you on that. I'm going to put that in the crate, just FYI. I think I put one of the 10 inches tonight over here in the pile of other stuff. But either way, we are good to go. And now we have this right here. We Are the World. USA for Africa, $14.99. And Wishbone Ash, double live dates, $29.99. What was the Slade album and price? Slade was right here, $26.99. No condition notes. It's called Slade, ? And then over here, Poison. These are sold to Phil Elliott for $24. Phil, those are sold to you. And now Animal House. Looks like Adam Ross has it for $26. Hammers up. Next auction is going to go up right now. It is Led Zeppelin 4. It's a 71 US Phillips OG pressing. We're talking OG Led Zeppelin. This has got Porky Prime Cut, AT, NOS, GR, Porky and the Dead Wax, Pico Duck, 71 Phillips, $30 start on Zeppelin. When the Levee Breaks. Right on, right on, right on, right on. We have Disco Party, as seen on TV. There you have it, $9.99. Robbie Woods on Bob Welch. I've already pulled that. And now Animal House is sold for $26 to Adam Ross. Thank you on that, Adam Ross. That's gone. Now, over here is Buying a Stairway to Heaven. I have 3 more. Let's do a lot of 4 sheet music. We'll call this hair metal sheet music. Okay? We'll do this hair metal sheet music. Warrant, I Saw Red. Extreme, More Than Words. Have You Ever Needed Someone So Bad, Def Leppard. And Cinderella's Heartbreak Station. We've got 4, I'm going to call it metal, hair metal sheet music. And we'll put all 4 of those up for a $15 start. Warrant, I Saw Red, Extreme, More Than Words, Def Leppard, and Cinderella. Those 4 for a $15 start. Now, I'm glad you said something, John Stevens, because honestly, what have I done with those no-bid Japanese pressings? Did I accidentally put them in the crate? Did we sell those? Wham and Duran Duran. Did somebody buy those? Or was I just not thinking and accidentally put them into the crate? I had them in the sold crate, but I don't think anybody bought them, did they? Why are these in the sold crate? Yeah, we bundled those to somebody. I did. I bundled those for $60. I did. I bundled those for $60. They're already sold. Now, Led Zeppelin has a bid for $30. What's next from the Japanese crate? Hair Metal has a bid for $15, $15, $15. And we have Donna on Disco Party. Japanese coming up right now as soon as we show Merrily Rush, $14.99. We've got the Beach Boys for $14.99. Also, we have the James Gang 16 Greatest Hits, $34.99. And we have Henry Gross, Plug Me Into Something, $9.99. Adam, I have not shown the foundations yet. Give me 1 second. You might want to hold the phone for a second. And let me grab some more Japanese auctions over here. Let's grab this. Let's grab this. What's coming up in the Japanese bin? Give me 1 second. Japanese bin. I'm going to flip through this next one over here too. We got a lot of Japanese pressings. We got a lot of Japanese pressings. Holy moly, look at all these. Let's do this one and this one. And then let's also, it wouldn't be a Japanese night unless we did this band right here. So y'all know what's probably about to happen. But before I do that, let me grab a couple more right over here. And then let me move this crate closer to me. All right, now the first thing we have is the following. Generator is plugged up and good to go. So next thing was, next is William Meadows on Slade. William Meadows on Slade. And that sold to him for $20. Disco goes to Susie. Susie Breedlove was first on the disco record. Yes, this is sold to Susie Breedlove, then Donna Turner. Okay? Now, those all have bids. And now they're at 20, now 25. Led Zeppelin's a final call for 30. Also to Susie Breedlove. No, to Donna Handshoemaker. Donna Handshoemaker, okay? Build Me Up Buttercup is $24.99. The foundations. It does have some writing. Original Uni label, $24.99. Why do you build me up, Buttercup baby, just to let me down? $24.99. All right. We have Hair Metal at 20, 26, and now 30. Sorry, I was replying to a text message. Adam, this is an original studio album by the Foundations. It's an original studio album by the Foundations. Yep, Build Me Up Buttercup is a big seller on Uni, $24.99. Led Zeppelin is a 1971 U.S. Phillips original, OG pressing with the original inner sleeve, which is a really cool inner sleeve. It has liner notes and the lyrics to Stairway to Heaven. Battle of Evermore, one of the best-selling albums of all time. And that is a Final Call. And that is at $30. And that's with Donna Handshoemaker. This lot of four, what I've been calling hair metal sheet music, Phil Elliott has these four at $30. He has those four at $30. And then this is sold for $18, okay? That's sold to Adam Bernardi. That was the Foundations. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. It's called A Very Special Collection by Elton John. This is actually really cool. A Very Special Collection, Elton John. It is a Japanese pressing. It is near mint minus and pristine. Beautiful. It has that inner sleeve with it. It has this book with it. It's a gatefold jacket. It's a $35 start. A Very Special Collection, Elton John. $35 start on that. So that is right there. And now Zeppelin has new bids for $31 and $31. And I think we're done on the sheet music. Phil has them for $30. Stacy may be the last person left. Okay. Now, new crate, new buy it now best offer. Laura's still going to be delivering some new stuff tonight too. Don't forget about that. Don't be forgetting about that. Just saying. And here's what was left in here. This is Carl Carlton, Clarence Carter. We have Moody Blues, Aretha Franklin, Elvis, Air Supply, Elvis, Poco, B.B. King, 10 years after Jimi Hendrix, Pure Prairie League, JFK, Rustics Bedlam, The Rolling Stones, and A Man and a Woman. What sheet music is it? Question mark, question mark, question mark, Chad, question mark. What sheet music? Question mark, Chad. What sheet music? Question mark, Chad. Warrant, I Saw Red, Extreme More Than Words, Def Leppard, Have You Ever Needed Someone So Bad, Cinderella, Heartbreak Station. Phil Elliott, $30, final call. 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 Next is Donna Handshoemaker, Do You Want Back In on Zeppelin? There is a new bid for $31. Does anybody else want to bid on Elton John before I sell it to Michael Nath for $35? Now, Aretha says, or Tim Vergara says, what was the Aretha Franklin? The Aretha Franklin is 10 Years of Gold, $19.99. Aretha Franklin, 10 Years of Gold. This is $19.99. That is a compilation. I Never Loved a Man the Way I Love You. Respect is on here. Thank. Rock Steady. That is $19.99. Price on Air Supply. Air Supply, the last bid, or that should be $9.99. It was. And then the Elvis Presley in here, Steve Biddlecombe. This is actually a really nice copy of How Great Thou Art. It's in shrink, LSP 3758 with the RCA Victor Dog About EX condition. That's $19.99. And Elvis Golden Records is $19.99. All right, and then first, there is a new bid on Led Zeppelin. Blaine, you're out. These are sold for $30 to Phil Elliott. I never did hear back from Rockin' and Slottin'. This is sold to Phil Elliott for $30, all four of those. And now Led Zeppelin has a new bid, and then here's Elton John. A Very Special Collection, which is a compilation, FP 80329. It's a $35 start, okay? And there's a bid from Michael Nath for $35. Tim Vigari said he will take the Aretha Franklin. Michael wanted it if Tim didn't. And then B.B. King was the next record. B.B. King is right over here. B.B. King, and that is Live at the Regal. A 2015 press in $39.99. I don't know a lot about that. All I have is 2015, $39.99. Blaine's out on Led Zeppelin. Donna, this is sold to you for $32. And then Christopher, you can bid on Elton. If you say pass, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Michael unless somebody else bids. The next auction I have is Radiohead. Radiohead is a 2001 UK original. 2001 UK original. Radiohead, EX condition, a $25 start on Radiohead. Radiohead's a $25 start. And now we have more stuff over here to auction. And the other stuff I have over here to auction is, give me 1 second, I'll show it to you. All right, so I have, move some stuff around here. Put that there. All right, let's do these three mags here. These three mags are the following. We have Circus Magazine with Dokken, Motley Crue, Piercy, Paul Stanley on the cover, Guitar Magazine, Motley Crue on the cover, and Cam Magazine with Iron Maiden on the cover. And it has an ad on the back for Extreme Pornography. You can get it for $9.99 on compact disc or $6.99 on cassette. They wasn't even advertising it on vinyl. There was very little made on vinyl. They was just advertising it for CD and cassette. Cam Magazine and Guitar Magazine and Circus Magazine, those three are going to be a $10 start. Next is Pure Perry League for $10 with Greg Lee. Let's go ahead and pull that out. And that was right here, sold to Greg Lee. Elton John is sold to Michael Nath for $35. Thank you, Michael Nath. That's sold to you. Radiohead has a bid for $25. I still have Guns N' Roses Use Your Illusion 2. Yes, I still have that. The magazines have a bid for $10. Really cool. First one I've had with just Iron Maiden there on the cover. Also Babylon on the cover as well. So those are at $10 with Tom Kelly. I'm going to say that. And then Radiohead. Now, let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. Donna asked about Air Supply, $9.99. I still have that. And yes, I still should have Use Your Illusion too. The Osmonds Around the World, Crosby, Stills and Nash is still available. Also, Vinegar Joe, Early Faces, The Small Faces, Robert Goulet, Peter, Paul and Mary, The Record Breaker, Spalding Sports Record, We Are the World, Wishbone Ash, Merlene Rush, The Beach Boys, The James Gang, and Henry Gross. Now, another auction going up, and that is going to be whatever this is here. Beat Happening. It is Beat Happening Dreams. A 91 USOG from Sub Pop. Beat Happening is a $35 start. Final call on the magazines. And let's grab a new crate to go through. Buy it now, best offer. Or actually, I think Laura said she was just about to deliver. Did she say she knew? Nearly done. Okay, I'll go ahead and at least get some new stuff going over here. Was it $29.99? If so, yes, I think so. And the Small Faces was right here. And this is Early Faces, Small Faces. It is $24.99. 1972 compilation. Early Faces, Small Faces. Very cool. It's a Pride label division of MGM Records. And then Clarence Carter Patches is still available. Clarence Carter is a 1970 OG CTH pressing. No condition notes, a little bit of writing right up here, but it is $29.99. Clarence Carter Patches, $29.99. Beat Happening, an original Sub Pop album there, $35 start on that. All right, and then right here is these three magazines sold to Tom Kelly for $10. Let's sell Radiohead, just one bid to Blaine Zapnick, sold for $25. And next is a final call on this. Let's go find that Guns N' Roses. Michael Nath wants patches. What's the GRR? We've shown 3 GNR records tonight, and now they're officially all sold. It was this last one over here from this previous bin. I'm going to go pull it out for them right now. Use Your Illusion 2. Let me see if I can track it down quickly. It was a pre-owned copy from one of these crates that Paul had marked. I think I've moved it over here. And I've got to put up some new auctions. Let me see if I can track that down. What have I done with it? Oh, man, so much good stuff tonight's been grabbed up. Holy moly. I don't even know. I mean, we've sold a lot of records because the vintage, I go by a lot of times how much quantity we sell by how many crates. But tonight, the vintage LPs have really taken over the show, which is what I wanted tonight. And those take up a lot less space. So if I fill up 4, 5, 6 crates of vintage LPs, that means we've sold a lot of records. So that is sold to Michael Peveler for $29.99. All the GNRs so far tonight are sold, except this one over here. I still got a copy of this, the 2 LP Appetite for Destruction. It's a 2 LP remaster with an etching, and that is $44.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is going to be the Ahmad Jamal Trio. The Ahmad Jamal Trio is a late 50s U.S. reissue. The exact year is unknown, but Epic only used this label until 1961. The seams are all taped. It is in mono. It's VG condition, just a $5 start. A lower grade jazz record there, but luckily it still exists. VG on that, okay? And then I still have Elvis. I will sell it to you for $15, Steve Biddlecombe. Still selling out of this crate. Anybody else before I swap out crates? Just saying. Anybody else before I swap out crates? Let me do one more thing over here. All right, there's that. Let me check on something over here. Okay. Guns N' Roses is right here. And this is sold on YouTube to Spoiled Husband Life. GNR sold. YouTube buyer, please make sure you fill out the first time buyer form. It is a link to that is in the description of this video. Once you fill that out, just say done, thank you, and welcome, $8 unlimited shipping. I'm going to make that the last record crate over here. That is sold to Spoiled over on YouTube. Oh my gosh. We have sold, once again, a lot of vinyl tonight and a lot of miscellaneous. Here's the agenda. We're going to go through some more Buy It Now Best Offer, lower crate as well. And I've promised everybody when we get to about 11:30, maybe midnight, we're going to start CDs. And we're going to go through a bunch and we're going to sell a bunch. About time for me to go get my 11 o'clock V8. First, let's make this a Buy It Now. This is a Beat Happening, a 91 USOG for just a $35 Buy It Now. Kiss Animalize is new and sealed for $33.99. 2014 remaster. And let's look at Mod Jamal one more time. I haven't made many auctions of $5 Buy It Now. And this is a late 50s US reissue. It is in mono. It's in VG condition. There is tape on the seams. It is a $5 start on that one. $5 start on that one. I'm taking this crate off the table now. And Japanese, let me read you the Japanese stuff. I've got Linda Ronstadt, Three Dog Night, Simon & Garfunkel, 10cc, John Denver, California Jam, Elton, Billy Joe, Survivor, Hart, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Marshall Tucker, Nielsen, Rick Wakeman, James Taylor, Elvis, Toto, Michael Schenker, ABBA, Billy Joe, Eagles, Rainbow, Beach Boys, Wings. Let's do this Chicago right here. Oh, man. This is the Great Chicago. It's a compilation. This cover and particular release was only done was done like this in Japan. The vinyl is around EX condition. It is this original inner sleeve that came with it. It does have an OB cap. It is a textured cover. Very cool. Very USA looking. Japanese pressing of Chicago. And that's going to go up for $5 start. It might even can go like this, honestly. I guess whichever way you want it there. Chicago's a $35 start. There's that. Ahmad Jamal has one bid for $5. And we have Michael Nath requesting Heart. And do you have any cassettes? Yes. Now, Tom, I just don't know if you're watching, but We did some on Thursday night, and we did some last night. A few just up for auction. Now, I have a lot. We went through them that one night. I think you were watching. Collectively, we have thousands, but it'll just be a random night at a certain point. Otherwise, we're going to be auctioning a lot all next week, especially Thursday night. Chicago is a $35 start. $35 start on Chicago. Ahmad Jamal is now at 5 and 6 and 7. Three Dog Night is hard labor, and Nielsen is the greatest hits. All right, there's those. Let me go ahead and what am I going to do next? Let's go through. I don't know if I've gone through this crate before. Let's see what we have here. All right, let's go through this crate. Buy it now, best offer. And I'm probably going to start on this crate till we have maybe some new arrivals up here from Laura. And then we'll probably go ahead and go through that one, all right? So, here we go. I'm going to have to go get a V8. My brain is saying, Chad, stop while you're ahead. I'm going to go get some energy. 11 o'clock. It's time. Let's pause right here for 1 second. I'm going to go step up front for 1 second. Ahmad Jamal's at $10. Chicago is a $35 start. When I come back, I'm going to see where these are at. I'll be gone for like 2 minutes. Let me go do that right now. I'm going to run up there and do that. I just want to let everybody know because the mic's going to be muted for like 60 seconds, just FYI. Let me know where you're watching from anybody around the world. Let me know where you're watching from. Very curious, always very curious where you're watching from around the world. Be right back. Okay, thank you for allowing me to do that. And hopefully you're still here. About once a night, about this time, my my brain says, Chad, you got to step away from 1 second. About 6 hours of intense focus, and then I'm ready for just a quick pause. And I'm back and ready to go. So, thank you for that. We are good on time. We're going to be here for about another 2.5 hours. Please don't doze off again, Chris Baycheck. We'll be here for about another 2.5 hours. Probably at least another half hour or more of vinyl, probably longer than that, to get through all this. I usually are done at least with our advertised auctions. That's when I know I need to stop with vinyl. And our advertised auctions, which are Fleetwood Mac, Robin Hitchcock, the tribute to the Velvet Underground, that is signed by somebody. It's somebody from the National signed it. And then something else and something. Yeah, we got a lot of auctions still. So let's get back at it. I had a half a bag of crab chips. Shout out to, at this point, I don't know if I'm eating Craig Thomas's crab chips or the Vladerchik family's crab chips. So shout out to the Vladerchiks and Craig Thomas. And then I had a pack of trail mix and a Diet Coke. Tragedy. There was no cold V8s in the fridge, at least my flavors. I've got to ask my mom, who helps us manage the fridge here, to make sure all these we have probably 30 cases of V8s, no exaggeration, probably more than that, and most of them are not chilled. And it was a tragedy. I went, oh no. So I did get some caffeine, but Diet Coke is, to me, it might as well be water. So, all right. So, show is resumed. Let's go back here. We had Ahmad Jamal. Thanks for sharing your locations. I'm now just scrolling up to look at them. Ahmad Jamal did get to $10 with Donna Turner, and that was a late 50s U.S. reissue, exact year unknown. It is in mono and VG, and I had Donna at $10. And then Debbie Winstead bid $35 on Chicago, and then Renee R. bid $35 on Chicago. So Chicago's tied, but I hadn't got to the bottom. We got viewers in Austin, Massachusetts, Texas, Kentucky, California, Tennessee, God's Country, Washington, South Carolina, Boston, California, South Carolina, Austin. A lot of people watching from Austin, Texas tonight. Catherine's watching right here in Lebanon, Arizona, Crossville, Tennessee, Arizona, New Hampshire, California, Salonza, Kansas with Chad Johnson. You're out there with Analog Productions. Marshall, Missouri, Led Zeppelin 4 is gone. Ohio, James Taylor, Three Dog Night. We got Kansas, Pennsylvania, and then South Carolina, Dallas, Fort Worth, Lebanon, Tennessee again, Florida, Pittsburgh, Kansas City, Chicago, Pittsburgh, Idaho, Led Zeppelin sold, and then Pennsylvania. All right, so Donna does get Ahmad Jamal, and then this is sold to Donna for $10. There are V8s in the back fridge. Okay, I'll have to go check, see what flavors. And then Spoiled Husband in Lebanon, welcome. And then Chicago, this is still tied. Hammers Up, I'm about to sell it. The first person who bid was Debbie Winstead. Now, Renee R., if you're still on, I just want to let you know you tied her, and I haven't heard back, okay? Now, we also got viewers in Hudson Valley and Nantucket and Amsterdam. All shipping international is done at cost. So if you don't mind paying the exact cost, we will ship to you. We will ship to you exact cost. Let's do the Nielsen. And here's the lower crate, which is great because we're probably about to show that right now. We got the best of Nielsen. Nice. It's a white label promo, too. Nielsen's a white label promo. It is beautiful. It's going to go up for a $35 start. It is got the insert with it. And there he is. Put the lime in the coconut, folks. $35 start on that. All right. I was actually about to go through this crate best offer. Let's go ahead and go through the lower crate that just got delivered. Chicago is a compilation. Yes, I think it's billed as the Great Chicago. It's a Japanese-only release. Does anybody really know what time it is? 67, 68, Prologue, I'm a Man. So far, mostly hits. And then Poem for the People, Make Me Smile, Free, Lowdown, 25 or 64. Yeah, seems like it's a compilation. And all of a sudden, we got a lot of Japanese stuff to get to. And we got a lot of other stuff to get to as well, like the stuff Laura tagged for tonight. So there's those and there's those. And then here is this. It's called Beat Happening. And it's a 91 USOG. It's a no bid. I'm looking for a $35 buy it now. That's the only no bid tonight. And then these two KISS tour programs, which I think were 25 each. 20 and 25 maybe. 20 and 25 on the KISS programs. So that's the only no bids tonight. 2 KISS programs and then those. And then we got requests for Japanese Heart, 3 Dog Night, James Taylor, you got it. I was about to go through a best offer crate, but I stalled enough and took a break just in time for Laura to wrap up her crate. And she's got her Laura crate sticker on the front. Looks like she likes doing it the old-fashioned way here. And let's do it. So let's put this into position. Let's show you the Laura crate sticker. Nice. We'll tell more about that in just a second. First, I'm going to go ahead and take this gigantic stack of miscellaneous stuff we've sold tonight into the operations room. Let me really get my board cleared off for tonight. This is the 4th stack of miscellaneous we've sold tonight, so that's pretty amazing. And we hadn't even got done or started on compact disc yet, and we've hit this new batch in the back of CDs. By the way, Paul, I think, is going to do CDs tomorrow, and maybe y'all can convince him to do cassettes. So anybody that's still listening, tomorrow there will be another show. I'm still not ready to do coins and knives. We just haven't had time. I've been full nonstop all week. Tanner's been helping in operations. Tanner's been helping in shipping, and he really helps me get all the coins and knives together. And so I've been putting them off on Paul to do Sunday shows, which he don't mind doing. He told me he would help me a lot this year. That way we could go 7 nights a week. But Paul, I've convinced him to do CDs, cassettes, and maybe like other forms of media tomorrow. So the Sunday show, he does have to go look at a collection, I think. But when he gets here, he should still be able to start at 5. He's going to go through CDs. I might try to get some good cassettes. But mostly CDs tomorrow. Probably CDs. And he said he'd be willing to do that for a couple hours straight. With that being said, let's get started. These are new arrivals here from Laura. And the last bid on Nielsen was still that one bid for 35. Thomas Hujar said he would take Beat Happening for 35. And then over here, Tom Moran said he wanted Japanese Tucker. And then this silver KISS program sold. Clay, this one here, right? That sold to you for $20. That still leaves this one for $25. And then Elvis Full among those. I didn't see that one, okay? There's that. And then y'all know the rules on the Laura crate sticker. First person to claim. I'm going to show 3 records. First person to claim it gets it. No putbacks on the first 3 records. So make sure if you're actually buying a record, you want it and it's not a putback, okay? Let's go ahead and do that right now. We have the first one here, which is Bjork. I almost said Bjork. Bjork, VG Plus 1999, 2002. Laura loves Bjork, a 3-heart rating. Also, we have Out Hood Street Dad. That's an electronic house record, EX 1799. And Dr. Dog Fate. Dr. Dog Fate is a 2008 U.S. original, VG Plus 1999. So David Johnson, you do get Nielsen for $35. You do get Nielsen for $35. And I think we were also done on Chicago. Let's try to get some of these other auctions done for tonight. There's going to be great records in here. There always are. Let's keep going through these. And first is Chicago. This is our next auction that the hammer's been dropped on. Renee R. got this for $36. That is sold to Renee R. for $36. So Renee, that is sold to you for $36. That is gone. There's that. There's that. Tomorrow's going to be a big pre-order day for the group. Make sure you're in Whole Lot of Records, our private group. Lots of pre-orders. Every time I sit down to do it in the mornings, which is about the time I'm going to bed, I fell asleep. I scheduled today the Godsmack pre-order for 1 o'clock, and then I woke up and my phone was laying on my chest, and the Godsmack pre-order post that I was working on was still up. So I was like, oh my gosh. But yeah, there should be a bunch usually on Sundays. Chris Reddings first on Bjork. And thank you, Chris Reddings. That's so to you. And he gets the rare, highly desirable, now iconic, and extremely valuable Laura Crate Hop sticker. Wow, look at that. A work of art. That's so to Chris Reddings, then John Stevens, then Cynthia Herdren, then Craig Ruth. All right. Now, we have a Out the Yin Yang request for a Japanese heart. I mean, the feed is flooded. People are calling in. We have owls at the door trying to get messages in. And here it is. It is Heart, Dog, and Butterfly, a Japanese pressing with Obi. It is near mint minus and pristine, and it's going to go up for a $35 start. A beautiful top copy from Japan. There's the lyric insert. There's the gatefold cover, and that's now up for bid at a $35 start. The next auction I have going up right now is Fleetwood Mac English Rose. Fleetwood Mac, a 1968 OG VG vinyl, probably a VG cover, does have some tape along the bottom. That's going to go up for a $20 start. Yes, we do have the generator plugged in. Hart already has a bid for $35. Let's keep going through this new arrivals bin. White Denim fits. White Denim is an indie garage rock album, VG Plus $17.99. And over here, we have, what does that say? VG Plus $17.99. It says IONDM. It is VG Plus $17.99. Does the spine help me? Random? Maybe Random, now that I'm looking a smaller version. I think it's called Random Acts. I think it's Random, and the name of the album's Acts. That's my best guess. Okay? Heart and that and that. And then the next request I had, somebody asked for Marshall Tucker, Running Like the Wind. Here's this one. Marshall Tucker. It's another Japanese promo copy. Another Japanese promo copy. Marshall Tucker. Beautiful $35 start. This is also up for bid. Okay? There's that and there's that. It has a promo sticker on the front, and it has the Japanese insert with it. So there's Marshall Tucker, and there's that and there's that. Okay? Now we have Matt DeMarco, Salad Days Demos. Matt DeMarco is EX Edition, $27.99. Also, Blood Orange, Freetown Sound. Blood Orange, Killer, Contemporary R&B is the note from Laura. EX Edition, $22.99. Fleetwood Mac has one bid for $25, final call. Hart has bids up to $40 now, and that's with Michael Naff. And Marshall Tucker's a $35 start. Next thing I have going up for bid right now, without further ado, is going to be, 1 second. Well, I thought I had one more Zeppelin. I do. Okay. I thought I had one more Zeppelin magazine to bundle. I got two more Zeppelin magazines. Circus Magazine 1976, Robert Plant cover, and Metal Muscle Magazine, also with Zeppelin articles. It says packed with giant color pullouts. Two Zeppelin magazines, $10 start on that. Next thing I have over here is Operation Doomsday. Operations Doomsday is a 2016 VG Plus $24.99. And we also have Local Natives Hummingbird, excuse me, Local Natives Hummingbird EX Edition. That is $14.99. Isotope 217, The Unstable Molecule. That is a post-rock album, VG Plus $12.99. And this here is Of Montreal, The Sunlandic Twins. And that's a psych indie rock album, a 2005 OG, EX $22.99. All right, so we have Fleetwood Mac. That is sold over here to Michael Nath for $25. He also gets Heart for $40. Michael Nath gets Heart for $40. That is gone. And that also means that Marshall Tucker is now a final call for $35. And then Susie has the 2 Led Zeppelin magazines for $10. Sean Fairweather says MF Doom Doomsday is a classic. And then right after that, we got a claim for it with Kristen Barnett. And then Brett Thies on Local Natives, which I think was this one. Yes, that's so to Brett Thies. All right, moving right along with our auctions. We're now at full speed ahead. Next auction is James Taylor, Mud Slide Slim. James Taylor is a Japanese pressing of Mud Slide Slim. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Beautiful. Oh, man. Perfect. Perfect. There's that. There's the insert. And then there's the gatefold jacket with Obi. And that's going to go up for $35. The inside of the gatefold does have some of the humidity spots. $35 start on that. Isotope is sold to Chris Knapp. Susie got the 2 Zeppelin magazines for $10. And then Marshall Tucker is a buy it now for $35. If anybody wants that, buy it now. Next thing is French Toast in a Cave. French Toast is VG Plus $12.99, a post-rock album. French Toast. We have also Deer Hunter, Fading Frontier, Experimental Alternate Rock, EX $14.99, and Jail, Jail, G-A-I-L-L. It's an indie rock album. It looks like Jail with an extra L. VG $9.99 on that. James Taylor does have a bid. The next auction I have over here is this, and it's the Flamin' Lips. The Flamin' Lips Embryonic is a 2009 US. It's an OG pressing on blue and yellow vinyl, and it has the CD with it. The Flamin' Lips is a 2009, and it's going to go up for a $35 start. It's on blue and yellow vinyl and with CD. Flamin' Lips, a $35 start. Now, over here, James Taylor, $35. The Deer, which was this one here, right? Yes, that is so to Brett Thies. And Chris Knapp, French Toast. Confession, Powdered Sugar. Next is the Poison Control Center, Sad Sour Future. Poison Control Center, indie rock album, EX edition, $12.99. Final call on James Taylor, 1 bid for $35. The next, and listen, we got a lot of requests and I only read through half of the first crate, and then there's another half crate, and then there's another full crate. We have Three Dog Night, Hard Labor. It does have the Band-Aid cover on the front. It is a Japanese pressing. It's going to go up for a $35 start. Three Dog Night. It's a gatefold. Weird. It opens up this way. There's this. I think it's got a lot of stuff down in it. Yeah. So it's got a lot of stuff down in it. Give me 1 second. It's got the file folder. I think it's got one more thing. The inner sleeve. All right, so this is Three Dog Night, Hard Labor. It opens this way, which is bizarre. I don't think the US's are like that. I think they open normally. Either way, there's the inner sleeve that originally came with it. There's the Hard Labor file folder. And then there's the Japanese insert. Okay? So James Taylor has a bid for $36, now $37. And then Chris Knapp on Poison Control Center. There's that. And then over here is Broken Bales. Broken Bales is VG Plus $14.99. There's a note from Laura. This track is great. The High Road. Broken Bales, VG Plus $14.99. And then here we have Let Us Never Speak of It Again. A left field electronic, Out HUD, AOUTHUD. Let Us Never Speak of It Again. EX $17.99. The Flamin' Lips is a buy it now for $35. 2009. That is a buy it now for $35. Three Dog Night's a $35 start. And then James Taylor's a $37. Adam Bernardi, he goes back to you. I'm going to go ahead and sleeve up the Marshall Tucker. That was a $35 buy it now before I drop the sleeve. Whoop, don't go anywhere, Marshall Tucker. There's that. Conditional Enemy, Broken Enemy, and then Jim B got Flamin' Lips. All right, there's that and there's that. So first thing we have, James Taylor 37, Conditional Ends. He meant Enemy. Brett Thies got Broken. I'll pull that in 1 second. Jim B got Flamin' Lips. That sold to him for $35. Would you take $30 on Marshall Tucker? This is sold to Jim Ciascio. Cynthia next on Flamin' Lips. Michael Knaff next on Flaming Lips. Adam Bernardi, it's up to you on that. And then let's go ahead and pull Broken Bells to Brett Thies. And then we have John Denver. All right, so in the Japanese bin, I have Linda Ronstadt Retrospective, Simon & Garfunkel Sounds of Silence, 10cc Deceptive Bends, John Denver, Some Days Are Diamonds, California Jam 2, Elton John 21 at 33, Billy Joe Bridge, Survivor Eye of the Tiger, Emerson Lake and Palmer Works, Rick Wakeman, No Earthly Connection, Elvis Rock and Roll Again, Toto Isolation, Michael Schenker Group, Self-Titled, ABBA's Greatest Hits Volume 2, Billy Joe Glass Houses, Eagles Hotel California, Rainbow Straight Between the Eyes, Beach Boys Party, Wings Over America, Asia Alpha, Best of Leon Russell, Wham! Make It Big, ABBA Arrival, Heart Self-Titled, Michael Schenker Group Assault Attack, Adam and the Ants, The Wild Frontier, Beatles Collection of Oldies, McCartney Tug of War, Elvis Madison Square Garden, James Taylor Flag, Make It Big, Wham!, Mick Jagger She's the Boss, and Elvis Special 24 compilation. That is crate 1 of 3 or crate 1 of 2.5. Now, the next comment is Flame, and that was for Flaming Lips. Now, James Taylor's at 40, now 42. Now, Charlie wanted to know the condition of Enemy and check the green LP in the front of the crate. All right, so first of all, Enemy. Let me figure out what this is. Condition of Enemy. Is that still in this crate? Of Montreal. It's not that one. It's not that one. It's not that one. It's not White Denim. And this. So I'm trying to figure out what Enemy was. Is it this record? His question reads, condition on Enemy. Okay, you'll have to help me out a little bit more. Because some of these, I'll have to check every one of them again until I learn what exactly they are. So, nothing in here with the word Enemy on it that's left. No, there's nothing left in here with Enemy. Now, he wants me to spell check this record here. I can't, because I don't know what letters these are. That's why I couldn't tell you what it is. I have no idea. I can't spell check it because I don't know what this is supposed to say. Can anybody identify this? Laura didn't say either. She just left. When I look at it from a distance, it looks like random. If I hold it back and squint my eyes, it looks like random. But I can't spell it because I don't know. It looks like an I and an O and an N and a D and an M. But I also can see where it could be random, like RNDM. So I don't have any clue. There's also nothing in here with the word Enemy with it. And then James Taylor's at 42. And then Adam Bernardi wants Of Montreal. That one was this one, right? He got Of Montreal. There's that. And then I don't think it has it spelt correctly anywhere. Let me check here. It's random, so random. It is called random. Yeah, their label doesn't help either. Their label just has an N and a D on the label. And I'm assuming the other one. So, okay. First thing I'm going to do is update where we're at on James Taylor. It's sold to Michael Knaff for $42. This is sold to Michael Knaff for $42. So, Charlie to Frank, if you want random, just say sold. You got to squint at and look at it, Mr. Pitt. Yeah, 3D art. Three Dog Night is a buy it now for $35. Now, there is a trend, mostly in the last 15 years, bands do not want you to know who they are. As far as their physical media, they don't really have to worry about album sales mostly because, you know, everything nowadays is in streaming. But I can promise you, most modern bands nowadays do not want you to know who they are when you're buying their records. Typically, there's nothing written on jackets anymore. It becomes very difficult. Especially, we know how the metal stuff is. They really don't want you to know who they are, which I think is bad marketing. We're here. This is somebody's band out there in the world. That's their music, and it's took everybody watching tonight to figure out really who it is. So, and if they were probably watching, they'd be like, well, Maybe you just don't know who we are, Chad, and you just don't know what you're talking about. This is sold to Charlie DeFrank. Now, that's gone. The next thing I have over here is, was there something else? I don't think there was it. Okay, so Three Dog Night, there's that, and there's that. Next thing over here is, let's get back to this box. And this is the Detroit Cobras, Life, Love, and Leaving. And this is 2001 US. We have Still and Shrink. This is the Detroit Cobras, Live, Love, and Leaving. This is the Detroit Cobras. That's Jeff Ament, who is the bass player from Pearl Jam. We have found out from Emilio and Charlie, that's Jeff Ament, who plays bass for Pearl Jam. The Detroit Cobras, Live, Life, Love, and Leaving. Sympathy for the record industry. That is a 2001 USOG, a $25 start. The Three Dog Night album's called Hard Labor, Japanese pressing with all the inserts, okay? There's that and that, and there's this and this. Now, Nashville. Oh, man. Yeah, there's so much. It's just like, I think, well, a lot of stuff, and like, they'll make jackets nowadays, and all the information's on the hype sticker. And so if somebody was to open it up and take off all the shrink wrap, sometimes there's nothing on the front, back, or the spine because they put everything on the hype sticker. And then we'll get these collections and we have to literally scan the barcode. So I think nowadays they're like, well, for the act of the design of the artwork, we don't want any writing on it. Most people will probably scan the barcode anyway and figure out what it is. So they're like, well, on that. So, or their logos are just really hard to read. You kind of have to like do like I did. You have to kind of squint and stand back and be like, holy moly, what does that say? All right, so here's John Denver. John Denver, Some Days Are Diamonds. Japanese pressing, $35 start. There's the insert. There's the cover Nobi. That's now up for bid. Next, it's the Last Check Condition record. I know them. Funkadelic Maggot Brain. EX Condition, $24.99 Funkadelic. Looks like a nice copy. 180-gram gatefold. EX $24.99. That was the Last Check Condition record. Now everything else will be EX Plus or better. The Black Keys, Thick Freakness. The Black Keys is on that colored vinyl. $29.99 for the Black Keys, Thick Freakness. John Denver and Detroit Cobras both have bids for $25 and $35. Kristen Barnett first on Funkadelic, and then it was Chris Redding. So that is sold and sold. Next over here is this, My Morning Jacket, $17.99, and that's Jim James, Uniform Distortion. Jim James from My Morning Jacket, $17.99. Final call on Detroit Cobras. Final call on John Denver. I'm about to sell both of those. What else do I have over here? What is this? This is Iron Maiden. Looks like maybe Fan Magazine number 113. That's going to go up for a $10 start. How cool is that? Iron Maiden Fan Club Magazine number 113. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Black Keys is sold to Michael Nath. Pre-order is up in the group for the new Black Keys album that comes out in August. And Craig Ruth wants the Jim James My Morning Jacket. One more record, then I'm selling both auctions. Brittany Howard, live at Sound Emporium. And that's on kind of reddish colored vinyl, $14.99. John Denver, Some Days Are Diamonds. And that is right over here, and that is sold to David Johnson for $35. That is sold, and Michael Nath got the Detroit Cobras for $25. Michael Nath got the Detroit Cobras for $25. So thank you, Michael Nath. That's sold to you. Let's put that right over here. Next LP auction I have is this right here. And this is A La La's Worship the Sun, a 2014 US, that's an indie garage psych album, white vinyl. Ours has a black smudge, but it doesn't affect anything. Yeah, that happens sometimes when they're mixing and pressing vinyl. It is limited to 500. It's a $35 start. Now, Maiden has a bid for $10 of Jerry. Charlie, your bid came in late on Detroit Cobras. And now the next auction is going to go up from the Japanese bin. And the next auction from the Japanese bin is going to be, I forgot what was even requested, but here is a Stone Cold Classic. If you need a request from the Japanese bin, let me know again. Here's the Eagles Hotel California on a dark desert highway. The vinyl is very nice. There's that. It comes with the poster that originally came with it. There they are, the Eagles. There's Joe, there's Glenn, there's all of them. And here's this, and here's this, and here's this, and here's that. A little bit of humidity spots on the cover. $35 start on the Eagles. All Allah's is a $35 start, just FYI. Next in this crate, we have moving units. This person's getting the Heimlich Maneuver. That's called the Heimlich Maneuver, and that's a post-punk album for $14.99. Also, Iron Maiden has a bid with Phil Elliott for $22. The Iron Maiden magazine has a bid with Phil Elliott for $22. How about Electronic House IDM record? That's $29.99. And then Pink Floyd, a collection of great dance songs. That's $24.99 for Pink. Ooh, neck adjustment. Pink Floyd, $24.99. Also, we have Blitz and Trapper, Destroyer of the Void, $22.99 on that. All Allah's is a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants that. It's going right over here. Eagles has one bid for $35, and then Iron Maiden's at $22. Next auction is going to be Hawkwind, Hall of the Mountain Grill. Lemmy is on this one. Lemmy Kilsmilzer, exactly. Hawkwind, Hall of the Mountain Grill is a 74 USOG. Vinyls and VG, the top seam has a lot of damage. VG minus cover. Hawkwind is a $15 start. Next over here, Michael Nath on Pink Floyd. That's sold to Michael Nath. The Eagles is at $35 with Josh Brown. And we have Born to Kill. And this is a 2013 promo Warner Brothers compilation. It has a Chihuahua on the cover. A Chihuahua on the cover. That's $14.99. Michael Nath got Pink Floyd and then Killdozer. We got Blitz and Trapper, Destroyer of the Void. And then what was, did I say Killdozer somewhere? Killdozer, Brittany Howard details. Brittany Howard is on red vinyl. It is called Live at Sound Emporium. That's about as much as I can give you on that, $14.99. Oh, there it went. I had a adjustment in my neck, and it just went loose. All right, that's sold to Phil Elliott for $22. That is sold. Next thing I have over here is I got Rush stuck in my head. Anybody else? All right, here's a couple more metal magazines. I haven't had these yet. This is Kerrang! From 1990, Queensryche, Iron Maiden, Clash of the Titans. That is Queensryche there on the cover, Tate and DeGarmo. And then here is some more Kerrags. Let's put these up. So that is another one. And here's another one, Kerrang! There is, I don't know who this is. Here we go. Jim Little of Rogue Mail. And then here is Bobby Blotzer and Robin Crosby of Rat. And there's that. So there's 3 Kerrang! Magazines. And those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. Okay, and then over here, we had Hawkwind at one bid for $15. And then Brittany Howard is sold to Adam Bernardi. And then John Stevens wants to Born to Kill. Hawkwind does have a bid for $15. Robert next on that. And we have Hawkwind at $17 with Kristen Driscoll. Next is right here, and this is $17.99. And oh no, there's nothing on the spine. Here we go. Let's try to figure out who this is. It's all literally blurry. It is painted. They intentionally made it all blurry. Yeah, they really don't want you to figure that. Let me put it in some better light over here. It is called Painted Palms. Painted Palms. I think it says Painted Palms Forever. Painted Palms Forever. Yes. Painted Palms Forever. And they intentionally made it blurry where it's hard to read. I'm telling you, it is a new trend. So yes, that is Painted Palms. It's on white vinyl. And that was an indie pop album for $17.99. Now, we definitely can go ahead and sell the Eagles. That sold to Josh Brown for $35. Hawkwinds at $20. The Kerrang magazines, all three of those together for a $10 start if anybody wants those. And now, let's go ahead and put up the requested James Taylor flag. And Christopher Dean, the heart is a Japanese pressing as well. It's self-titled, and it will be going up for auction probably next. And we probably will run some Japanese buy it nows tonight. If anybody wants to see those, we'll probably do that as well tonight. Here is James Taylor flag, a Japanese pressing. It is beautiful, near mint minus, new inner sleeve, insert. We have insert, we have inner sleeve, and then here's the gatefold with Obi, and there's James Taylor, and he's a $35 start. He's now up for bid, okay? The Kerrang magazines can be bought for $10 if anybody wants those. Kristen Driscoll, you're out on Hawkwind, okay? And then James Taylor has a bid for $35. Finishing up the lower crate is the Kitchen Sink, CINQ, When the Rainbow Disappears, an anthology. It's a Site Garage compilation from the 60s, $24.99. Over here is the Sugar Cubes. Laura loves the Sugar Cubes. Bjork is in this band. Bjork fronts the band. $29.99 on the Sugar Cubes. And Green Day, American Idiot, a 2021 pressing, $27.99. James Taylor, $35. James Taylor, $35. Phil Elliott's going to get the 3 Kerrang magazines for $10. Those are sold to Phil Elliott, and those are done. The Hawkwind is sold to Jeff's Bird Songs for $20. James Taylor's now at $40. And Cynthia Herdren on the Sugar Cubes. Let's read through that crate again. Not before I put up our next auction. The Rolling Stones, their Satanic Majesty's Request. This is a 67 U.S. Pittman original with the original lenticular, original inner sleeve. It's EX. It's a $35 start. And then over here, we have Danny next on the Kerrang magazines. And now James Taylor's $45. Let me really revisit what I've got left over here and some miscellaneous stuff to try to auction tonight. I've got probably 4 more magazines I can bundle here. And the first one is a Rolling Stone magazine. Skid Row. Is that? Well, I'm pretty sure it is. And then this is Rolling Stone's Heavy Metal Mania with Motley Crue on the cover. And then this is a Kerrang magazine from '85 with Trash Queens on the cover. And on the back is Lita Ford. So Lita Ford's on the back. And then here's a Guns N' Roses magazine. Just a music spotlight magazine about Guns N' Roses. So that lot of 4 magazines, a $20 start. That lot of 4. So Rolling Stone, another extra Kerrang, female cover. And then Guns N' Roses, all 4 of those, $20 start. James Taylor's at $45. Michael's out. And the Rolling Stones is a $35 start. Let's read through these one more time. Let's read through these one more time. Or as Phil Collins says, one more night. One more night. One more time. Here is Out Hud. I keep wanting to say A. OUTHUD. Out Hud. Street Dad. That is a electronic house record, EX $17.99. Dr. Dog, Fate. That's VG Plus $19.99, a 2008 USOG. White Denim Fits. White Denim is an indie garage rock album, VG Plus $17.99. Matt DeMarco, Salad Days, EX $17.99. We have Blood Orange, Freetown Sound 2LP, EX $22.99. Also, Jail, somebody helped me with that earlier, I already forgot, but it's VG $9.99. And the Stones has a bid, final call. Out Hud, Let Us Never Speak of It Again. Left Field Electronic, EX $17.99. And now David Johnson gets James Taylor, and we're going to make that sold to him for $45. Thank you. Very cool pressing there. Never had that before. I probably haven't if David's buying it. That is sold to him. And then Cynthia Herdren on OH. And that was, now, There's actually 2 out HUDs. There's that one, and I just showed this one too. So let me know on those 2. Michael Nath gets the Rolling Stones for $35. And let's go ahead and make these 4 magazines a buy it now for $20. Those 4 magazines are a buy it now for $20. And then the next Japanese pressing I have is Heart, self-titled. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. Heart is a Japanese pressing, self-titled album with Obi. And let's take a quick peek at it. And typically, most of these should be, yes, very nice, $35 start. That's Heart by Heart. Has the insert and nice cover, $35 start on that. Let's put those right over here. And now I'm going to put them right over here because they're sold to Crystal Newman for $20. Thank you. And now the first thing is she wants this one. So that's sold to Cynthia Herdron. And then that's all the check condition. Now the rest of the crate. Moving Units. Post-Punk, $14.99. What about this right here? And this is... Did I even read this one earlier? I don't know if I even read this earlier. I might have just told the genre because I'm still trying to figure out what it is. Gold Panda, Lucky Shines. Did I read that earlier? Gold Panda, Lucky Shines, $29.99. I might have just said it's electronic house record. Gold Panda, $29.99. Heart, $35. Heart, $40. Heart, $50. Heart, $55. Wow, that one escalated quickly. Blitz and Trapper, Destroyer of the Void, $22.99. Our next auction over here from the advertised stuff, there's still 5 records from the Hot Picture I hadn't got to yet, including this. This is Robert Pollard, Silverfish Trivia. And that's a 2007 OG, the front man and Guided by Voices. It's in shrink, and that's a $25 start on that. And then over here in the miscellaneous tub, I think I got a couple more Iron Maiden related items. Let's see what all's tucked away over here. There's books, there's magazines. Oh, there's more hit paraders. Let's see what I can dig out of this tub. All kinds of cool miscellaneous stuff we dug up from this collection. Let's see what else I can throw up for auction here. Let me turn some of this stuff around. Ooh, another Motley Crue one. Nice. I got some more Motley Crue related stuff. Ooh, Stryper, Metallica. Let's do these 2 together. Let's see. Oh man, y'all gonna like these. All right, let's do this one here with Lita Ford on the cover. Uh-oh, RIP. Lita Ford there on the cover. That is very nice. October of '88. It has an ad for Violence on the back. Very cool magazines here. There's right off the bat, I flipped to something Metallica. There's Lita on the centerfold. Holy moly. There's articles about White Line. There's articles about Soul Asylum. There's Methods of Destruction, Nuclear Assault, Death Angel. Man, what a time to be alive. There's that right there. That is going to go up for a $10 start. Heart's a final call for $58. And then here we had the Painted Palms. That is $17.99. Also, the Kitchen Sink, that was $24.99. And Green Day, American Idiot, 2021 press. That is $27.99 for Green Day, American Idiot. Heart is sold to Michael Nath for $58. That is sold to Michael Nath. And I think I know what I want to do for the rest of the night. First of all, I know up front, I don't know how it ended up behind the counter, but there's about a half a crate of Paul records that I think I posted a video of maybe a while back, and they need to be buy it now best offer. And I'm going to go up front and get those, and then we'll probably do some Japanese buy it nows. Heart is sold, and then BP for $25. What was that? Is that this right here? Chris Knapp, this is Robert Pollard. Maybe you meant RP. RP, $25. Final call on that. And then the Lita Ford magazine, $10. Now, if you're interested in that, you might want to consider it. I don't think I have any Led Zeppelins left. And some of these other ones here, I mean, I don't know, it may be, these are really good ones. A little bit too late. I don't mind putting up some more of these, but I was going to see where Lita Ford was going to tell me a lot about whether I should not put any more of these up until next week. Because a lot of these have been selling for $20 and $30 because they're in really good condition. and something we typically don't have. But there it is, final call. If that one happens to do well, or maybe even sells, I might get into the other ones. If not, we might have to save those for a different time. I have so much random stuff over here. I don't know where all this is even came from, but here it is. Okay? No Paul sticker. No, I hadn't convinced him to do that yet. I really hadn't asked, but he's probably going to be like, what? You want me to do what? Let's see what else is on here. Let me clean out the rest of this tub. I don't think there's much Zeppelin stuff left. There's some kind of Testament thing here. There's a picture of Gene Simmons. Another hit parader. Let's see what I got here. And then Lita Ford has bids for 10 and now 10. All right, and then this is sold to Chris Knapp. Thank you, Chris. That's sold for 25. Next auction here is this right here. It's called I'll Be Your Mirror, a tribute to the Velvet Underground and Nico. It is signed on the cover by Beringer from the band The National. He signed 50. This is a limited edition 300. He signed 50 and comes with unsigned jacket too. So I think, is this an insert? Okay, so he signed this jacket and then it also comes with an unsigned jacket. $45 start. That is I'll Be Your Mirror, tribute to Velvet Underground, and it's signed. So Chris Frazier has the Lita Ford magazine for 10. Everybody else is out. Let me see what else I have over here. Give me 1 second. He did make one sticker. One second, please. Okay. Now, sorry, I had to send a message right quick. Mirror 45, Rip is at 11, Chris is out, final call. All right, now the mirror's at 50. Let's go get that crate I was talking about. It's right up front. There's that, and there's that, and there's this, and there's that. And I was about to go through this crate, but let me go up here and do this crate, and then we got to do that crate. Also, don't forget about those crates over there, and then we got these crates. So there's a lot of crates to go through, as y'all probably just heard me say. Let me go grab this one right up here and go through it. Let's do it again, just like Steely Dan. I almost said Steely Nicks. What a band, Steely Nicks. Down. That sitar and do it again. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. All right, Danny, this sold you for 11. We'll put this in a new board and bag. That's sold to Danny. All right, any more Rolling Stones? I don't think so. I was working on sorting some stuff over here. I'm trying to get to the bottom of this tub. I'm going to have to move some stuff around to do that, though. Let me move these here. I've already gone through that. Sorry for the timeout. There's this. All right, so here is some cool Iron Maiden stuff here for late night Maiden collectors. This is an Iron Maiden. This is an Iron Maiden fan club folder. It has an Iron Maiden photo. It looks like it has an Iron Maiden poster. And then Iron Maiden Fan Club magazine number 94. So fan club, folder, and information. It also has a fan club magazine that's still sealed. Here's another Iron Maiden Fan Club folder. And then Iron Maiden Fan Club 116 and 111. Now, we just sold one of these for $22. So we'll say all the Iron Maiden magazines here for a $20 start. $20 start on those. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. And that's, oh my gosh, I forgot about the Traveling Wilburys. We've had this all night over here. The Traveling Wilburys is a 1988 U.S. Specialty OG with the original under sleeve, VG condition, a $25 start on that. This crate here is going to be buy it now, best offer. Iron Maiden lot, $20 start. All of those. Julian Baker, $21.99. There is no glory in love, little oblivious. Julian Baker. These are all buy it now or best offer. We have Tom Petty Hard Promises, sealed. A 2017 remaster, $34.99. So Traveling Wilburys, a $25 start. All those Iron Maiden magazines, a $20 start. $20 start and bid. Also, Wayne Cochran. This is an original 67 US, $19.99. Danny's in on the Iron Maiden stuff at $20. Jimmy Campbell, that's on the Vertigo label, half baked. A 71 US Vertigo Swirl, $49.99 on that. And Charlie D and Milo. Charlie D and Milo is a 1970 folk rock, country rock album, $19.99. Charlie D and Milo. Now, Iron Maiden 20, Iron Maiden 20, Iron Maiden 20, Iron Maiden 21. And then the Traveling Wilburys has one bid for $25. Brett sees he's done on the mirror, so that is a final call to Michael Nath for $75. The Iron Maiden stuff's now at $21. Justin Bieber, Justice. Justin Bieber is on silver vinyl. It is sealed for $29.99. And No Pointer, Direct Hits. No Pointer, VG Plus, $14.99. Red Queen to Griffin 3. That is a 1974 US VG Plus, $19.99, a Prague album. Iron Maiden's at 22, Traveling Wilburys at 26. Next is Manfred Mann's Earth Band, The Good Earth, EX Edition, $16.99. Tom Petty is sold to Michael Nath for $25. Also, The Mighty Quinn, Manfred Mann, VG. Dun, 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 dun. Come on. Great song. Mighty Quinn, VG, $16.99. And Toshiko and Ishoki Lubakin Big Band. What did I just say? VG plus 99. VG plus 99. I just said Toshiko Akasoshi Lu Tabakan Big Band. That's VG plus $9.99. Adam Bernardi on Manfred Mann. And then price on JB. He wants the first one. He wants not the Mighty Quinn. He wants the Good Earth. And then price on JB. JB Justin was sealed for $29.99. This is buy now best offer. Iron Maiden 22, now Iron Maiden 23. If somebody wants to go ahead and just bid 50, we'll wrap those up. And then this right here is sold to Michael Nath for $75. Next auction coming from the Japanese bin is going up right now. And it's one called, whoa, don't fall out of my hand. I almost dropped it, but I caught it. Thanks to this crate of vinyl over here. I have the Beach Boys Party. And the Beach Boys Party is going to go up for a $35 start. I don't think I've had a Japanese pressing of this. The Beach Boys Party. Now, the U.S. pressings came with a perforated photo card. It came with photos. And guess what this has? There it is. It's the perforated. It's not perforated, though. It's just a full sheet of photos. There's that. There's this. And there's the Beach Boys Party. $35 start. And it does have that fan photo insert. The original U.S. pressings, they were like perforated photos. But there they are. That is up for bid. Traveling Wilburys 27. We've got Julian Baker. Aha. Nicholas. That was $21.99 for Julian Baker. And then JC 35 Patrick Lear. Jimmy Campbell. That is sold to Patrick Lear for $35. Next is Tame Impala live versions. Tame Impala is a 2014 Record Store Day exclusive, limited to 5,000 on translucent green vinyl. That is $39.99. Also, Handmade Cities. That is, the band is called Plini, P-L-I-N-I. It's a 21 Canadian reissue, limited to 1,000 on purple marble vinyl. It's a math rock prog album, $59.99. The Iron Maidens are $26 and now $30. The last bid on Traveling Wilburys is Randy Klein, $27. Then Jeff's Birdsong's already bid $30. So Jeff's Birdsong's is at $30 on the Traveling Wilburys. Iron Maiden's at $30. And I think Randy's one of the people who asked for the Traveling Wilburys like 7 hours ago. You got to keep reminding me. I had almost forgot about it. And the Beach Boys is a $35 start. $35 start. No bid yet. Chad's having some allergy problems. I'm trying to breathe over here. What else is in this crate? All right, let's keep going through here. These are all buy it now best offer. Nicholas gets Julian Baker for $16. Thank you, Julian. Or thank you, Nicholas. So do you. We have Mulkey Cole, VG Plus, $11.99. Oh, my gosh. You can tell this was up front. You can tell this was up front in the store. That was hanging on our behind our counter. It fell off into this crate. I told you all these were behind the counter. That is Bruce Springsteen, and that is Dale from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Y'all probably heard me say his name 100 times, haven't you? He was an avid Bruce fan. There he is trying to get an album signed. And Dale had multiple encounters with Bruce Springsteen, and he only was able to get one item signed, and that was a guitar. And I think I forgot how he obtained that. I don't know if he actually got it signed in person, but Paul Brothers, a longtime customer, he bought that signed guitar from us. But Bruce doesn't sign very much. I actually just seen a video of him today, and he walks out of this, or he's about to walk in a building, and he's like, "I've got bad news. I ain't signing nothing." And all these people are lined up trying to get autographs, and that's why his autograph on a signed album sells for big money. He has, as you can see, been harassed for years. There he is getting out of a van, and he is swarmed. He is swarmed with fans. So that's Dale. We bought this guy's collection. He got thousands of albums signed since he was basically a teenager. And then he worked in security, and he got a lot of stuff signed. But you can see Bruce is probably just trying to get to somewhere, and he is just swarmed with fans trying to get an autograph. So, and it's been like that for what, 50 years for him probably? Just like most people will like him when they go out in public. All right, so Traveling Wilburys. I haven't heard back from Randy, so it is sold to Jeff's Birdsongs for $30. Thank you, Jeff. That's sold to you for $30. And then Iron Maiden is now at $33. Mark Buddha, you're out. The Beach Boys is a buy it now for $35. Beach Boys is a buy it now for $35. Am I even connected anymore? Let's see what's going over here. I think I've lost my chat while I was talking about Dale Pittsburgh. Nope, there's one bid. Let me get over here on Facebook and see what I've missed. Okay, there's only been one comment over there. What about over here on YouTube? It says I'm not connected to YouTube anymore. I think I'm live. I know I'm live over there, but Iron Maiden out, Iron Maiden 35. Okay. Yeah, YouTube. Okay, YouTube just got connected again. So, Michael, your comment that said Dale is legend and El Pisca Zinze, your comments did not come in. We still, by the way, got 112 on YouTube, and we still got how many people on Facebook? Where's my YouTube video? or Facebook. Oh, I'm on Facebook. That is Facebook. Where's our live video? Here we are. We have 70 still on Facebook. So we got 100 and what did I say? 180 people still watching. Nice. All right, so y'all were back connected. We were live, but we lost connection there. All right, so the magazines are at $35 with Mark Buddha. I'll have to count that bid at $35. Now, we're back connected, and while I was talking about Dale, I think we got disconnected. So, Dale's Pittsburgh collection is legendary. I'm glad to have that photo. We have it hanging behind the counter. I've got a bunch of photos with him. So, looks like he's holding a copy of Born to Run there. Man, I wish I had one of those signed to sell. I'm not that big of a Bruce fan, so I would sign it. If I would sell it if I got one. So I think that's like $3,500. A nice signed Born to Run is like $3,500. Okay, let's go grab a new inner sleeve or an outer sleeve for the Beach Boys. I mean, I like the song Born to Run and Rosalita, but I just can't get into the rest of his music. I like his version of Blinded by the Light. I like his version of Rosalita and Born to Run, and I guess maybe Dancing or some of those other songs, but I just can't get into the other music. I've tried. I've listened to almost everything. I just can't get into it. Okay, next is Iron Maiden. So, final call. Now, El Pisca over on YouTube. I know you bid 30. Okay, now they're in at 40. Let's keep going through these. Buy it now, best offer. We have Judy Collins, Golden Apples of the Sun. Judy Collins is a 70s press. That is $9.99. Over here, we have Ted Shemp, Come to the Castle. That's a country gospel album, mostly sealed, $14.99. And La Bamba soundtrack, that is sealed, $29.99. La Bamba soundtrack. That's a sealed original from 1987. It's never been opened. One second, please. Iron Maiden's at 40. We have U2 Pop, sealed for $44.99. Also, we have With All Our Love, a 73 U.S. gospel folk album, VG Plus $9.99. The Iron Maiden magazines are a final call to El Pisca for $40. Final call. Robin Hitchcock and the Egyptians. This is Robin Hitchcock and the Egyptians. Feg Mania, a 1985 USOG, a $20 start on Robin Hitchcock and the Egyptians. We also have Aim for the Heart, Paul Clark, a 1980 US VG $9.99, Aim for the Heart, Paul Clark. Matt DeMarco Salad Days, $17.99 for Matt DeMarco. We also have Jack White, sealed Blunderbuss, $29.99. I've lost like 3 people on the Iron Maidens. Final call, $40. Mark's out, sold. And Danny did say out too. So these are all sold for $40 to El Pisca Zinze over on YouTube. Done. Now, Chris Knapp on RH. And RH was for RH, that's a bid. 20. James Allen bid first. U2 Pop. Robert, I will sell that to you for $35, which is the same price I think we sold a pre-owned one for tonight. That is available for $35 or had one priced. That one's sealed. Chrysalis is VG $29.99. Robert Barnett, you're also going to get Jack White for $25. And then the last couple on here was Orr. That's a reissue of the Alexander Spence record, which is very rare. A Sunday's reissue, EX $42.99. La Bamba is sold to Adam Ross, the sealed original, for $20. And now Robin Hitchcock's at $30. And Clear Lights is a 67 US. The note from Paul says, great sock, VG $19.99. U2 is sold to Robert Barnett for $35. There is that, and there's that. And there's that, and there's that. Danny Thomas says, wonder if the winner would like to sell me one of the fan club press kits to me for $10. That'll be up to El Pisca Zinze. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. I don't know what that is. It looks like Iron Maiden. There's a random. Here is a random picture of Gene Simmons, $5. A random picture of Gene Simmons, $5. Who wants it? A random picture of Gene Simmons, $5. Now, let's see what else I can piece together over here. Speaking of Bruce, Bruce Springsteen World Acoustic Tour Book. Bruce Springsteen World Acoustic Tour Book. This is going to go up for a $15 start. Okay? Robin Hitchcock, $35. Robin Hitchcock, $40. Animalize is $33.99. $33.99. 2014 remaster. Clear Lights, Michael Nath. This is in VG 1999. This is in stereo, Clear Lights. And Chris, it's in stereo. Michael asked, and then Chris. Bruce Springsteen Tour Book, $15 star. Speaking of the boss, there he is. Right, I think we might do some Japanese bite nows before we get into CD mode. U2's already sold El Pisca. I've already sold it to the first person. Robin Hitchcock is still getting bids, though. And I've got one more tagged advertised auction for tonight, and it's Cowboy. On a steel horse I ride. Reach for the sky, Cowboy, not the same thing. 1970 US OG VG condition, a $15 start for Cowboy. There's Bruce. Now let's go through our no bids. There is a random picture of Gene Simmons for $5. And then I have a Japanese pressing of the Beach Boys Party for $35. I also have the A La Laws. A La Laws is a 2014 Indie Garage Psych album, limited 500 on white vinyl. That was $35. Three Dog Night Hard Labor was $35. And the Kiss Alive Worldwide Tour, 96-97, official original tour book is $25. $25. That is technically everything that we've put up for auction tonight that has not got a bid over the last about 6 hours. That's all that's left right there. Robin Hitchcock is sold to Brett Thies for $40. If anybody wants Bruce Springsteen, it's going to be a $15 bite now, and we'll give Cowboy just one more second. I think that's like a kind of a country rock, southern rock album. Cowboy, 1970, kind of early for southern rock, but some of its roots got started around that time with Skynyrd and etc. Early Skynyrd, that is. Skynyrd debuted in 73, but they were together and making music as early as 69 and 70, so there's some rare singles. Clear Lights is sold to Michael Nath for $15. And I think this crate's worthy. I knew this was a good one. I don't know how it ended up front. It's been up front, right in front of our ice machine, and that's why that picture of Dale fell down in there. Maybe Dale just wanted to make an appearance. By the way, Dale is still alive. He's in Pittsburgh, and I wish we had all of his records back again. We have Wayne Cochran. We got Charlie D and Milo, No Pointer, Direct Hits. We also have Red Queen to Griffin 3, The Mighty Quinn by Manfred Mann, Toshiko and Kashoe. We got Justin Bieber. We got Tame Impala. We got Handmade Cities, which was the artist Palini, P-L-I-N-I. And then here was Moki Cole, Golden Apples. That was Judy Collins, Ted Shemp. We have With All of Our Love, Aim for the Heart, Matt DeMarco, Chrysalis, and the Alexander Spence. Now, I'm pretty sure I've sold 2 originals, one from Dale's Pittsburgh collection for over $500. And then we also have, I sold Paul an original copy, I think, as well, and it was hundreds. So that's a great reissue there. A La Laws is spelled the no bid. the no bid here, Allahs is Allahlas. Allahlas. Allahs. All like all and then and then that's one word and then loss. LAS. All right, there's that. And then a Dale in-show call would be legendary. Yeah, we get him on the phone. He could probably tell. Well, my favorite story he told was how he got all the Neil Young autographs. He literally, you got to think back in the day, and especially the 70s and 80s when security was much lighter. A lot of people did try to track down musicians and celebrities to get autographs. It was a lot more laid back. And Dale's story about tracking down Neil Young is legendary. I've talked to him twice, and I got him to tell it, and both times he didn't miss a beat. And then he met Neil later, like backstage, and he got, I think, even more stuff signed. That's where the backstage pass came from, and a lot of that other amazing stuff we got from him. I was going to see if I can show y'all some of those pictures. Man, they're buried deep in my... Yeah, there's no telling where those at. Dental appointment. Michael Nath remembers. Dental appointment, yep. I think that's where he got the one harvest we had. That's where that came from. This one, he got signed back. So we got a picture. I think that's the picture. Neil's holding this. I think that's where he got this. I'm trying to find that picture. He's holding one of these albums, Neil Young is. Maybe, let me see if I can find it. Gosh, I have so many pictures in my camera roll. Let's see, when would that be? That was like 2000. Oh yeah, there's no telling. Okay, we're getting close because here's pictures. Well, there's where we got letters. There's the other one I got. That I think I sold that to Stephen Tuttle. Are those? Oh, here we go. No, you can't. You can see he was just got done signing stuff for Dale, but I love his shirt. Neil's wearing a Pearl Jam shirt. But there's Dale and Neil Young, and that was the second time. That wasn't when he went to his dentist appointment. There's him and Richie Havens. Of course, we had about 20 or 30, I think, signed Richie Havens. Let's see. That's the first batch of photos I got from him. Al Stewart. That's some of the... Oh, man. Where am I at? I'm in December of 2023. Aaron Neville. Man, there's so many. Dr. John. I think this is Dr. John. I think that's Chris Christopherson. This guy, if you track... like I said, if you were dedicated back in the 70s and 80s, there was another guy in Atlanta. We bought his stuff, and he was kind of the same way. They were just major fans, and they would find out where people were staying in hotels, and you can still kind of do that. You can try to find these people coming out of the back door, but nowadays it's just much more difficult. They don't want to get. I think it got even more difficult post John Lennon. Nobody wants to get shot. Adam Bernardi got Alles Laws for $25, and then Cowboy for $10 with Paul Redfern. But man, think about all the autographs we had. Clapton, yeah, he tracked down Clapton in a hotel. That was a cool one too. So Clapton was basically waited in a hotel lobby all day for Clapton to come out, and it was on an off day of the concert. So it was, he stayed there all day, and Clapton never did leave the hotel room. And that was the day before the concert. Then the day of the concert, he got there again that morning, and finally Clapton was coming out, and Dale basically just walked right in front of him and had a big stack of album jackets. And he said, "Would you mind signing these?" And I think he kind of said something like, "Well, you know, I'm on my time right now." He said, or no, Dale told him, he said, "Would you mind signing these? I'm going to be at your concert tonight." And I think he said, Clapton said, "You know, you're on my time right now. I'll be on your time tonight at the concert." And he said, "Well, I don't think I'll be able to see you at the concert. You might be too hard to get." He's like, "I really need you to sign these." And I think he had already had a Blind Faith that was signed by Steve Winwood. And I think that was a selling point for Clapton. And then y'all remember how hotel lobbies used to have like rooms with phones? Like you go in a little room and make a phone call. Clapton said, "All right, follow me." And they went into one of those little rooms with like a phone. And Clapton sat down at the table and he signed about 10 album jackets. He said, "All right." He said, "You better be at the concert tonight." And he left. And he just said there was like only one other guy with him. It's not like he had a whole entourage. And this would have been like in the 90s maybe. Because Clapton's changed his signature a couple times. And JSA, I think, said the one we had was like 90s type Clapton. It's like an E and like a C. I still got two of those. All right, we're going to do Japanese Buy It Nows. And we're going to do Japanese Buy It Nows. And we're going to do CDs for the last hour. He got some Dead albums signed by Billy. Yeah, I still got the keyboard player. I still got that one. What's that one called? Or Brent, what's it? Yeah, Brent, it's an M. I still got that one, the Silver album. So, and you know Dale's not BSing. You know none of his stories are BS because he literally had all the stuff to back it up. Yeah, I've met Clapton. Yeah, I've met Stephen Stills. Yeah, I met Bob Dylan. I met him. And then, you know, you hear people say that and you're like, yeah, right. You're just blowing off some steam. And then you walk into his basement and he's got 1,000 signed albums or 2,000, whatever he had. I don't even know how many, but you're like, okay, this guy's legit. All these Japanese pressings I'm about to show you is a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now. But I still got that one Grateful Dead signed jacket. Well, not a Grateful Dead album, but Brett Midland. Yes, I got that signed on silver. You know, the band he was in pre-Dead. I still got that. Next, buy it nows for $35. Billy Joel, the Nylon Curtain. Billy Joel, the Nylon Curtain, $35. Billy Joel, the Nylon Curtain, $35. That's a buy it now. Everything in here. Bryan Adams, Into the Fire, buy it now, $35. We have Billy Joel. I've got 2 nylon curtains, $35. These would have been put up for auction for a $35 start. Now they're a buy it now for $35. Just trying to show what was left in this bin. James Taylor, Dad Loves His Work. JT, Dad Loves His Work. Michael, I will show you what I have left. Hall & Oates H2O, $35. McCartney, Wings, Back to the Ed, $35. George Harrison, Dark Horse, nice, $35. It looks like the cover, no, maybe looks like the cover has a small bend to it right there. $35 on George Harrison. Nice, Dark Horse. Bob Seger, Against the Wind. It does have a little bit of discoloration. Adam Bernardi got James Taylor. Let's go ahead and re-sleeve that right now. Dad Loves His Work. Doing some Japanese buy it nows, and we can fill up the rest of this crate, I think, with Japanese buy it nows with whatever's left in here. And I got to find some people wanting to buy some Neil Young autographs. I'm not going to give them away. I could already sold them all, obviously. I could say, hey, Neil Young, $275 start. We could all sell them, but they're like minimum of $1,000. Because I get on and try to find replacements, and you can't get them. John Fogerty, Center Field, Put Me in Coach. I'm going to go ahead and sleeve this one right now. $35 buy it now. on that. So that's a buy now. And then I have Wham! Make It Big, Wake Me Up Before You Go Go, the Graduate soundtrack, the Sting soundtrack, the Beach Boys Love You, nice, Rolling Stones Still Live concert, and Hall & Oates Private Eyes. Those are all buy it nows for $35. BINs. Or you'll see them auction next week, and those will be the starting bids. Does anybody want to make an offer on any no bid? Bruce for 15, Kiss for 25, Beach Boys 35, or Three Dog Night 35. If not, we're going to get into this incredible batch of CDs I have found. And they're going to be $6.99. Next is Brett Thieves on Graduate. No, Bryan Adams is a studio album. Into the Fire, that's one of his original studio albums. Brett Thieves on Graduate, that is sold to Brett Thieves. Thank you. Nice. Harvest for $1,050. I will have to pass. Michael, you sure you don't want to see these CDs? They're quite good. Not a terrible offer, Dale, but that is something that I don't know. I just don't really want to sell. But I still think I got it priced fairly. I think I said $1,750 of the night, didn't I? Yeah, $1,750. And plus, what I like about selling stuff, I can tell people from Dale. Of course, you know, if you have a letter from JSA, Beckett, all that's great. But we really know where they came from. Well, you know where these came from. And I think that's why some of them sold so well. We had them all authenticated, but there's no question where they came from. At least the ones he got in person. Now, Dale bought stuff from other people. Dale bought stuff from other people. He bought, and he had stuff given to him. Almost every autograph Dale had gave to him, like Jerry Garcia, he never did get to meet Jerry, and he wanted a Jerry. Somebody bought one, or I think he was like, what would he do for whatever profession he did? Like he had a lot of people, you know, that were friends and give him stuff. I forgot exactly what he did. He's like a doctor of some sort, something in the medical field. But he had gifted some stuff. Elton John, Garcia, Zappa, they were bad. So a lot of stuff people bought, because if you get on eBay right now, you can buy a fake Elton John autograph all day long and a fake Jerry Garcia. We pulled some of those up one night. You can buy a signed Yes album for, you know, a couple $100, but they're fake. And I think people that don't know a lot about autographs buy that stuff, and then they give it to people. And then other people sometimes go to sell it, and they're like, hey, this is fake. And you're like, what? Somebody bought me a fake record? Let me take this in here. Let me go to the back and get the CDs. And we've got about a solid hour left, and let's sell the heck out of them. I'm ready. I hope y'all are too. Let's go back here and do this. We have sold 6 stacks of miscellaneous stuff tonight, and we're about to sell a whole lot of CZs as soon as I sneeze. I'm rhyming. Whew. Bad allergies tonight. Claritin's almost worn off. All right. CD box number 1. Keep them back here. I don't have much room around me. John was like, do you want me to get all these CDs out for you? I was like, no, leave them right where they are, because I don't have room up here where I work from. Two girls swept them away. Pat Lucero, I got a feeling you've got this incredible autograph collection that I need to come buy from you. I feel like you've got this incredible stash of autographs. But yeah, man, there's you get a chance to meet some of these people, you better almost get not aggressive with the person, but a lot of people that's trying to obtain autographs, obviously to resell, they're literally trying to sometimes do it for a living. They will push and shove, and that's when the person sometimes walks away. I've seen it happen with Luka Doncic. I went with somebody to get some of his autographs, and the crowd right at the end got out of hand, and that's when Luka walked away. We are going to do CDs for 1 hour straight here, Todd. Here we go. And I'm going to try to mix these up and hope everybody's ready. I wonder if the jazz buyers are here, I'll try to mix in some of the jazz. If not, we'll do a little bit of this and a little bit of that, okay? We have this here. We have Seventh Key, self-titled, $6.99. We have Brian Setzer Orchestra, Jump and Veil, no artwork. We have Brian Setzer, The Knife Feels Like Justice. Poison, Power to the People. I've never seen that one before. Poison, Crack a Smile. That's bizarre looking. And then we have Steve Plunkett, Nice. Jimmy Page, Robert Plant, No Quarter. We got Steve Perry, Donna Please. We got Steve Perry, Young Hearts Forever. And Steve Perry, You Better Wait. I think those are all singles. All right, there's those and those. Guy Shard. I'm going to take, oh yeah, I'm working on that. I think I've got enough. If I can close out an autograph deal that somebody I'm working through Facebook Messenger, I may almost have enough to get JSA to swing by if we can get to 500, and that way we can get that one stickered. Or I think Guy Shard may convince me before it's over to sell him the Taylor Swift without even any certification. And if you talk me into it, I'll do it. I'd rather wait and get it authenticated, but I have a feeling you're going to talk me into it before I can even get JSA here. Angela Lewis first on Poison. Angela Lewis, let me know if you want Power to the People or Crack a Smile. Chris Riddings on Plunkett. Chris Riddings on Steve Plunkett. And then Susie Breedlove on Jimmy. Jimmy Page, Robert Plant. And then over here, we've got Seventh Key, Brian Setzer, Steve Perry. And then we got Angela's dibs on Poison. These are all $6.99. Next thing we have is going to go up right now. We got Roxy Blues, Want Some. Roxy Blue, Want Some. We got John Parr, Remastered. We got John Parr, Running the Endless Mile. Martin Page, In the House of Stone and Light. I've got two of those. Shaw and Blades, Hallucination. That's two different people, I think. Shaw and Blades. And then Shadow King. Angela Lewis wants both Poison CDs. Those are sold to Angela Lewis and Angela Lewis. Next thing is Roxy Blue, John Parr, Martin Page, Shaw Blades, and Shadow King. Those are all available for $6.99. The next CDs I have right now for you are Robert Plant. That's Susie's Crush. Robert Plant, Principle of Moments. Robert Plant, Pictures at 11. We've got Night Ranger, Live in America. We got Night Ranger, Big Life. We got Stevie Nicks, Trouble in Shangri-La. We've got Kiss the Rain by Billy Myers. This is Mull Muzzler, Keep It to Yourself, and Mr. Welcome to the Real World. These are all $6.99. Angela first on R, probably for Roxy Blue. That was right here, right, Angela. And then Chris was next, and then Angela on SK. And SK was Shadow King. And then Susie on RP for Robert Plant. I'm going to give her both unless she says otherwise. And then Angela, you've got dibs on Night Ranger. There is one, there's two. There's one and there's two. And then Angela, your pick on that. And then Kenny was next. And here is this. We have John Parr, Martin Page, Shaw Play, Steve Nicks, Billy Myers, Magna Carta, Mull Muzzler, Keep It to Yourself. I think that was this right here. Magna Carta was Kiss the Rain signed. No. Just looks like it is. All right, those are done. Mull Muzzler is James LeBray of Dream Theater. Yeah, it says Magna Carta at the top. Oh my gosh. Someone's going to get lucky on this batch. Let's go ahead and roll. Let's go ahead and roll them. Rush, test for echo. Rush, moving pictures. Wow, Rush, hold your fire with a ticket stub. Holy moly. Rush, power windows. Rush, the Roll the Bones single. Rush, Roll the Bones album. And Return to Zero. Not the front. She wants Night Ranger live in America. So this Night Ranger, Kenny Stanley, if you want that, just say sold or pass, okay? Next comment, Susie got all the Robert Plants. And then Rush is sold to Shakedown. Boy, you got dibs on a lot. You got Test for Echo, Moving Pictures, Hold Your Fire with Ticket Stub, Power Stations, the single, and that right there. And he says he wants all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 Rush, also to Shakedown. There's Return to Zero, and there's those. Next handful. Over here, we have these going up right now. We've got Mr. Go on. We've got Mr. Big. We got Mr. Big Hey Man. We got John Norum. We have Noisy Mama. Everybody has one. We got No Sweat. We got No Doubt. Tragic Kingdom. We got John Niram again, and Aldo Nova, Blood on the Bricks. Kenny Stanley said he does want Night Ranger Big Life. And then Return to Zero is Brad Delp of Boston. Nice. So that's still available if anybody wants it. First thing in this stack was Mike Allspaw on MB. I bet that's for Mr. Big. So you can have Hey Man or the self-titled album. The self-titled album has some damage to the jewel case on it. Just FYI. Guy Shard, I'll get with you on Taylor. And Dale, I'll get with you on those autographs. So first thing we have is Chris Riddings on Norum. And there's there's 2 Norums. And I think there's 3 Norums. There's 3 Norums, Chris Riddings. You have dibs on those. And then Angela Lewis next on Mr. Big, and then Kenny. And then Angela Lewis on Hay. And then Susie Breedlove on Aldo Nova. So Susie got Aldo Nova. And then Michael Church, I'm going to sell you one of the No Doubts. And then Angela next on Aldo Nova. And Mike Allspaw wants Hey Man. So next on Mr. Big is Angela. Angela, if you want that one, just say sold. Does have some damage to the jewel case. And then these 3 John Norms are pending to Chris Riddings. And then we got Mr. Noisy Mama, No Sweat, No Doubt, still left. Mr. Noisy Mama, No Sweat, No Doubt. Jazz is coming, Donna. Let me get through one more handful here. I did one whole box last night before I got into those. Give me 1 second. Let me finish this one row. And then we're halfway done through the first rock box. And, ooh, there's going to be more Rush coming up later, just FYI. So, next CD I have here is Obsession, Sacred Warrior. I also have Richie Sambora, Stranger in This Town. Adam Sandler, What the Hell Happened to Me? He is so funny. LL Cool J, Mr. Smith. We got Jive Bunny, the album. And Whitney Houston, the Star Spangled Banner performed at Super Bowl XXV 25. Wow. That's pretty cool. Was No Doubt signed? I don't think so. No. No sign. Listen, if something's signed, then I'm going to absolutely scream and make sure y'all are paying attention. Or I'm going to say, nope, that's not for sale, and then I'm going to set it behind me. I'm going to be like, whoop, that's not for sale. I vetoed 1 last night. I vetoed 2 last night. Yeah. I vetoed 2 autographs last night. I don't know if I even showed them. Now, they could be sold inside of the gatefold, so. The Chris Riddings, Norum on top. Okay, so if anybody else wants a John Norum, there's 2 more here. That is Total Control and Face the Truth. Nobody on Mr. Bid. Nobody on RTZ. Wow, nobody on that whole stack there? Somebody put Hey Man. Was that something? Angela put Hey earlier too. Hey Man? Was that a John Norum CD or? Angela put Hey earlier. Is that something I'm overlooking? Hey Man? Or y'all, it was something going over my head. Okay, and then Angela put JN, and JN was for, I don't know what that's for. Maybe John Norum. Okay, so let me know on that, Angela. And then Kenny Stanley on Obsession. Right here. Okay. Oh, Hey Man was Mr. Big. Okay. There we go. Sorry, yes, that's right. Can I give the Shaw Blades title? That was called Hallucination. Has the original receipt where somebody bought it back in 1995. Hallucination. There was a Mr. Mister. Yeah, we got Welcome to the Big World. And we have that other one too, Go On. Which I think was in this stack. Yeah. Go On as well. All right. There's those. Stack those right back there. And then she wants the John Norm on top. That John Norm is still left. Let's put all these right over here. And let's keep going. Now, let me find the box of jazz. We are going to try to sell as many as possible. And like I said, we might do a bundle. What did I do with that? Aha. Here it is. Let's do a big handful right here. Donna was sure to remind me. I knew she would be. I hadn't seen Grog. No Grog? Grog, are you on? Greg Layton? All right, so first Mr. Mister. Those are both sold to Paul Brothers. And then the Shaw Blades is also sold right here. Thank you on that. All right, so we got James Spaulding, Songs of Courage. Christopher Holiday, The Natural Moment. Deborah Hanson Conant, Caught in the Act. Courtney Pine, To the Eyes of Creation. The More I See You, Patty Peterson. Remembrance, Sato Wannabe. Susie Ariali Band, featuring Jordan Officer. Marcos Ario with Justo Alamirio. Sorry, some of these are a mouthful. Peter Applebaum and the Hieroglyphics Ensemble. Mike Longo, The Earth is But One Country. Diane Shore. You can tell these are at a radio station. Diane Shore. Rhymes with poor. See, I need that on every record I'm selling. I need that on everything I'm selling. Diane Shore. Rhymes with poor. These were at a jazz radio station out of Murfreesboro. These are from WMOT. Quartet, Larry Goldings and Joey DeFranco, Street of Dreams. Okay? David Hoy says he wants CP. And CP was Courtney Pine. Right here, that's so to David Hoy. All right, if y'all need me to show any of those again, don't hesitate to ask. Going right back over here to The Rock. The Rock said, Father Guido Sarducci, Breakfast in Heaven. Sarara, Timeless Love, more hit music from Shocker, The Music. Blues, Sarenko Plaid. John Cicada, Heart and Soul of a Voice. Seal. Scorpions, Pure Instinct. Michael Schenker, Thank You. John Cicada again. John Cicada's Greatest Hits. And 707 featuring Kevin Russell, Trip to Heaven. And then Adam Bernardi wants DS from that stack. And that was Diane Shore. Sure. Rhymes with poor. Diane Shore. Thank you, radio station, for notes. And then over here first is Mike Ospaw on Sararaya. That's so to Mike Ospaw. And then Chris Reddings on BS. And I bet that's for this blues deal here. This more of a mouthful. Blues Sorrentino. And then Susie on Seal. Susie and Seal, that rhymes, everybody. And then Chris Reddings on MS. And that was for... EMS was for Michael Schenker. And then Patty Williams on Scorpions. then Angela Lewis, then Patty next on Michael, and then Kenny next on Scorpions. What was 707? Angela, this is called 707, featuring Kevin Russell, Trip to Heaven. Oh my gosh. What is going on in here? What is all this? I was about to say, it feels heavy. That's why I decided to open it. Does this even have the right disc in it? This is signed by somebody. First of all, I don't know if this even has the right disc in it. Boo Coo, the rare tracks. Well, that don't even have the right disc in it, I don't think. But it's got something that looks like it's signed by somebody. Whatever that is, I don't know if Jim B or Angela even wants it at this point, but there it is, and there's that. Okay, and let's do one more quick handful here, and somebody's about to get really lucky. Are y'all ready? Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. Another Rush with ticket stub. Rush Presto. Rush Superconductor, a single. Rush Show of Hands. Rush Exit Stage Left. Rush Test for Echo, Gold Stamp Promo. Rush Power Stations. Rock's Gang. And then Roxette, Crash Boom Bang. There it is. Folks, there it is. And first is, no, I think everything's good. Yeah, that was just an anomaly. By the way, if y'all ever get any of these and it is the wrong disc or it's badly damaged, most of these should be good. We've kind of pre-checked. Let me go back a few. Yeah, all these should be good to go. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be like 1 out of like 100. Maybe, probably more than that. Maybe 1 out of 250. We're going to have probably selling it. It's going to be the wrong, because I'm not checking. I'm just one after another. Now, I usually can, y'all saw me last night. I picked one up and I was like, wait a minute. I opened it up and it didn't have a disc, but all these should be pretty dang good. Yeah. If we opened up every one of them, it would slow down the show tremendously. All right, so let me figure out what happened with Rush, first of all. So Angela commented 707, and then Jim B commented 707. There is no 707 CD in there. And then Adam Bernardi said he would take it. And then Angela says, what is the photo on the back? It is this guy playing a guitar. Angela's going to see if he has long hair. Because if he does, she'll probably buy it regardless, just based on the length of the guy's hair. Now, if he doesn't have long hair, she's probably going to say pass. He doesn't have long hair. And then we're going to sell it, unless Jim B wants it, to Adam Bernardi. Then Shakedown was first to Rush, and he wants all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 4, 6. All are sold, including the one with the ticket stub. Another nice pickup. And then Jim B was second. Then Mike's Ospaw was first on Rocks. And Mike, you can have Rocks Gang, Roxette, or both of them. Shakedown got all the Rush. Angela next on Rocks. Mike Buddy Cordova next on Rush. Mike Ospaw next, he wanted Rocks Gang, right? Okay. And then Angela passes, Jim passes. And so Adam Bernardi wants 707. That's sold to him. Okay, she passes. I had a feeling. The guy has short hair. She's not into him. So let me tell you this right now. Angela is not interested in you if you don't have long hair. Music, anything. You could, if you don't have long hair, she has no interest in you. You got to have long hair. Angela's not interested. She wants long hair, bare-chested, thick chest hair, leather pants, and a lot of hairspray, or she has no interest. Now, if anybody wants Rocks, it's available. Rocks Gang is long gone. Okay? Let's go right over here. We have sold an entire stack of CDs. Let's take these right around the corner. Let's show a quick handful of jazz. And let's put these CDs down over here, though, right quick. The Rush pile is causing exponential sales. But yeah, if y'all ever get one of these and it's the wrong disc or no disc or a very, very bad damaged disc, then I guess I should say I'm advertising all these to be playable, okay? At least playable. I'm not saying they're mint. I'm not saying that they might not have a scuff or two or multiple scuffs, but I'm advertising as playable. So if you get one, you have a problem, let Ed know. I've let him know. I said, Ed, we have went through thousands of CDs, and if somebody gets one, they're like, hey, blah, blah, blah. This is, just give them a refund. So nobody wants Roxette. Okay, moving right along then. Let's keep going. I told Paul the same thing tomorrow. I said, Paul, if you're going to go through CDs, Paul's going to go through CDs tomorrow, by the way, Sunday show. I don't know who all can watch, but if you can, he's going to be going through them on these. No lifetime guarantee. I'm just saying, I'm not going to try to sell you something destroyed, but it's at least going to be a VG Plus CD or better. Could be a crack in the jewel case. As long as it gets to you and it's playable, okay? That's what I'm guaranteeing. It's going to get to you and it's playable. We got Larry... Wow, I got to be careful with this name. If that was an F, I'd be in trouble. Larry Vukacic and John Hendricks, Cast Your Fate. That is sealed, $6.99. Bob Shepard, Tell Me Signs. Bob Shepard, that is $6.99. With Every Breath, Conrad Erring Quartet. With Every Breath, Conrad Erring Quartet. We got Jay Hoggard, The Little Tiger. Jay Hoggard, The Little Tiger. Bob Florence, The Limited Edition, State of the Art. Tinsky Postma Quartet. First Avenue. Kenny Blake, Interior Design. I've heard of him. Terrence Blanchard. I've heard of him. The Malcolm X Jazz Suite. There's another Terrence Blanchard. Terrence Blanchard, Simply Stated. We got Art in Aviation, Jane Ira Bloom. We have Freddie Hubbard, Bolivia. Bill Evans Trio, Highlights from the Turnout of the Stars. No art on that one. Jay Hoggard, In the Spirit. Tonhito Hatora. And I know them, the Rippingtons, featuring Russ Freeman. Aries EMS does want the Roxette. And the first in the jazz stack was Adam Bernardi on TB. Adam Bernardi on TB, and that was for the Terry Blanchard. There's two different ones. There's the Malcolm X Suite and Stated. Donna Turner on FH, and FH for Donna was Freddie Hubbard. And then Donna Turner on Bill Evans. And he does want both Terry Blanchards. Okay. So that left Larry Vukovic, Bob Shepard, Conrad Erring Trio, Jay Hoggard, Bob Florence, Tinsky Postma Trio, Kenny Blake, Art and Aviation, Jay Hoggard, Tonhito Hatora, and the Rippingtons. All right. Moving right along. Back to the Rock. Do you smell what the Rock is cooking? Holy moly, it's Poison. Poison, Flesh and Blood. Poison, Greatest Hits. Poison, Open Up and Say Ah. The Police. The Police. More Poison. More Poison, Native Tongue. Night Ranger, Forever and All Over Again. We got two of them. Night Ranger's Greatest Hits. Night Ranger Live in Japan. Night Ranger Extended Versions. And Robbie DeVale. Robbie DeVale, A Place Like This. Holy moly. All right, so the first thing I have here is Angela Lewis on Poison. Angela Lewis on P for Poison. Okay, so P for Poison. There's 1, 2, 3. And then I'm assuming she wanted Poison. So Angela, you got dibs on Native Tongue. Look What the Cat Dragged In, Open Up and Say Ah, Greatest Hits, and Flesh and Blood. Angela's dibs. Kenny has dibs on Night Ranger, which is extended versions, live in Japan, Greatest Hits, Neverland. And there's 2 copies of that. And then Angela's next on Night Ranger, so we got a bunch of pendings all of a sudden. And that just left The Police, Every Breath You Take, and Robbie Neville, A Place Like This. That's all that's left there. Angela could very easily get all the poisons. If she doesn't want some, we'll go to the next person in line. And the first thing I have here, Kenny's dibs on those. So she wants Greatest Hits and Look What the Cat Dragged In. That one sold to her, and she got Greatest Hits. That means Patty gets Native Tongue. That means we still got Poison, Open Up and Say Ah, and Poison, Flesh and Blood. Those are still available, and then Kenny has dibs on Night Ranger, and then Angela's next in line. Poison CD still left. He says all except the double, okay? So those are all sold to Kenny. That leaves 1 Night Ranger if you wanted Angela, Forever All Over Again. That is available if you want it. And now there's 2 Poison CDs left. That's surprising. All right, let me grab a handful of G-A-Z-Z. That's Gaz. But right now, I'm going to grab in my other hand some Jazz. And here's the first one. We got Chris Potter, Gratitude, Chris Potter, Gratitude, Giovanni Hidalgo, Viva Hidalgo. How about the American Jazz Orchestra? Danilo Perez, Tricky Licks, Jim Self. He's a jazz tuba player. Abdullah Abram, Dollar Brand. Abdullah Abram, Mantra Mode. Irene Krall, Second Chance, Sealed. Horace Silver, pronounced Horus, rhymes with chorus. John Lewis, Evolution. And the Yellow Jackets, Greenhouse. Angela does want that other Night Ranger, the blue one here. That's so to her. And that is Jazz there. Adam Bernardi says he wants the tuba player. Jim Self. Horace Silver, rhymes with chorus. I love this. Thank you for these notes, Jazz radio station. And Adam Bernardi was next. So that left Charlie, actually, who was that first one? Chris Potter. So Adam Bernardi, you're actually also going to get Horace Silver. The Natives Are Restless Tonight. There's that. And then that left Chris Potter, Giovanni Hidalgo, American Jazz Orchestra, Danielle Perez, Abdullah Abram. 2 of those, Irene Krall, John Lewis, and Yellow Jackets, Greenhouse. There's all those. Now, back to the rock box. What time is it? Oh, we got time for a whole nother rock box and to finish up all the jazz. So the first thing I have here is Vince Neil, a solo album, Carved in Stone, Gold Stamp promo. NSYNC, Bye Bye Bye, No Strings Attached. Poison, Unskinny Bop, that's a promo single. Poison, another copy of Flesh and Blood. We have Phoenix Down, Under a Wild Sky. Nice. Jimmy Page, Robert Plant, Walking to Clarksdale, Hop Sticker, and Gold Stamp promo. And it's a promo disc. Wow. We've got a lot of promo CDs. I don't know if y'all have noticed these, but like I have said Gold Stamp promo a lot. And a lot of these I've looked at have said promo copy. Just saying. And that's why a lot of these are signed. Steve Perry is sealed. It says do not open. Okay. I would be careful. And then A Perfect Circle. Nice. The album doesn't have that on it. The album doesn't have that fully. A Perfect Circle, Murder and Arms. Another Steve Perry single. Rough House. I've had people ask for that before. It's not available on vinyl, I don't think. And then Roxette, Look Sharp. All right. So, Chad is going to... Oh, Chad's going to stretch. Hold on a minute. Man down. Oh, gosh. Man down. Oh, my gosh. Sorry. I went into... I got locked up there. I got locked up. Okay, so first thing in here was Vince Neil, Mike Ospaw, VN. Donna got NSYNC, Angela Lewis next on Vince Neil. Patty on P. Now, Patty for P, Poison, Flesh and Blood, or Unskinny Bop. And then there was Under a Wild Sky. And then there was Shakedown on Jimmy Page. I think. Patty put P. And then, I'm assuming that was for Poison. And then there's a Shakedown with JP for Jimmy Page. Then Angela put P, possibly for Poison. Susie next on Jimmy. Eustace Eaters next on Jimmy. And then a pass. Chris Riddings on Phoenix Down. And then Chris Riddings on Rough House. Denise on Jay Perry. I think you meant Jimmy Page. It's already sold. Angela next to Rough House. Then Jim B. Paul Brothers got Roxette. And Paul, I'm assuming on Steve Perry, there's 2 right here. And we had some earlier too. Maybe you want the sealed one. Maybe the sealed one. So she does want Flesh and Blood. That's so to Patty. And that means Shakedown does get the Jimmy Page, Robert Plant promo. Wow, that's nice. If I could have picked a CD probably all week to keep, it would be that one right there. For sure. Probably some of those Rush with the ticket stub too. Shakedown, you're buying all my favorite stuff. And then there's Unskinny Bop if anybody wants that. I still got another Poison, Flesh and Blood from the last deck and an Open Up and Say Ah. And then let me know on that. And David offered 10 for the 2 Abdullah Abriums. You got it, David. Sell these to him. Let's do a bundle deal for 10. All right, and let's sell Paul Brothers to seal Steve Perry. So only thing left in there is the 2 Poisons, or the 1 Poison, a Perfect Circle, and Steve Perry. And Paul's going to get the sealed Steve Perry. And the first box is sold. The only thing left in here is this. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, live. It was in the bottom of the box. And the book. It's called Live On. $19.99. It may have not came in a case. Maybe, I don't know, but it's got a Kenny Wayne Shepherd insert. I'll just try to find a case or something to pop it in if anybody wants it. Wow, look at all that cool stuff there. But that's all I have in that box. So let me go grab some more. And what we'll do, we'll just slide that in there like this. Who knows? That might have been how they possibly handed them out or something. Sherry Darnell on Poison. And let me know if you want Open Up and Say Ah, Unskinny, or Flesh and Blood. She says she'll take the Kenny Wayne Shepherd too. So Steve that works here, he told me Limp Bizkit, Fred Durst, he was at a concert one time. And like after the show, it was early in Limp Bizkit's career, he was handing out literally mixtapes. And we found them on Discogs. I said, man, we got to see if those are on Discogs. And he said, yeah, it was Fred Durst. He was hanging outside and he had a big box of cassettes and just handing them out to people. They were just like mixtapes. And it was the stuff that was recorded right before a $3 bill, y'all. So we try to find one on Discogs. They're pretty rare, though. They're on there for sale, I think. They're just, so she wants the 2 albums. They're just, what am I trying to say? Okay, anyway, let me go get another box. That one is empty. Here's what they look like when I'm done. They're empty. And we sold almost everything out of there. I just threw the empty box. Let's go get another one. I'll keep walking and talking. Anybody else ever had an experience like that? Meeting somebody before they got famous or really famous? Anybody ever met anybody and then they got really famous? Like really, really big and famous? That's never happened to me. I'm too young. I may have met somebody and I just don't know it yet. Not saying y'all are old. Just saying. All right, let's next box here. Oh man, this looks like A's and soundtracks. Dun 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 dun. Hey hey hey. Dee 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 dee. Do do do. I just walked by an Archie's record, and then immediately in my head came Sugar Sugar. All right, so looks like we're in an A box and soundtracks. And there's some other bizarre stuff too. This isn't just all rock, but there's a lot of cool stuff looking in here. So let's grab this right here and see what we got. And right off the top is Family Guy. Disc 1 of Season 3, Episodes 1 through 8. The first 8 episodes of Family Guy Season 3. $6.99. We got Billy Dean. Maybe from a library. Billy Dean. Chris Pangee, The Geek. The Jets. Self-titled. Adam Sandler, Stan and Judy's Kid, a gold stamp promo. The jewel case is broken at the top. Adam Sandler. Silk, gold stamp promo. KC and JoJo. Eric Bennett, True to Myself. Whitney Houston, a promo. My Love Is Your Love. Keith Sweat, Still in the Game. And Black History and Music Sampler, Rhino. Disc 1. Wow, some cool looking stuff on here. That's bound to be good. $6.99 on the Black History. Okay, so first is Donna on Silk. And that was Silk Tonight. That's So Did Donna right here. Paul Brothers got Adam Sandler. And then Donna all over this R&B stuff. She is all over it. Donna is all over it. And that's Eric, and that's So Did Donna. She also got Whitney Houston. She also got Keith Sweat. She is all over the R&B. Paul was next on Whitney Houston, and Donna got the Black History Month CD. She just, the only thing left, you don't want any KC and JoJo, It's Real. That's the only one you didn't get. And then there's the Jets and Chris Pangini and Billy Dean and a Family Guy DVD. That was random, wasn't it? Let me do one more handful out of there, and then I'm going to jump back over to Jazz. So here's this box, and we have Michael Stanley, Through Room, Tough Room. Michael Stanley, Through Room. She said, I missed it. Oh, you did put KC. She got them all. There it is, KC and JoJo. She did get them all. She just wiped out the R&B stuff there. Next is Crown of Thorns, Lost Cathedral. So Michael Stanley, Crown of Thorns, Lost Cathedral. The Ghost Poets. Kenny Loggins, Unimaginable Life. That case is really dusty. I don't know if that's dust or hairspray. And then Marion Meadows, Another Sign of Midnight. The Yind CD. The Yind, Y-N-I-D. Yes, Open Your Eyes. Yes, Open Your Eyes. And Anthrax, Sound of White Noise. I wish that was in print. That's always a tougher one to get on vinyl. Anthrax, Sound of White Noise. All right. Next over here is Chris Reddings on Crown. Crown of Thorns, Lost Cathedral. And then Donna on MM. And MM was for... What was MM and Donna? Did I miss something there? Marion Meadows. That was right here. That's So Did Donna Turner. And then Darren Chrisman on Anthrax. And then John Darden on Anthrax. Paul Brothers, I'm going to give you a yes. That's So Did Paul Brothers. I wonder how many of these, my favorite bands and stuff, I've been checking them. I wonder how many discs we have that have been signed. I've had a lot of signed CDs too, like the actual disc. And then GT Bepco on Michael Stanley. And then Patrick Francis wants the other yes. All right, and before I do anything else, we have filled up another handful here. So let me go or another tower of sold CDs. So let me take these right around the corner. Those are gone. Let me grab the last handful of Jazz in this box, and then I'll get a new box going in that department. New boxes. When I got in here today, Jake, he was sitting here at the operations desk watching the sale, tagging CDs from last night. I said, Jake, have you had enough? I said, have you had enough CDs, Jake? He's like, no, I think you need to sell about another 400 tonight. I was like, I don't know if I can sell 400, but I bet I can sell another 150 or 200 tonight like we have been. All right, so let me grab that. Some cool stuff coming up in this box. I think we'll be able to finish this box. Oh, man, there's only 4 jazz CDs left here. But let's go ahead and show them. And we got Peter Erskine, the Intercolon Concerts, Harmonicopia by Jay Gaunt. Those are both sealed. This is A Beautiful Thing, Pete Malvolrani Trio, and Mary Lou Williams, Piano Jazz. There it is, Middle Tennessee Public Radio, WMOT. That's where these came from. That is sealed. We've got at least about a half hour. There's a few more jazz, and then I'm about to, before I go get a new box, I'm going to try to bundle all these and sell them, all the jazz CDs, that is. All right, let's get to another handful here and grab some from right here, okay? Paul should be doing he should be doing mostly CDs tomorrow, yes. Nobody's Angel. Lord Tariq and Peter Gunn's Make It Rain. That is actually sealed. Mariah Carey Unplugged, MTV. Dion Ferris, Wild Seed, Wild Flower. We have Never Say Never by Brandy, Gold Stamp promo. Goody Mob, World Party, promo. Jim B starting to perk up all of a sudden. Jim B starting to crack his knuckles. Paula Abdul, Head Over Heels. Tesla. Wow, a promo stamped. What is this one called? Bust a Nut. Wow. Talus. If we only knew what we know now. That looks like there's nothing in it. It looks like typo negative, but there's nothing in it. Maybe we'll find that later. And Twisted Sister, Big Hits and Nasty Cuts. Classical music. Oh, I guarantee there's some in this radio station collection. There's bound to be. Let's see. Swap out my mic. Denise, I think it's because I was walking to the back. It cuts out some. And then we got 25. Oh, my gosh, we got a lot of time. He wanted Mary Lou Williams. So Adam Bernardi got Mary Lou Williams. Thank you on that. Okay, and then next is Donna on Lord. All right, so Donna on Lord. And then Paul Brothers on IT. And I bet that was for Lord Tariq. That was probably LT. So Jim B was second. Then Donna Turner on Mariah Carey. And then Donna Turner on Dion Ferris. And then Donna Turner on Brandy. And then there's Guy's question about classical music. And then John Durden on GM for Goody Mob. And then Donna Turner was next. And then Paul Brothers next on Mariah. Then Paul Brothers next on Brandy. And then Susie put Yes. And then Paul Brothers put Tesla. And Susie's Yes was an autocorrect for Tesla. So Susie got Tesla. Then Paul Brothers. And now the next comment's T. Now T for Patty could be for Talus or Twisted Sister. And then Angela put T. And then Chris put Talus. And then Greg put TS. And then Angela put TAL. And then Paul put TS. And then Susie said her yes was for Tess. And GT Bepco was next on Dion. So all these right now are pending to Patty. And the only thing that didn't get claimed was Paula Abdul and Nobody's Angel. Paul says, boo. Paul, I said, I think you were second like 10 times there. So next is Angela for T, which I think her next T in that sequence was for Tesla. Okay? Who got Goody Mob? John Durden got Goody Mob. John Durden got Goody Mob. He was first on GM. Okay, so the next thing was Chris Redding's got Talus. And then Greg Herman got Twisted Sister. Then Angela put Tal for Talus. And then Paul was next on Twisted Sister. Wow. Okay. I agree with the one-letter rule, but I've thought about that. If I do that now, and then I have to do it for vinyl later, oh man, we'd have to update for months to keep everybody updated for the new rules. I know. I suggest people put more than a letter. I asked that everybody put more than a letter, but if I said it takes one letter, then, oh man, we'd have to update, because then what happens if somebody hops on next Tuesday, and they're going to be like, man, I put T, and then they're going to be mad that they didn't know that was, so yeah. I've thought about it. I was like, if I institute that, we'd have to completely redo our entire deal. Before I do the jazz bundle, let me go ahead and do something else. Let me go ahead and grab another handful here. Usually I get it figured out. But also, unless it's the same artist, I usually only let one person comment with one artist. So if there's 3 T's in a row and somebody says T, I'm like, okay, you can pick one artist. But if you do say Rush, and there's 5 CDs, I go ahead and let somebody have them all. That helps me out. But if somebody says T, and there was Twisted Sister, Tosla, and I'm like, okay, you get to pick one out of all those. That's usually how I do that. Okay, so, and usually everybody's pretty honest about it. Here we go. We have Wendy and Lisa, Error. Wendy and Lisa, Erica. What's that say? Wendy and Lisa, EROICA. All right, we got Slow Jams Christmas, Volume 2. Slow Jams Christmas. Looks like some R&B Christmas there. We've got Christmas of Hope. And then out of nowhere, we have Busta Rhymes, Anarchy, a gold stamp promo. Wow, Busta Rhymes out of nowhere. There's another Eric Bennett. And then here we got, what is this? Is this Spinal Tap? What is this? It's the Black Album. It's just black. It's all black. I've just got the tracks here. It's not Prince, is it? Is it Prince? It's Prince. The Black Album. Of course. I was trying to think of everybody who had a Black Album. I think of Metallica, Spinal Tap, and then I forgot about Prince. Here is Original Flavor, Beyond Flavor. Original Flavor, Beyond Flavor. Maxwell Unplugged, promo sticker. Superstar Christmas. Cocaine. Warning, listening may become addicted. Cocaine. And CeCe Winans, His Gift. Wow, so let's figure out what's going on here. The first thing I have is Donna on Slow. No guitars have come in. She wants slow jams for Christmas. And then we have John Durden on Busta Rhymes, BR. John put BR, Busta Rhymes. Donna next on Busta Rhymes. Paul Brothers next on Busta Rhymes. Donna got Eric Bennett. I still think his name's pronounced different, though. Jim P put Original FLA. Original Flavor. That is so to Jim B. Original Flavor. And then Chris Riddings wants Prince, the Black Album. I hope that was Acclaim Prince. And then Denise. And then Use the Cedars. Then Paul Brothers. And then Chris. And then John Darden on Next. And then Denise put Claim. It has a skew. Prince. Donna put BP. Donna put BP. That was for BP. And then there's a Max comment for Maxwell Unplugged. Okay. And then we have Angela Lewis on Cocaine. Then Jim B. Donna Turner wants CC, and Wendy and Lisa is sold to Guy Shard. Okay. So, Chris, I got you down for Prince, the Black Album. You're the first either to identify or claim it. And then it's Denise. And Denise definitely wants it. And the only thing they didn't claim there is 2 Christmas CDs. I'll sell both of them for $5 each if anybody wants them. So 10 for both. 10 for both. This one has Bruce, U2, Elton John, Reba McEntire, James Brown, the Eagles. And this one has John Lennon and Cyndi Lauper and Neil Diamond. It's more like, you know, superstar Christmas. It literally. Donna, if you want both of those, $10. She said she'll take both for 10. All right, I think we got all that figured out. Let's go ahead and grab this right here. Man, there's some cool. And luckily, I think coming up is a lot of variety. So, all right. Let's see what we got here. We got The Storm, the Storm. Barbara Streisand, back to Broadway. Suzanne Rotigan, To Hell with Love, promo. Simple Minds, Good News from the Next World, promo. Sister Hazel, Fortress, promo. Jean BVR, Drums Along the Mohawk. Backstreet Boys. Backstreet Boys. Tal Bachman, Sealed. Essential 80s, 80 to 84. Looks like Whitesnake's Greatest Hits. It is. Promo. Whitesnake's Greatest Hits. Promo. Here I go again on my own. Angela wants to pass on cocaine. She found out very quickly that is not men with long hair. That is not, I should rephrase that. Angela found out very quickly that is not hair metal. This is far from hair metal. If anybody wants cocaine, Funk Upon a Rhyme, it's still available. Who was next? Jim B. Jim B gets cocaine. She's like, wait a minute. She heard cocaine. Angela heard cocaine, and she's like, wait a minute, cocaine? It could be men with long blonde hair. A lot of them do cocaine. A lot of them do cocaine. Next is John Durden on Simple Minds, SM. John Durden on SM for Simple Minds. Patrick Francis on The Storm. Paul next on Simple Minds. Donna on BS. Barbara Streisand, Donna. Donna got Barbara Streisand. No, that could be for Backstreet Boys. I bet it's for Backstreet Boys. Donna, let me know. There's 2 Backstreet Boys there. And then John Durden on 80s. Paul Brothers got Tal Bachman, Sealed. Vicky next on 80s. Paul got Whitesnake. Chris Frazier next on Whitesnake. Angela next on Whitesnake. Angela next on Whitesnake. Jim did get cocaine. And we got Donna on Backstreet Boys. I'm going to give you this one right here. All right, so there's one Backstreet. Here's what's left. Barbara Streisand, back to Broadway. Suzanne Rotigan. Rhatigan, To Hell with Love. And then Sister Hazel, Jean BR, and Backstreet Boys. All right? Sherry takes the other Backstreet Boys. Okay. I'm sorry about Jazz, but the next box is already all the way in the back. And I'm going to do one more handful, and then I'll run back there and get one right quick, okay? Here's the next handful. Bee Gees, High Civilization. I've only seen that on vinyl once. Nice. American Graffiti Double Pack. What a great compilation. American Graffiti Double Pack. Jean BVR is sold to Chris Riddings. Monty, that's a DVD. Monty Python and the Holy Grail, Disc 1. That's a movie, Monty Python. Touched by an Angel, the album. Isn't that a movie too? That's the soundtrack though. There's another Family Guy DVD, Disc 3 for Season 3. There's that Sealed Elton John single, Candle in the Wind. And then Enigma, The screen behind the mirror, Enigma. Enigma. Okay, so first on American Graffiti is Greg Herman, and then John Durden, then Donna, then Vicky, then Susie, then Adam, then Paul. Wow. So that left Bee Gees, Touched by an Angel, Elton John, and Enigma. Chris Frazier wants to seal Elton John. Susie Breedlove on Enigma. Okay. And let's go ahead and wipe out this row. Actually, yeah, let's go ahead and wipe out. I'm almost done here. Let's do a good breaking point right here for one quick few more. Peter Cetera, World Falling Down. Teens, the ABBA Generation. We have the Musica tapes. Firehouse 3, wow, that's a good one. And Legacy, a tribute to Fleetwood Mac Rumors with Sean Colvin, the Corrs, the Cranberries, the Goo Goo Dolls, Jewel, Elton John, Matchbox 20, Duncan Sheik, Sister Hazel, Talik, and Tallulah. And then Sherry Darnell also wants Sister Hazel. Where was that at? And she also got Bee Gees. Where was Sister Hazel at? Was that over here? Sister Hazel. That's so to Sherry. And she got the Bee Gees CD from the last stack. Next is Shakedown on FM. Probably for the Fleetwood Mac tribute. Is that? No, he said pass. Paul wants the Monty Python DVD. And then Angela on F, probably for Firehouse. Adam wants the Legacy tribute to Fleetwood Mac, and Susie next on Firehouse. All right, what I'm going to go ahead and do is grab... oh, I know what I have. I got a stack that we didn't finish from last night's box before I forget about it. And this is some killer ones. Hope y'all ready. We got Warrant, Rockin' Tall. Warrant, Rockin' Tall. John Waite, How Did I Get By Without You? Warrant, Ultraphobic and Jensen. Warrant, The Bitter Pill. Warrant, Blind Faith. Vixen, Rev It Up. Venus Again by The Vents. Richard Ashcroft, Alone with Everybody. All you need to know about Richard, the lead singer of The Verve. It has like a little promo sticker. It's a promo CD. Richard Ashcroft from The Verve. M2M, a promo, Shades of Purple. Air Supply's Greatest Hits. Bush, 16 Stone, and Michelle Branch. Those are all $6.99. First is Angela. She put W and then Warrant. So, Angela, you got dibs on Blind Faith, The Bitter Pill, Warrant Ultraphobic, and Warrant Rockin' Tall, which we haven't had any of those this week. So, Angela's dibs on those, and then Susie next on Bitter Pill. Stephen Parton on Bush, 16 Stone, that's so to him. Adam Bernardi on Air Supply, that's so to him. And that leaves Michelle Branch, M2M, Richard Ashcroft, those are both promos. The Vents, Vixen, and it has a sticker. It has a sticker with it, Vixen. Yeah. Rev It Up. Looks like it's a promo clip, too. The corner of the jacket's clipped. And then John Waite and Angela wants all warrants. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take all these. I'm going to take the sold stack in here then. Let me do that right quick. Let me go grab... I don't know if I have time to go get that other box. I'm going to go ahead and try it, though. Let me go grab that right quick. I think we can fill up 4 towers of CDs tonight, which would be great. I think we did 4 last night and then the bundle. Let me go grab this other box right quick as I wrestle around back through here. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee, ba-boom, boom, ba-boom. Don't forget about the bop-bop-a-bops. Holy moly, what's in here? What do I have in here? Gregory Porter, Sendo Wannabe. These here look pretty good. I'm free falling. Polly came from Miami, FLA. Master. Master. Quick handful of jazz here. So all warrants are sold to Angela Lewis. All warrants are sold to Angela Lewis. Patrick Francis on Ultraphobic. Okay, she got all those. Mike Ospaw wants Vixen. We got 8 minutes. We got Chris Adams, Weaver of Dreams. Scott Inbandola Band, Cry. Harvey Swartz, In a Different Light. Harvey Swartz and Urban Earth. David Sanborn, Heart to Heart. John Erickson, and so on. Justo Alamirio, Heritage. Ray Anderson, Every One of Us. All jazz-related stuff there. $6.99 on all those. Next handful of CDs are coming at you right now from the what I've been calling the rock box. Okay? Hope everybody's ready for these. First thing I have here is Arcade A2. Arcade A2. The Best of Bad Company live. Also, we had Aerosmith 9 Lives. Abraxas Pull. Nothing. 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 Michael Manrig, Thonk, Promo, Aqua, Aquarius, and Arcade A. So the first thing we have is Donna on DS, and that was David Sanborn, Heart to Heart. Thank you, Donna, on that. All right, then the next thing we had was John Durden on BC for Bad Company, Angela Lewis on Arc, so that was probably for Arcade, so she's got dibs on those two. And then next is Susie on Aerosmith, and then Jerry next on A2, and then Paul next on Bad Company. John Durden's passing, so give Bad Company to Paul Brothers instead. Susie still has Aerosmith. Paul's next on Aerosmith. Patrick Francis next on Arcade. Sherry next on Bad Company. Arc. Jim B's next. And then Jerry put A. Now, your next A camp, the only thing that didn't get claimed is Abraxas Pull, Michael Manrig, and Aqua. We just have a few minutes remaining. We do. We started at 5:34 earlier tonight, and we only got a few minutes left. I'm going to go show one more handful of CD. I'm going to try to show as many as possible here. So let me go ahead and grab the next handful. These are all $6.99. We got Ideal. That is sealed, Ideal. And then we have Deborah Morgan, Dance With Me. I've got Sounds of Blackness, Time for Healing, a promo. Christmas Stocking Stuffer, Celine Dion, Harry Connick Jr., Mariah Carey. Over here, we got a very special Christmas live. We have Richard Marx. Looks like it's a radio station or library copy. The Island Story. That's a great comp. 25th anniversary. And Snow Day soundtrack. Now, the first person on Arcade was Angela Lewis. And Angela, I don't think, has let us know which one she wants yet. So Angela, if not, then a lot of other people want those. So those are up to Angela Lewis. Hopefully she'll take both, and that will simplify a lot. If not, it goes to Jerry and then Patrick Francis, and we'll have to figure out which one they want. And then over here, over here in this next handful, there was no other claims, right? Jerry Ronch put A, and he said that was for RK. So Paul Brothers, you get Aqua. That's so to Paul Brothers. Donna Turner got Ideal. Donna Turner got Deborah Morgan. Donna Turner got Sounds of Blackness. Donna Turner got Very Special Christmas. Now, was that for Christmas Stocking Stuffer or Very Special Christmas Live? And then Donna wants A2. So that's so to Donna. A2, that Arcade. And then back here, so Patrick Francis do you want this arcade? If not, we'll go to the next person. And we still got Richard Marx, The Island Story. That's got artists such as U2, Traffic, but also we have Jim Capaldi, Jimmy Cliff, the Gibson Brothers, and Snow Day. She wants a very special Christmas. That is so to Donna. And Stocking Stuffers there is next. If Facebook happens to cut off, I apologize. I'm going to do one more handful here. We have Peter's Friends, the albums. Peter's Friends, the album. We have Digital Devils Championship Performances. I've got some old PC hardware here. You get Millennium Game Pack, 50 complete games, and Privacy, Security, Encryption for Windows 98. Windows 98. There's that. And then here is another empty case. And then here is Social Security benefits and a family tree software. Okay, Angela, A2 to Angela, not Donna. A2 is sold to Angela Lewis, not Donna Turner. A2 is sold to Angela Lewis, not Donna Turner. Very Special Christmas was sold to Donna Turner. And then Patrick Francis said yes. So Patrick, does this get arcade? Sherry Darnell gets The Island Story. And then there's that. Okay? And now I'm pretty sure Facebook is over. So I have a feeling Facebook's done. Paul Brothers wants the computer games. Let's go back through some of that software stuff. So there's the computer games. How cool is that? Boy, I remember getting stuff like this. Look at that. I wish there was a way. I guess I need to get an old, if you want to play stuff like that, get an old working PC. My favorite thing was the pinball game on Windows. And I tried to find an emulator for that the other day, but it's just not the same as playing it on an old keyboard. And then we got security encryption. And what was the other thing? World Family Tree. This CD contains over 12,000 actual family trees. Is this I guess a CD-ROM? And then there's these here. So, and you get Social Security death benefits CD. Wow, this looks like it has a lot of information. People's stuff on here you're not supposed to have. What is this? That's a bizarre thing. And plus, I still got to bundle the YouTube. There's always a delay. For some new people watching, there's always a delay. It never comes in. I was going to see what they sell for on eBay, Paul. But Paul, if you want both of those, $10. If you want both of those, Paul, $10. I'll do 5 and 5. A lot of them's listed on eBay, 10, 15, 20. Okay. Did anyone claim the Buku CD that was rare? Yes, Adam Bernardi did. Adam Bernardi did. All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to hopefully sell these two to Paul for $10. He got the computer games. Or maybe if you want to do 15 for all three, Paul. You want to do that? Let's do 15 for all three. Let's do that. And then let me try to clean up my table here and see what was left. All right. So go ahead and do those for Paul, all three for 15. All right. And then, so Jazz Bundle. I did this last night. Hopefully Adam or somebody else will come through as well. Let me try to do that right now. And that way maybe I can get these off the table. So if you've been watching, you remember probably all the Jazz CDs I've sold. There's 2 stacks about this size. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Rough count here, 19, 20, 22, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. There's 39 there. All right, so 39 CDs there. A little bit less, I think, than last night's bundle. So 39 and I'm thinking on these $75. $75 for those 39. And I'm trying to move the jazz stuff because we got thousands, literally tens of thousands of jazz. So there's that. Hopefully somebody steps up for those. That would be great. And now I'm just going to try to clean up a little bit here. I'm going to read through some of the stuff that didn't sell. Some of it I go through so fast, but we actually able to finish a second box. We was able to finish a second box. There it goes across the room. I'm going to show 2 more new CDs. I don't know why these were laying over here. But here is Van Halen Diver Down. And here's the Best of Van Halen Volume 1. Okay? So there's 2 new CDs. Van Halen Diver Down and Van Halen Best of Volume 1. Now, everything else is going to be a recap. Christmas Stocking Stuffers. Celine Dion, Harry Connick Jr., Babyface, Mariah Carey, Cyndi Lauper, Neil Diamond, Gloria Estefan, Kenny Loggins, Luther Vandross, Sean Colvin, Steve Vai, Wynton Marsalis, Shirley Caesar, Johnny Mathis, Barbara Streisand, Tony Bennett, Peter White, featuring Kenny Lattimore and Bruce Springsteen. All right, so there's those Christmas Stocking Stuffers. Darren, your dibs on Van Halen. And then Adam Bernardi comes through on the Jazz Bundle. Thank you, Adam. I'm going to go ahead and take all these around the corner. Actually, I'll leave them right there for right now so I don't mess up the order. Thank you for that. Jazz CD Bundle. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, Adam Bernardi. Appreciate that. Darren has picks on these. And then we had Snow Day soundtrack, music from the motion picture, Smash Mouth's on here, the Hippos, the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones, Foreigners on here, Hoku, Jordan Knight. And we also have Richard Marx here. And Richard Marx is Repeat Offender. That is $6.99. There's those. So first, Mike, test 1, 2. Am I still on? All right, so these 2 were sold to Darren Christmas, $6.99 each. And then Paul, the Christmas CD I was reading, Donna said she would do 10 on both of those. So let's sell those to Donna for 10. So Richard Marx. Now over here we got Blue Devils 1983-88 championship performances. Blue Devils. Okay. And then Peter's Friends, the album. Clapton, Queen, Bruce Springsteen, Tina Turner, Tears for Fears, Elton John, Paul Young, Pretenders, Cyndi Lauper, Terrence Trent D'Arby, Prefab Spout, Deacon Blue, Michael Nesbitt, Nina Simone, the Pasadenas, and Daryl Braithwaite. Also, we had Michael Manring, Thonk, and then Abraxas Pool. From the original members of the Santana Band, Greg Raleigh, Michael Shreve, and Neil Schon. Neil Schon, that sounds good. That is $6.99. So just clearing those out of the way. And then here was some other stuff I had. Just this stack right here. John Waite, How Did I Get By Without You? The Vents, Venus Again. Richard Ashcroft was a promo. It's got a promo sticker on the disc. And that promo sticker there. M2M was a gold stamp promo, Shades of Purple. Michelle Branch. There's the Family Guy DVD. There's Suzanne Ratagan. There is Barbara Streisand again. The Musacha tapes. 18s, The ABBA Generation. And Peter Cetera, Falling Down. World Falling Down. All right. And I'm going to pause right there. If anybody else decides you want anything out of here, let me know. I am going to end the feed. I am going to go grab something to eat. I'm going to clean up so Paul can walk around over here tomorrow when he's trying to do his sale. I am going to instruct him to go through CDs. He might even auction some. The rack back there, we got started 2 nights ago sorting through it. And I think they found box sets and stuff like that. I think that's maybe where the Prince box set came from tonight. So he might put some of those up tomorrow for low start auctions. And that way we can get a lot of that sold. 2 Family Guys for 10. I will do that. There's one. And then there's the other one. I just had it. Nice. So to Paul for 10. All right. And I'll be back Monday at 5 o'clock. That's it. There'll be 2 videos posted tomorrow. There'll be one at 6 a.m., a recap of new vinyl for your last purchases before invoices go out. And there'll be a video posted at 9 a.m. full of vintage discount crate. That will also be for Monday's invoice. And if I have time, I'm going to sort through the I can't believe these didn't sell CDs and post them. But I feel like most of y'all watching have bought whatever you've already wanted. So thanks, everybody. What an incredible week again. I feel like I run a marathon for 6 days straight, sometimes 7 if I do the sale on Sunday. Sometimes I feel like I've ran a marathon. But I'm about to clean up, find something to eat, and head home. And I usually try to watch some movies and rest my brain. So Donna got a bunch of great R&B. You did. And the jazz will keep coming. I told y'all it's going to be a wide variety. It's going to be a lot of jazz. It's going to be a whole lot of jazz. But we're going to bundle it and try to sell it one way or another. So thanks, everybody. Good night. I'll be back tomorrow at 5. I'm going to go rest my brain for 24 hours or however long till it's, how long until now, Monday at 5 o'clock? Let's see, 24 hours would be 1, so 36. I'm going to go try to just clear my brain for 35 hours or so. Poker night, poker night. More R&B. You never know what, these trays, they're not really boxes. These trays I've been digging out, man, we're flying through them. I'm always worried when we run out of something. I'm like, oh no. But there's always more around the corner. And people have been watching. There have been people tuned in. They're like, dang, I need to sell my CDs to them because I'm just interested in vinyl. And I think Paul's gotten a couple leads on great CD collections. Like, one guy's like, yeah, I got 3,000 metal CDs. And we're like, yeah, we want them. And one guy's like, yeah, I've got 1 million blue CDs or, you know, something crazy. So we're like, oh, yeah, we want them. We want them. We want them. All right, thanks, everybody. Good night. I'll see y'all Monday. Please tune in to Paul's and buy a bunch of CDs from him. He'll be live for a couple hours. So, OG's rock. Oh, my gosh. We just bought a huge collection, Jerry. We just bought another 3,000 or 4,000. Yep, coming soon.